fucking throat. You fucking kike cunt.
Here we go. Reporting an incident. Here we go. They said something wrong. They're gonna kill me, and they called me a K-word. Ooh, you're gonna have to get a new account. You're gonna have to get a new burner phone. Where is it? Hate speech and homicidal ideation.
So lay off you while you're not even paying attention and don't care.
House that he lost. So yeah, realistically, people like John, if he was on fire, I would just stand there waiting to see how much I could enjoy it. There are some people that just really, when all they want to do is
Detected.
and nobody on
Projection alert system has been
honestly, if that guy got a gunshot,
detected.
I would sit there and film it. He also doesn't like it when I remind people that, yeah, it's all public information, you can go and find that he got fired from the IRS after 5 years. It was the last thing that his dad put him up for, and then after that he disowned him.
His dad put me up for it?
Now,
What the fuck?
Weird, look at me, clown show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mate, you gotta be getting a new account. You can't make death threats. It's illegal.
Should we talk about something else?
Yeah, let's do that. How is everyone?
Fantastic. Yes, sorry, I just walked into a really awkward cul-de-sac.
No, it's okay. Yeah, we're moving out. It's okay. We can.
You didn't do anything. You literally put
You just
crazy.
He didn't sound himself. We're just going with the flow. We're going with the flow. Yeah, it's okay. So sometimes it's like this, sometimes like that. Like, there's no big issue.
You know,
Right? The way we're just. We didn't really have any topic anyway.
Crazy.
In this room, just like a free floating. So whatever you want to talk about.
what's wrong?
How wealth produces bitchiness.
What's going on? I'm scared.
No.
Is this
We have a coming up.
room still ongoing from yesterday?
We've got to go through like royal protocol.
Oh, no. I don't know.
The Emirati royal
What
family.
the fuck?
And after you start to do that, all the rules
Mayoral
and
and Buttercup hooked up,
you have
so
to
she
be
gave them
able to
details.
Oh, so he can open a room here.
Yeah, she
I
sucked
think
him
it's
off.
more security
He's
is
an
it?
Okay.
Americans, we love
Hey.
theater.
Hey, girl.
I don't
What
think
did
so.
you do?
One second. Civil part is not banned in this.
Oh, okay.
So it means
Yeah, especially
that the
after
room was still
9/11,
ongoing from
right?
yesterday.
Yeah, we
Or
love
it
it.
I
could be
can
that
remember like how it was
inherited it
before,
from
like when you
somebody
go to
who
the
opened it
airport and
earlier.
afterwards.
No, I opened it myself.
Oh, maybe,
It's
yeah.
a toilet.
Just
You open it yourself if you're not an admin.
People, you know.
I can open it myself.
TSA.
If I want to
I just found that they were
Storm?
dead inside.
What's the
Yeah.
question?
They were waiting for the order.
Did you like John?
Are you
Are you jealous?
You're the second person that cares about the TSA. I never heard about the TSA before until this app, but then you're the second person that mentions TSA.
Although I would far rather take the TSA over the Indian National Guard that run their security at the airports. My God, if you ever need something stolen, yeah, put it into your carry-on.
Instagram? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that news? We did that before we went to the airport.
My wife's Punjabi, so
We've had a real life experience with having the family over for 6 months.
and having to wait for 3 hours at the airport while the mum had packed an entire suitcase full of food.
Excuse me, tuna boy, but that is interesting. You are married to a Punjabi woman. Why did you call that guy a kike and say you are going to?
Yet again, John Kitover.
You know what's kind of crazy?
He normally doesn't come in my room, but I don't know. Maybe it's because of you. There's too many accounts anyway. You always find another way to come in.
He's like a John, we're worried about you. You doing okay, buddy?
This is an intervention.
It won't help.
John. Oh, yeah. No. Okay, no. Report.
Alright. Do you think that they should be
place on earth for Christian. Come on, it's a little exactly. Whatever.
We need couples.
Yeah, you have to recognize that it is a very significant place where really it's really.
You don't even need 40 bombs to like do that though. That's the crazy part. Like,
I know if you were actually trying to rip off the royalties that you get from streaming services, you do what they do in Thailand, where you just set up a bank of phone farms and just have them interacting with lots of different fake accounts. But realistically, AI has now got to the point where that era of the internet has largely been handled from an operations security point of view. They can spot that behavior a mile off, you know. So what actually happened with the TSA? Because I generally take that when the orange one says something that is, I know that it isn't. But at one point they were saying they were going to replace the whole of the TSA with ICE agents. It's almost like the guy is trying to bait social unrest in America, just as a power grab.
that makes a lot of sense because ICE agents is wild. Like that's, he's just like a salacious person, you know.
It's fine.
This is something above you. You should not interfere. I think you should leave communities alone and go on to other people that are going to allow this. No. I thought that in Jerusalem they do the same the same thing. Fine.
See photos from last year, and you can see exactly how it looks. It's completely different.
I'm not afraid of rainbows with that. I think that is always so over exaggerating. Yeah, she is.
No. She did.
Why does she kick me from every room? I thought this was supposed to be a church of butter.
So what's up, folks? What's happening? What's news today? Any updates? Any news?
Who are you?
Anything of excitement?
So when does it? Actually, I never went to. Wait, there's gonna be a gay parade in Jerusalem.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Every year there is.
No, I'm not afraid of rainbows. What the fuck?
Oh, walking Tel Aviv is amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah. I love Pride.
אני מכיר שיש מצד השרמוטות, נכון? שרמוטות, of course. But, and they raise awareness for rapists. I mean, not for rapists, but like again.
Rape victims. Yeah, we have one here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Slut Walk. It was an Amber Rose thing that actually kicked off the Slut Walk, and it's for like feminism and that sort of thing.
And they call it Slut Walk. Slut Walk.
Yeah, they went into LA.
It's like with that. Are you coming to the gay park parade in Tel Aviv? Probably not.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Have you read a book?
Yeah, I never went to it, but I know. Yeah.
Hello? Hello? I cleanse my rectal passageway prior to the event.
Absolutely.
So keep it clean just in case, JIC.
No, seriously, John, what happened in the room there, man? You got lambasted by that weird bird.
Yeah, they called me a kike and he was gonna slit my throat.
Nutcase.
Jeez, I hope his son has a happy pride. I mean, his daughter. I just want to know, is it okay to go to Pride Fest and offer heterosexual deconversion therapy treatment services?
What are you hiding?
It's a recorded room now.
That's bad.
You removed him. You're hiding something.
What was your question, though?
What?
Hiding something.
What was your question, though?
What? I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about.
The room of psychology is so weird and wild in here.
John, he's anonymous now. John, come on, another account.
John. He removed you again. Oh, cat dog is a simp. He removed you again. Oh, cat dog is a simp.
Yellow. Straight jackets all round. Who's it? Nora? Nora, you there?
Yeah, Michael, who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to know?
So,
No one.
Michelle,
Who was that? We're gonna find out. You know this, so you may as well just come out with it now. Find out. You know this, so you may as well just come out with it now.
Michelle,
Yeah,
how is the weather?
What's going on?
exactly.
Michael, what? I don't give a fuck about the weather in France right now. Michael,
Right.
what?
I was not talking shit about you, Yasmin. So stop.
I don't think you were. I think it's bigger than that. I think you were talking shit about somebody even you're more scared of. Because if you were talking shit about me, I probably would have known it by now. But the fact that you're trying to cover it up so much makes me think that you were talking shit about somebody you're genuinely scared of. And I have I have some theories on who those might be. But you really don't want us to know. There's a reason why. So you have every idea.
No, I don't.
Then why'd you remove John twice right before?
I never removed John.
Mm-hmm.
What you do, you kind of like wander a bit.
Because I'm messaging John.
Oh, you're so smart. Who was it? Just tell us. It's all over now anyways. You may as well just come out with it. You'll feel better. Come on. Who was it?
Hello.
Cindy.
Not right now.
Sorry. Actually, I just downloaded this app only. I'm first here. Congratulations. What is it? I don't know how to use this.
So wait, are you actually from Malta? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dirty.
Lower cap.
The north is nice though.
Well, very good, very good.
How are you?
I'm good, Baruch Hashem. What about you? Good. Toda Rabba for fighting the fight, you know. Keep on doing it. You're doing a great job. Right?
No problem.
I'm taking notes of you're incredible with your history.
Do you remember that guy at Barley that was on here? Do you guys remember Little Head Charlie?
No.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Little Head Charlie, he used to have like those crazy rooms. It's just like he'd say the most obscene things.
Yeah, with
And
an
he
Asian
got
face.
doxxed, and he was a Supreme Court, not a Supreme Court judge, but some sort of like leave everyone on.
That's awesome.
That's how I feel Canadian law is. I think that Canadian law is another case of this.
Oh my God, I'm definitely not a judge.
I think you might be a case of this though.
I'm not a judge, no, I'm not a judge. But I know he's not.
I can fucking racist on here. It was crazy, kid.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Alistair Crowley.
What's your question, love?
The question was, it's genius.
Okay, so the other day I was on TikTok and yesterday, and you were live streaming Cindy and Bow Wow having a conversation. And she asked him, did she reject you? And he was like, no, I heard something in the community. She thinks she's hot shit. Da, 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 da. Who are they talking about? Alistair.
Yeah, I mean, they were talking about some chick that Bronstein knows. I don't know. I don't think it's something.
No, you said that you were talking about Cindy.
See, I'm talking to you. Fucking Yasmin. It's not about you, you know that? It's not
I know it's not about me, because if it was about me,
You're
I would
making
have
it
it.
about
I
you.
think it's
You're
about
making
something bigger.
it all about you. Why do you
No,
make it
I don't
about
think
you?
it's about me. I think that
Always
you
think
should
it's
do
always
something
about
else.
you.
I don't think it's about me. I think it's about somebody else. I think you were talking shit.
No.
Somebody I don't want to say.
Bronstein fucked up using two conversations because the one that you're talking about is different. So Bronstein and I yesterday were in a private room. We were in a one-on-one talking shit about you, Lucy, and Cindy.
I wasn't talking. No. Don't put me in that, John. I never said
What
anything
about
about
your
it.
pussy pictures? And I said,
No.
Oh my God. Yasmin's pussy pictures for less than $100 a lady. $200 for the full set. And I was going to give you your 20% kickback that you want. So, it's all going to be kosher.
Michael, you're sick.
Michael, you're sick. Perfect.
You're sick. John, you're a sick motherfucker.
You're sick, Michael. Sorry, go on. Did you guys see Rose came in here? Ooh, Hamza.
I don't know what is wrong with her. Is something actually mentally wrong?
Bitch. What?
Something must be mentally wrong with her. And also, where did that horrible accent come from? Like,
What
is it the
accent?
product of Eastern Europe plus Israeli plus English? Like,
Oh,
what
Rose.
made her such a
No,
stupid,
I-
nasty character?
Ambrose is she has an Israeli accent.
No, she's got a communist Arab accent.
No, it's not. That might content of what she's saying.
What is communist accent? How do you get that?
By the thing that she's saying. Not the accent, content.
How's the content?
You said if you call her comrade, you think she'd appreciate it? Probably yes. Actually the Palestinian movement likes to use the word comrade. All the flotilla comrades and all the
It's all okay. And then look up this storm on the Winter Palace at the Red Revolution, the October Revolution is like the Leninist revolution or whatever. It's straight up Leninist shit. Hold on, let me find this thing I was looking at. Of Winter Palace. Because you remember they called it the storming of Winter Palace. Because you remember they called it the storming of Al-Aqsa Mosque. Yes. Good shit. It's like a communist thing.
God,
It's all commie shit.
that's
And then, yeah, it's like all of it's modeled off of the Leninist communist revolution of whatever this is, like, what year is this? I don't even know. 1920. And October 7th, Red October, Bloody Sunday, all these events happen, and October is like a very symbolic time, I guess, for commies. But yeah, it's a commie shit. Crazy. Being presented as done before us. And he felt he needed to protect his he was stealing water or something. Was it water?
Yeah. Brooklyn human. Give the facts.
No, but I think it put like my whole life on the line here to defend you guys. Seriously.
They had a video of him.
I mean, I don't have to do it, but it's like I'm not gonna talk bad if I don't feel anything bad, you know?
And they ran out the store, chased him down, and supposedly the father shot him, but I think the son shot him, and the father just said he shot him.
But either way, they got away with it. Yeah, what happened was,
What happened?
What's his name? Cyrus walked into the convenience store, you know.
Cyrus.
Obviously being racially profiled as soon as he stepped in there. The lady
Shit.
was watching him
Immediately
the whole
and
time.
instantaneously.
They told him to put the book bag at the front of the store, so he did. Then he went to the water bottles. He picked up a few water bottles, but then he put them all. Them running. Cyrus was running the entire time. He never did. But he was running the entire time. The sun was chasing.
Poor little Cyrus with his
The sun
guns.
like caught up to him, like was next to him as he was running after him. Cyrus got back up, started running again, fell again. I
Shit.
guess like a gun had came out of his pocket.
Oh no
And he
shit.
fell again.
Oh
And
shit.
so that's when the dad
Pops.
shot him after the son said that he had a gun. But the way that the bullet went into his body, they say that he was turned around and pointing at him when he shot him, but like when he was shot, like the bullet went through his back, up through like his chest, through his I believe lungs or something like that. And yeah, he got acquitted. They said that they said that the dad did not, I guess, have a gun. But the gun, they would have never known if the boy had a gun had they never chased him out the store. Like that's the whole thing. And he never pointed the gun at them. Like according to two witnesses that saw what happened. He never pointed the gun.
Quick question. You might have said it.
I looked up the Yelp reviews of this store and it says don't fuck with Mr. Chow. That's what the reviews on Google said.
Question. When I shoot someone in the back, it's preparing for your life.
The way that the
So I'm reading the sequence of events. They said, which there was witnesses that's in the store that said they didn't see a gun. So when he left the store, he started chasing him. He fell down, and he pointed the gun at him while he was on the ground. Got up and started to run, and the father shot him in the back.
Two witnesses said that he never. So that's what the
So
I guess like child
he
lawyers
never
are saying,
saw
but
that.
two witnesses say that they saw a gun. They never even saw him like turn around and point with anything in his hands. Like he was running away the entire time. And it just don't seem right. If he's 14, the man that supposedly shot him was 60, right? So I guess like the charge was murder or something like that. And it's harder to prove that like he intentionally killed Cyrus. You know what I mean? Like I can't explain it.
No.
But they should have tried that.
You have a 14-year-old with a gun.
Right. And the whole thing is that he had a gun. So like just because he had a gun, that made Mr. Child, I guess, like justified for killing. But I think somebody said in the chat, Mr. Child shot people prior to their death. Different people having businesses in our neighborhoods and not fucking with us. Like that shit is random verdict. That shit it did something to me. I don't know, that was crazy. You had Kat in the audience talking about
What? Or even reading about it when it first came out.
what do you mean?
It's just too many issues. It's too many issues. It's just too many issues. I wouldn't have been chasing no kid down. If he stole a goddamn water bottle, I would have called the police. You put yourself in danger, number one. But then,
Patty, you wouldn't even call the police. You would have carried the kid to fucking water.
no, I wouldn't. I'm not putting myself in danger, and I'm not putting that person in danger. I gotta make money. You can't just be so bad.
South Carolina.
The other issue I have is a 14-year-old having a weapon. So it's just a lot of things. It's just.
Thank you. Mr. Chow, I don't think was claiming self-defense. Just so people understand, Mr. Chow was arguing. He saw a gun pointed at his son, and so the defense argued that he had to make the decision of, he was defending his son because he said the gun that was shot. So for people saying, how can you be shot in the back and claim self-defense? He wasn't claiming self-defense. Okay, so this doesn't give any fodder to anything FBA say. Okay. The third thing is, my understanding is that they ran 100 yards from the store. That they were chased them 100 yards from the store. Very interesting. Fourth thing is no, it was not an all-white jury. I'm sure many people were, but it was actually racially mixed, of all ages and all genders. It's in Columbia, South Carolina. I just wanted to put those facts out. Those aren't expert facts. I just got those off the internet. I'll leave it there. I have an opinion, but I'm afraid to give it because I don't want to be accused of being an expert in my life.
Give the opinion, child. We know you're not an expert.
My opinion, I have two opinions. One on the case itself, I'm still working through, but I have a larger opinion. And I know many people won't like the opinion, but something is happening in America where people are forgetting that they're black. And a lot of young brothers don't have
I forgot.
models.
I forgot.
I forgot already. Conversation as it were. And I wish that people would have that conversation. But they won't. On the case itself, I think it's an utter tragedy. I think Mr. Chow, I think these store owners with these guns, while I understand why they have them, I think it is absolutely deplorable. This man has shot multiple people. I understand why they charged him with murder. I think a lot of silly takes, uninformed. So what happens? Oh, I overcharge. People use this. They don't know South Carolina law. When I was reading about the case, I looked it up. It makes perfect sense why they charged with murder, given the circumstances of the case, and that's what he was indicted for. And if you overcharge, you're gonna get out the margin with manslaughter. The manslaughter charge might have actually been proved. The man should have been convicted. I think it's obvious murder. It's obvious killing with intent. To my mind, now, I didn't sit in the case. I wasn't with the jury trial. I didn't get tuna melts, but from the outside looking in, that's just my opinion. But I see Adasa, what's happening right now, so before she can come up and tell me what I said that was wrong, or
I said, what is happening right now? You don't know what's happening right now. Come on. Why'd you lie?
no, you said no. If someone's speaking and you're saying what's happening right now, that means something they're saying you disagree with, or is confusing, or is
Because I was
silly, or whatever.
confused about your comment.
Yeah,
About
which part was it?
young brothers don't know that they're black. Like,
Yeah, because they don't have role models to tell them that such.
oh, yeah. Role model. Yeah. What can you
Yes, black men are failing young black men. Do you disagree?
But, like, in this case, what is that?
Because I'm talking about larger patterns of ways in which you navigate the country, especially in places like South Carolina.
Okay, so this is
And what I'm saying is they don't have people, men, teaching them what it means to be a young black man in America. But instead, they're sort of navigating the world on their own as young as men, but they're still boys.
And this boy is an example of that? Or?
Yeah, because he was carrying he was 14.
I'm just like chilling on his couch. And then the next day I moved to my next place, so I didn't really sleep about
That's like
and then I get to my old place and we finally get fucked in bed. after so long and it's in my bed. So I set up everything. I fold my clothes, put it in the closet.
Is it
Literally,
oh wow because you didn't hear
I
that
laid down.
detail? That's what I'm trying to find out. What was the
Yeah,
oh
she
wow?
was blindsided by that.
Brother, let her answer, please.
Don't talk to me like that, bro. Chill.
No disrespect to you, but I
Don't just chill. You're not my dad, bro. Chill.
I
Yeah, but I didn't.
black men to black boys. That's what I'm talking about. It's an internal conversation. But he doesn't disagree, so I'll invite him up too. Because oh wow, what? You don't think that? You think? I think I said automatic. Maybe it was semi-automatic. I apologize. Semi-automatic. I get it. So, you're saying oh wow that you think young 14-year-old boys should be walking around in the public sphere with semi-automatic pistols?
No, I don't agree with that, but I don't see how that comment is relevant here. He can go in
It's not relevant here. I said it's not relevant to the case.
Okay, so you just wanted to make a statement. Because it sounded like it sounded just like all the rhetoric
on the case of a man should be convicted for murder. People literally just want to argue. It's so stupid. I said it has nothing to do with this case, but as a general matter, there is a failure among black men with children that we need to have those conversations, or people need to have. I'm not having any conversations with anybody, but people should be having those what is oh wow or controversial about saying a 14-year-old boy of any race, but we're talking about a young black boy, is a boy walking around with a gun, a semi-automatic pistol, is not a failure somewhere. Systemic, parental, familiar, etc.
In Columbia, South Carolina.
Anywhere, but especially in a place like Columbia, South Carolina. I'm really talking about like in certain places. Yeah.
I mean, I just find it interesting how no one knew he had a gun until this man killed him, and then they found a gun on him. But
Oh yeah,
I guess.
I think it was definitely murder. I mean, the statute says with malice, just simply with malice, malicious intent, and it's clear if you chase somebody with a gun and you didn't know they had a gun for 100 yards for stealing water, that feels very malicious to me. But I'm just talking about.
No, I'm just saying. I have a different opinion about that gun, but it's fine.
But that's a different discussion. So I just want to know what's wrong about saying that black fathers and black men aren't doing well enough. But I guess everybody believes the CDC report.
You think the gun was planted?
I mean, I just find it interesting that the gun was there.
Did they explore
and
that?
All of a sudden, it's used to justify why he had to protect his son. But
Did the prosecution
never was seen
explore
on
that?
camera, never was mentioned beforehand.
Did the prosecution explore the gun?
They did.
I asked if the prosecution explored the origins of the gun.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know either, so that's why I'm asking.
They did.
And how did they do that?
Yeah, they did. They investigated. They determined it was his gun.
Oh wow, okay.
What did they say?
I'll try to find the transcript records, but the reporting said it was his gun.
Yeah, it says in the reporting, if
They
he
don't
did the gun, based on other reporting,
I didn't say it was planted. I'm just saying.
so they haven't released how he obtained it and who supplied it, but he did have a gun. And the gun had a laser sight on it.
Why would somebody with a gun run? Usually people with guns, are very old and not fearing. Why would he run with a gun? That just doesn't seem,
Why would someone steal a bottle of water?
He didn't steal the bottle of water.
He didn't.
The boy or the shooter? Who would run with a gun?
I don't think anybody with a gun would run from somebody else.
In
That's
this
the last
case,
time I did with a gun.
both people. He's 14.
Did you watch the video?
But what does that have to do with how a gun imbues you with confidence and fun?
Did you see the video? They chased him. He just looked back, and they were maybe five steps behind him. So first reaction, you gotta
People clutch when they're scared. They don't
create
run.
faith. You gotta create faith.
And people don't do that with guns.
So you can have time to get the gun.
Nobody does that with a gun. Every
every gun owner is practicing their quick draw, practicing their clutch, practicing their brandishing before it ever even happens. What does that have to do with it? Like, you think he doesn't practice fucking experience? I agree. He doesn't have any experience. I agree he doesn't have any experience shooting people, but I'm sure he has a ton of experience clutching his gun, holstering it, pulling it out, cock wrong then, right? If I make that quote assumption.
Right. So,
Yes, I have it in there.
okay, so let's go with that notion. He did not use all of that practice and all of that bravado that a gun can give you and a weapon and all of that. He did not send that energy towards the people that were chasing.
I have a question. Why do y'all think that because somebody has a gun or they've had training on how to use a gun, that they would know? Like, I don't know.
So where was the gun on him?
Yeah, so what?
Where was it? Was it in his bag? Was it in the bag?
Okay, go ahead.
Bag. You can't get it out that quick.
They said it fell out his bag. The gun fell out his
It
bag.
was in his bag. How you gonna get your gun hella quick in your bag?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold still. Everybody drop your mic. Thank you. All right. We can't do all this 50 mics at one night. Okay? We do that at night, not during the day. Thank you. So, one at a time. But I'm hearing a lot of loud voices. It's not just one. So if your volume is all the way up, can you please turn it down because your voice, whatever, might.
Hello?
Anyway, happy Thursday. I hope everybody's doing well. Thanks.
Yes, First Lady, the next one.
One second. Patty was talking, the host of the room, and y'all just stepped all over her. So please, just hold on for a second. Patty, can you please get it out what you were trying to say?
So Concrete was bringing up something about why he wouldn't do this, that, and the other. I don't understand why you think a 14-year-old, when we have people that fucking train with weapons, go through fucking 8 months of training where they go down range to clear a fucking building. Once they get into the heat of an action, can't even perform the way they're fucking supposed to perform. So you think a fucking 14-year-old would be like, okay, yeah, this is how I'm going to use the gun to protect myself. Or this way, I don't know what's going on here.
So you can disagree, and that's fine. But don't pretend it's strange.
It is strange, bro. A reasonable person.
Okay, all right.
A reasonable person.
I don't care.
So it's not about
So you can say it 76 times, and I'm still gonna hold to my opinion that it's strange that you're holding a gun and you're running.
It's because he doesn't understand.
Yes. I don't understand.
Because he's a fat nigga who talks on shit.
Oh, okay, all right. You sound gay. So it is what it is.
Was he holding the gun?
You're still mad about something, and you sound
No,
gay.
the gun fell out.
Exactly.
Going by the report, they said the gun fell out. I don't see it fell out. It's probably the big bag.
But that right there, the fact that they said that the gun fell out when he to the ground, that's saying that he didn't put
There's
the
more
gun.
to it, and I wasn't done. So they said when he fell to the ground, the gun.
It fell so hard to the point where I think the clip came out. So even if it fell so hard to the point where I think the clip came out. So even if that was the case, that doesn't make any sense. I think they're just saying that. And nobody else saw that. Only the son is saying that. Yeah, only the son is saying that. No other eyewitness saw him fall, pick up a gun, and do that.
And if it was in his bag, wasn't the bag secured in some way, i.e. a zipper? And so the idea, it just seems highly implausible that if it's in the bag, because initially I'm thinking it's on the waist for somebody to fall and for it to come out, but it's even less plausible that it was zipped, secured in a bag, he fell, and then the bag unzipped, unsecured, or the other alternative was he has a book bag that's like a open top, one of the purses that women have where it doesn't close, it's just open. And if that's the case, then we could easily see the book bag that he had. And if it is a zipped bag, then This absolutely doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's
But it
very
is what it is.
convenient that all of a sudden this man who has history of shitty patrons now has a justifiable reason that a gun appeared and he was threatening his son and he had to defend him. I think it's very convenient. That's all I'm saying. Well, I don't.
Wait, is that it? No more crying and whining and that's so crazy.
No need to.
No. Nobody said anything when they was fucking jumping on my neck for this point.
No. People went every day.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, you don't care. Cool.
I don't care about it.
Where you all getting the information that the gun was in the bag?
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
And what do you mean by in the bag? I can pull a gun and it still end up in the bag. Like, I don't know, where are people getting this information from? I heard somebody mention it. That's why I mentioned
No, we're talking about where. If you hear somebody mention it, then that's not part of the story. The only thing we know is that a gun fell. The clip did separate, but even with the clip separating from the gun, nobody's paying attention to what falls out on the ground. Y'all gotta be in the heat of fucking movement, and y'all would understand. But regardless of the fact, the dude murdered him. He killed him. That's it. But the thing that I'm always gonna go back to is we gotta like. Kids shouldn't be, especially his ass don't live in fucking Aiken, South Carolina, where he's fucking shooting, wherever the fuck they got there, raccoons or whatever. He lives in Columbia, South Carolina. Gotta be more comfortable with our kids.
Yeah, that's the deep south. There's a bunch of evil, racist people down there.
People have said the gun was in the bag. Concrete was saying it, but he was following from somebody. Somebody's phone. So people who said it was in the bag, where is it? I can't find the gun was in the bag. Where can I find it? I don't see it anywhere. Think that ever happened?
Yeah, I don't see it either.
All right. So we had a detour about.
Oh, you angry?
I heard there was two witnesses that said that they didn't see you hold the gun. Well, out. And the prosecutor didn't do it. Just to add, because maybe he didn't want to. But that's my own conspiracy theory.
Something that I was reading earlier is that the prosecutor didn't, I don't know if you guys talked about this, didn't introduce extra charges like manslaughter, which normally in a situation like that, murder might be the top thing, but they would include like lesser charges that the jury could actually say that, you know, he committed manslaughter. But by not putting that on there, it was either basically like all or nothing, which is not normally.
Why? So based off the facts of the case, is the facts of the case murder or manslaughter? You just can't give people lesser charges because they're easier to prove. So have you looked up the South Carolina statute on the different manslaughter and murder? Author.
This is what the article. No,
I was asking.
yes, I didn't look it up. I just read the article. I'll put the post link to the article, and they were talking about normally in these kind of situations, even in South Carolina, they include the lesser charges.
Take somebody down with a gun that you hadn't seen for 100 yards. Normally, they would charge manslaughter. Okay.
No,
Can you give us cases?
in the situation of murder.
All right, Frank.
I'll post link to the article and then I'll send that to you. You guys can see.
Got it. I got it.
So I can see the weapon was discharged in the store, in the area of the store. So 100 away from the store, the shooter is saying that he felt like I'm confused, right? Because if you're in the store, you're around the store, cool. But the threat is moving away from you, and you decide to pursue the threat. Well, it's not even a threat. If somebody's moving away from you, they don't pose a threat.
Yeah, I don't know. I said I would have called the police. Then they would have discovered he didn't fucking steal water. Then they might have found a weapon on him. Then his parents would have probably had to go to some classes with the child. That would have been it. Like, I don't know. I'm not chasing nobody down, put my life in danger, or somebody else's life in danger.
Like the scenario I gave the other day in the road raging incident, where there was a gentleman clearly in front of us, and clearly I just saw it as a threat, and I just visualized that we had no winds, that this person in a darkened vehicle, right, tinted windows, if we were to, continue to engage, he would get out his vehicle and shoot at us, literally. And so I instructed everybody to shut the fuck up, slow down, and just get out the way, right? So yeah, it's like, so I think, and if this individual shot other people before, he has a history of this, so he has an experience of it, like, so this just doesn't sound, it sounds odd to me. It just sounds odd to me.
So,
Did they allow him to plead down? Was that a possibility?
I'm finding little about this.
It wasn't, because the prosecutors, so in the statute, it's manslaughter, it has to be in the quote, sudden heat of passion. It would have been it's very
I think there's
difficult.
voluntary and involuntary. But
I'm reading the statute.
yeah, I know that's the voluntary manslaughter statute.
And so,
But I think there's an involuntary.
At least of 100 yards.
I'm not saying he should have. I think he should have been convicted of murder.
I
don't know how he
wasn't.
wasn't.
Because now the debate's on the charge. So I'm trying
But
to
I'm
figure
saying that
out.
you can plead down.
So,
like,
you don't accept the plea down.
and
But what if
he
he
was
wanted to
available
plea
now.
down?
I don't know.
Wait a minute, did he want to plea down?
I don't know.
So
I don't know any, like,
okay, so
I
so
don't
you're
know
making
what
it normal.
anyone is
Okay, cool. Yes, one can plea down. But people are saying Arthur came up and said, which we knew somebody would, that they should have done manslaughter. I'm looking at the statute. The statute has a quote, sudden heat of passion. Chasing a nigga, excuse me, I apologize, the boy died. Chasing a person down 100 yards is sudden with a gun, and you hadn't seen his gun, is a heat of passion. Oh my
No,
God.
I'm saying the other one would be
I'm not asking you, I'm asking Arthur or other people that are saying that, because the manslaughter murder thing is different from state to state. This is in their statute. I'm reading it. So if I chase somebody down with a gun, I didn't see a gun. I thought he stole 4 bottles of water. I run after him. He gets shot in the back after 100 yards. How do I go to a grand jury to get an indictment that that's a sudden heat of passion? Arthur.
Again, I am not a lawyer. What I'm simply bringing to the table was the fact that it wasn't introduced, which normally in a murder case, the lesser charges are included. That's all that the article was basically saying.
If applicable.
It's not, I'm asking how is it applicable?
It wouldn't
Rape
be
is
that
a lesser charge. Grand theft larceny is a lesser charge. Child abuse is a lesser charge. Agree. They're not applicable. So I'm asking, how is a voluntary manslaughter in the heat of passion applicable? That's what I'm asking. Based off the fact that he shot him in the back. And someone's talking about stand your ground laws. I don't know what is stand your ground. In fact, the person speaking, I don't know, he should have been blocked a long time ago. I don't know why he's even speaking in here. I don't like that guy.
That's in Florida. Like, it's stand your ground.
One second, Rambo. 1 second. Many states have stand your ground. Arthur, I'm asking you or anybody else, because I'm actually trying to learn. Everybody always talks about, and before you came in, I said someone's going to come in and do it, and you came in about 3 minutes later and did it. Why do people simply assume, because somebody is killed, and they think manslaughter easier to prove, usually it is, it's always applicable in a quote like this? That's what I'm asking.
there are 2 manslaughter charges. There's the voluntary one, which is the one you read, and there's the involuntary one. Because the jury apparently was struggling with the malice part, he could have been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
It would have to
the
be
reckless
available.
killing of another.
It would have to be available.
It is available.
You know, the prosecutor didn't include it. That was the
I don't know anything about the negotiations in the
prosecutor and the
You
defense.
just said it was available. If you said it was available, explain to me how it was available.
Because it's a reckless killing, a homicide.
You obviously don't understand.
The prosecutor included
I got cookies and I got wafers asking for crack.
because the prosecutor didn't put it as a lesser charge,
You
Ada.
have to have it as a lesser charge, or it would have had to be part of a plea. Was
Like,
there
they
a
can
plea?
plea down anytime during trial. So I don't know.
So they can put down a
Yeah, they have to accept it. The prosecutor would have to accept the plea.
the
Was there a plea? That's why I'm asking you. Was it available? No, it was not.
The conversation about whether they offered involuntary manslaughter as an option,
Yeah, you're right.
I have not read anywhere. So, and neither have y'all, because I literally just looked this up. And there's no conversation, there's no report on that. So I don't know if the prosecution brought that as an option or not. But clearly,
It's automatically an option, and he was acquitted of them. That's what I'm telling you guys.
It didn't fit.
In South Carolina, it's already available. So at trial in South Carolina, I thought everybody followed the Murdoch case. Maybe I apologize. I thought everybody South Carolina murder was a Murdoch case. Let me just explain it.
okay, explain it.
If you charge somebody with murder at trial, the jury can convict them for manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. They acquitted him on all charges, inclusive of those. That's why I said someone's going to come here and say, well, why did they charge him?
Come here and tell good fine black people.
Yards and shooting in the back. So they thought they could get the murder trial. He was convicted of all things.
woke up this
I'm
morning,
not convicted.
saw one of our video.
Acquitted of all things.
If the water bottle don't fit,
Wait a minute.
you must acquit.
Well, actually, I don't know if that's true, because that's from Facebook. So I'm looking at the law. This is a mess.
This is a mess.
This is a mess.
This is a mess.
No, they didn't.
As a normative matter, in South Carolina, it's inclusive.
As a normative matter, of course. But of course.
I'll think out loud.
But of course.
I don't know why I'm getting thumbs down. You don't know anything about it either.
Because, well, y'all are saying things that have not been reported.
I'm not talking about the reporting. One second. I'm not about the reporting. I'm talking about the law. I'm not talking about the reporting. I
I'm
just read
talking
the
about
law.
the law.
Huh?
I'm talking about the law. I'm
So then
saying
what are you talking about what's been reported? I'm reading the statute.
because somebody
One
asked
second,
me
one second.
the process.
I'm not, what reporting was I talking about? One second. What reporting was I talking about?
I was talking about when I was having a conversation with one of the moms. She like, has the prosecution offered that as a lesser charge? I don't know. That hasn't been reported. I'm not going to say yes, but I'm saying that they most
Available. I'll tell you why.
it is. How are you going to? Okay.
Tell you why. Because they agreed to make it not available. The prosecution and the defense did not make it available.
So they
In pre-trial. Never mind. I'm just trying to read. I'm reading from the New York Times. I'm trying to give the room and me and you information to have an informed conversation. But you just want to talk. I'll just shut the fuck up. You can just explain to us.
Yeah, so my comments were coming from if I were on the jury, what would I be asking while we were deliberating? That's and some people are coming from the legal perspective, some people are coming from different perspectives. And so being that I don't know the details of the case based on what I'm hearing,
I would bring the jury and have to deliberate on this. Those are the things I would probably send notes to lawyers or whoever for certain questions. I don't understand conceptually how a person running away at 100 yards is a threat.
All right. Well, you could be running away, Rambo, and point at somebody else, and then somebody else can shoot you from him. You can be a threat to other people. Again, in the facts of the case, the man's son, Andy Child, said he was threatened. All right?
The name is Congressman. The second of great Congressman, the grand champion of the Order of Light. Mortal Kombat.
You're not a criminal.
Talent will only get me so far.
Everybody thinks this is a Kitover.
Good stuff. Yeah, maybe your Arcana's getting your cake by a hat.
Will come up and tell you.
Congrats to all.
Oh, I do criminal law, so I mean, he's been legal, someone else can.
You gotta get out of there.
I'm gonna kill you.
Which ones?
All of them!
Second warning.
You gotta get out of there.
I'm gonna kill you.
You say you can't run your job. Let me tell you something important.
Right to that shit all day.
I think you say on for that.
I'm sleeping nights.
People would have been equally upset. Oh, he only got 3 years. He chased them. He didn't see the gun. All the things that we talked about beforehand. I can understand the reasons.
I'm not sure that the jury, like, they have to weigh what charges are on the table. If you put murder, oh,
So,
Go ahead, Pearlie.
This is devastating, honestly. It's not surprising, but it's devastating. If they don't explicitly say that the lesser included charges are included in what they are able to, like, on the verdict form, it includes very specific questions and all of the options that the jurors have for how they want to find someone, if they want to hold them accountable, etc. This is bad, but I think this also just goes to the idea that, blackness is a threat, regardless if they're running away or not.
Hold on 1 second before we get to that. So, I'm asking anybody, can we get off of the personal thing? I'm asking a question. If we can only talk to each other, where you think I'm insulting you, then I just won't ask you any questions. I'm literally asking, how can you argue for a murder trial?
It's because of the elements of involuntary manslaughter. So if you were arguing that there was criminal negligence or recklessness, and it was in the commission of an unlawful act, but it's not premeditated, or in this case, he didn't say there was an intent to kill and cause serious bodily harm, which would be stupid if you shoot someone and intend to cause serious bodily harm. But that is the rationale to justify saying, okay, well, they did involuntary manslaughter. So,
I'm sorry, say that again. I don't know.
that creates
on excessive risk of death for bodily harm during the citizen service credit. I don't usually, I can't give the time someone convicted of a sentence and they say just criminal negligence, but I
want you to stop.
Any girl that wants
This is very interesting.
the mayor of Chicago.
After we see this first month.
For sports.
Let's stop right there.
Cyrus is dead. Let's get back to the NBA.
I think there was one time when it was a police officer and they said they intended to use their taser instead, but I don't think it worked. But I think that was, I don't know, but that does come to mind.
Okay, so a cop, he could use a taser. Doc, can you think of any? This is like a non-police shooting.
I mean, there's
the
like
use of a gun.
where someone's like
You got him photographed.
shooting or hunting and then they accidentally shoot someone. They could argue negligent homicide. You said not a. You said okay, not a.
I'm not even facing a person, like in the circumstance of life. Not I was cleaning my gun. I mean, come on, you know.
I mean, that would be. I mean, plenty of people have been convicted for that reason. So, but I'm not even arguing.
I'm saying with similar circumstances.
Okay, no, because I'm not even arguing that he should have been charged with involuntary. I think he should have been convicted of murder. But
I got it. But hold on, just stay right there because we're trying to learn. Just y'all move too fast for us. Y'all are the experts. So you're saying that, and I'm so you guys are saying that somebody said Oscar Grant. Wasn't he shot by the police?
Yes.
Okay, so why?
No, that's the one where his defense was he thought it was a taser.
Yes.
I just why I mentioned that.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought you were another example. Oh my God, cool. So.
Fuck!
So the criticism that Arthur was offering and Adam was giving expert fodder to was the prosecution should have included voluntary or involuntary manslaughter.
I think as far as I know, I posted it. A lot of times prosecutors will put lesser charges just so that the jury. Yes.
This is between them. Let them have.
I'm asking them if that's what they're saying. So you guys are saying that voluntary or involuntary or both, which one should have been included?
Involuntary would have been, because voluntary is a very specific type of situation. Like, it's very rare that people bring that type of charge.
Which one? Voluntary?
Voluntary, which is the heat of passion murder. That's right. Like walking in on like your spouse cheating and you kill them.
Right.
Wait, I thought that was second degree.
All right, y'all keep going.
But involuntary, since the jury was struggling, I heard, I don't know where people are reading this, but the jury was struggling with the malice element. If that was the case, if they really had a problem with that, then involuntary manslaughter would be the next charge. I think that would be something that he could easily be convicted of. But I think he should have been convicted of murder.
Wait, before you go to that, let's just say on the law, before we get to our opinion, this is interesting. Y'all just want to editorialize and be funnies. And so it says here, we read the statute. This is the statute from 2021. With regard to the crime of involuntary manslaughter, criminal negligence is defined as the reckless disregard of the safety of others. A person charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter may be convicted of showing a criminal negligence as defined in this section. The person convicted of involuntary manslaughter must be imprisoned not more than 5 years. And so people wanted this included.
Yeah, that does make it.
Why is Eagle Hawk in here? Eagle Hawk.
I don't think any would work because he was clean. That's the issue. He was claiming basically self-defense. So probably would have
I mean,
gotten.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still trying to find out outside of we want to get something out of it. Outside of that, take that to the side. I don't see how voluntary or involuntary manslaughter applies here.
I don't think it does either.
Well, yeah, because he murdered the boy.
No. Outside of that, just outside of that, just based off the facts of the case, chasing somebody down, chasing down like Adrian Peterson when he broke away from the Green Bay Packers Week 3, 2012. He ran 100 and some yards, kept going Bo Jackson style. Shot him in the back. Somebody who had shot multiple people before. I don't see how voluntary, involuntary manslaughter applies here. Outside of, we need to get any charge. I really don't.
There's a couple of cases that come to mind.
One second, Ambassador, you gotta let the attorney speak and or author. Or go ahead, you let me go Katrina speak. 1 second before you change the case of past perspective.
Wait, who's
Because this is gonna. What? Wait, what? I couldn't hear y'all speaking. What you say?
Who's an author?
Or Arthur. He's in Harlem. He's a New York author. I don't know his last name. They go to Arthur. Yeah. He's the person that introduced the topic. Arthur.
People are high too early in the fucking day.
So who thinks they should have charged with manslaughter? And which one? Because I don't see how any of these apply under South Carolina law.
Your next breakdown
Is
could
that
cost
the argument
thousands.
you haven't done? I will mandate
Inflation, so we are
manslaughter
increasing
charges
supply,
by the malice.
whether it is energy or services. So
Not
that
asking
is
you.
why
That's
core
what I'm
inflation
asking them, to try to
is down
understand.
more than 0.5% since President Trump came in.
One of the things we're talking about in the budget committee with Chairman Arrington is a resolution that would set a goal for Congress to get to support growth. You've talked about this. You've set a goal of wanting to be at the deficit percentage of GDP, starting with 3 by the end of the administration. I wonder if you could talk about the importance of that goal as well in just a few seconds I have remaining.
Yes, sir.
President Trump launched his illegal war in Iran. You've repeatedly assured Americans that higher prices would be temporary. In March, you said Americans should expect only 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Secretary Besson, it's been almost 100 when it comes to skyrocketing gas prices. A month later, Americans are still searching for the relief you promised, more than double at the. In reality, for the first time in 3 years, inflation is outpacing Americans' wages, and Americans' saving rate has dropped by half since last year. And just yesterday, before the Senate Finance Committee, you again characterized inflation as a short-term blip. Recently, President Trump proudly claimed that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation when it comes to the war with Iran. So I want to ask you, Secretary Besson, do you agree with President Trump that you also do not care about Americans' financial situations?
Congresswoman, who was the president during World War I?
Can you,
No,
are you refusing to answer my question?
No, I'm asking who was the president during World War I?
I don't know, but clearly you are not answering my question.
World War I was. Well, let me
So
tell
I'm
you.
clearly getting the idea that you do not want to answer whether you agree with President Trump that you do not care about Americans' financial situations.
President Trump does care about Americans' financial situation.
Well, he actually said that he doesn't.
That is a truncated thing, like everything is. That he is future-proofing, because I can tell you, Americans' financial situations would be devastated if Iran got a nuclear weapon and there was a permanent shutdown of the flow of energy out of the Middle East.
Well, then let me ask you, what's your prediction?
And I promise you that
I'm taking my time back.
I will
What's
promise
your
you that
prediction?
President Woodrow Wilson, who was president during World War I, that the Germans did not attack us. That he got into that. It was,
Or you're not answering the question, so let me ask this.
And I guarantee
What's
you,
your prediction that Americans
Woodrow
will face
Wilson thought the
only 50 days of temporary elevated prices wrong? You said that Americans would face only 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Was that wrong? Since actually, of course, we're at 100 days now.
How much have gasoline prices come down for the peak? 7%. Crude prices are down more than 20, and gasoline prices follow crude prices.
Well, then reclaiming my time.
Those are inconvenient facts.
Reclaiming my time. Gas prices are up by 50% since Trump war started, and up nearly 30% from last year. Diesel and jet fuel prices have risen even faster because refining markets are strained. Utility costs have soared due to higher natural gas and fuel input costs, and that means commutes, home heating and electricity, airline tickets, and delivery are all more expensive. And how about grocery prices? They jumped more in April than they did in nearly 4 years since when Biden was president. Beef is up by 15% and 5% compared to 3 months ago. And it's those lower income households that are hardest hit by Trumpflation that are forced to cut back on spending. Excuse me, it's my time, but I know that it is hard for a billionaire like you to imagine how these lower income households would be hit by inflation. In fact, Trump said he couldn't care less about higher car prices for Americans. Do you agree with that statement?
I believe that
hey, you're gonna want to hear this. Credit Karma is dishing the truth on your credit scores and what they need. Most people don't know VantageScore is the only model created by the 3 major credit bureaus and used by 9 out of the top 10 banks. Credit Karma checks Equifax.
The basket is up 2.5%. During the Biden era, it was up 5%.
Well, you paint such a rosy picture.
5% a year.
But I think Americans are not experiencing this rosy picture that you paint. They are asking, are my wages keeping up with costs? Can I afford the things that my family needs? And I'm afraid the answer is no.
I'm afraid you're incorrect because we had real wage increases every month since President Trump took office, except for the month of April. So I know the facts don't align with your narrative. But please, you're entitled to your opinion.
Your narrative is not lining up with what Americans are experiencing right now.
You're entitled to your opinion, not your own facts.
I am not.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Great to be here.
And I can see you're talking a lot about the facts. The facts are, is during the 4 years of Joe Biden, we had a 25% increase in prices. No way did the wages keep up during that time. The highest gas prices we've seen in the last decade were under Joe Biden, but my colleagues have gotten amnesia. But almost a year ago, Mr. Trump signed the working family tax cuts into law, implementing the largest tax increase in American history. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your hard work and for your partnership in getting that across the finish line. A huge part of the working family tax cuts was making permanent many provisions of the 2017 TCJA, including eliminating the lockout effect, encouraging companies to bring intellectual property and profits back to the United States, lower rates for all Americans, the passage of small business deduction, and immediate expensing provisions, all of which have been proven to drive tremendous growth and job creation. Prior to last year, the lack of permanency in these policies hindered economic growth and job creation. But thanks to the working family tax cut, businesses now have the certainty they need to plan, grow, invest, and create jobs here in America. I now want to shift focus to the expensing of factories, which is a new pro-growth tax policy in the working family tax cuts. After the passage of TCJA, bonus depreciation allowed businesses to deduct the full cost of equipment and machinery immediately, but the factory building that housed the machinery had to be depreciated over a much longer 39-year schedule. This created a major gap in U.S. tax policy. Manufacturers could quickly recover the cost of machines, but the cost recovery for the enormous capital investments in the physical capacity, and in fact they have. We see that, we hear about it, we read about it. Those are the facts. Following the passage of the working family tax cuts, 52% of manufacturers next 4 years. Mr. Secretary, my first question is, last year I asked you about the importance of this provision, and you said that expensing for factories in a way puts us on a level playing field with countries that heavily subsidize their industries. And as you know, this provision expires at the end of 29. Do you believe this provision should be made permanent or extended to continue incentivizing the expansion of U.S. manufacturing capacity and job creation? And then also, in your response, could you also talk about what this does for your 333 plan and how that's part of the integration of that?
I think we should extend or make it permanent. I was able to go and visit Winnebago in Minnesota And they told me that because of the expensing, they were on the fence on whether to do a battery project for their RVs in Florida to build a factory. But because of the full expensing of equipment, full expensing of structures, they were doing it. And I think we are seeing that again and again. But Congressman, what is very important here, and I don't think people really understand, we are creating productive capacity here. And productive capacity is what generates future tax revenues. So you get the immediate hit to taxes now, but then you create an accelerated stream of income that is much higher, a multiplier effect after that. I call it the slingshot effect. So for 1 or 2 years, I think we're going to see this burst of factories and manufacturers that were encumbered under the Biden administration. And I think going forward, we're going to see a breakout in corporate income tax receipts.
Mr. Secretary, I think what you're describing, it shows the ignorance of the critics of this policy, because it's very easy to shut down a building or a facility, but much more difficult to rebuild something and re-staff it to move businesses back from abroad. So I applaud you. We're going to build it, and they are going to come. And then one final question. I have significant concerns on third-party financing of litigation in the United States, particularly regarding the tax treatment of these profits derived from it. And currently, these financiers are claiming capital gains treatment, and is, and best, highly questionable that unadjudicated claims of earned constitute capital assets. This activity is distorting our judicial system and turning our court system into a casino. And I would really love for your team at the IRS to work with me and look into how we have this tax treatment of this practice.
There are coming in and coming up the works and sponsoring these lawsuits in our system and paying no taxes. And paying no taxes. So I look forward to working with you on this. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mrs. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here today. I found it a little disturbing, the animosity and lack of decorum from some of the members of this committee. Common courtesy takes us a long, long way. I'm a lifelong small businesswoman, and I want to emphasize the importance of working with business-minded leaders rather than career politicians who may not fully understand the real harm that bad policy inflicts on everyday Americans, especially back home in my state of West Virginia. The working families tax cuts provided much relief to our families, our farmers, and our small businesses across the $100, and it restored it back to the proven standard of $20,000 and 200 transactions. Can you speak to how much of an effect that this policy had on the tax filing of our hardworking Americans?
Well, I thought that it was one of the most frivolous things that have been done. And you were going to create this paperwork for small businesses. Many of them, they have service businesses and a record low business people involved with the administration. And if they viewed the business
response following Miss Sewell's questions, and I now recognize the gentlelady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you promised the American people that the big, beautiful bill would lead to big economic boom for the American people. In a statement you made on July 3rd, 2025, after the passage of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, you said that the $1 billion in government revenue. However, the most recent GDP data shows that the economy barely grew in the last quarter of 2025 at a rate of only 0.5% and continues to fall below expectations in the first quarter of 2026. Time and time again, told the American people not to believe their own eyes or what's in their bank accounts. While families have been hit with higher costs from Trump's illegal tariffs and his costly war on a war of choice in Iran, this administration continues to insist that the economy is thriving. The reality, sir, especially for the folks that I represent in Alabama, is that you forecast a 5.4% growth in GDP for the fourth quarter 2025 and only delivered a 0.5% growth. The reality is that wages have fallen behind rising inflation and that job growth dramatically slowed down since Trump took office. Mr. Secretary, I'm asking you rhetorically the following questions. I ask you, why was your analysis so wrong? And I'm asking you rhetorically, since you've shown yourself not to be able to answer questions on this side. So let me try to answer it. Could it be that the illegal tariff or the cost of the war of choice in Iran were the reasons why your analysis was off? Whatever the reason, I want you to know that the people that I represent in Alabama are hurting under this economy. Prices in Alabama have fallen by 3.6% over last year. Energy prices are up 18%, and
I'm asking you a question rhetorically. That means don't fucking answer it.
Since President Trump took office. In addition, the Iran war has cost American households over $100 billion. Grocery prices are rising faster than any time in the last 4 years, and gas is over $4 a gallon in Alabama, where last year it was only $3 a gallon. Mr. Secretary, this economy under this administration is failing the American people, and we can and must do better. My second question, or my second topic I'd like to discuss is what's going on. Sir, I haven't asked you one single question. Mr. Chairman, I asked to reclaim my time. I'm not asking him a question. I'm stating facts.
You're not stating facts, you're stating opinions.
Mr. Secretary, Black and brown Americans feel like they are under attack by this administration. President Trump has ordered state legislators across the country to redraw maps to dilute Black political representation. Moreover, Trump has weaponized the DOJ to go after groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center because of the work that they've done to expose white supremacy groups that are often supporters of President Trump. I am asking you, sir, that if the IRS plays a role in these cases, I ask that you ensure that the IRS is not improperly influenced by the president or this administration during the duration of that case. And I trust that you will make sure that that does happen. Lastly, Representative Davis and I sent several letters to the IRS, and I think that Representative Davis, during his questioning of you, asked you about it. This most recent tax season was the first time that the president signed an executive order in September of last year that ceased paper refund checks from being issued. And I understand in your response to Mr. Davis, you said that 95% of those that receive their refunds get them electronically. Well, I represent the 5% that do not have access to electronic repayment. Those folks need paper checks and they need their refunds now. I trust that this administration will do all that it can to make sure that all Americans, irrespective of whether they're unbanked or have access to electronic payment, that they get their refunds. And Mr. Davis asked a question that you didn't answer, but I'd like to answer it for you. We're asking that you and your office, that the Treasury Department, work with us to make sure that our constituents get their refund checks.
I will commit to do that.
Thank you, sir. I yield back the balance of my
That
time.
was the first I seen. And to be clear, that number 5.4% was the Atlanta Fed GDP now, and I know that's inconvenient. So,
Thanks. As announced, the committee will stand in a 5-minute brief recess.
I wake in pieces on the floor, stone by stone, I know me more. One sharp corner, one cracked light, 1,000. I chase the mirror into mirrors, every thought.
I am the charioteer of these. Lord, pass the I see my mind on resurrection. My birth is from the house of death. Only true divine hearts upon your miracles. Who can watch over the universe? Can you come by the beer to the house of rest? Who pilots the ship of the Lord and sing words to the heights of heaven?
understand my point. You understand my point. But it doesn't get to the core of my argument. Doesn't matter because I've addressed your argument and you don't understand my argument and my argument's better than yours. You acknowledge that right now. Either we claim that we live in a naive race blind world, or we operate that we live in a race that has racial biases or preferences or attitudes. And obviously operating in my world is way better than operating in your world. Better outcomes, better methods, better fucking ideas, everything. The world that we live in is a world much closer to the world that I just explained, where the voir dire process.
So the question should be: would you rather have a juror, regardless of who it is, be more sympathetic, or opposed to presume innocence?
Great point, Mr. Finley.
I love that. Here's I don't listen. Let me be blunt, right? Because the system. Anything the system is supposed to lead. The system is supposed to lead on innocence. You have to prove guilt. And the way that a lot of people, when they talk about stuff, lean on guilt.
Presumed guilt.
You gotta cloaked in innocence. It's cloaked in innocence. Because wait, let me finish. Mr. Finley killing y'all, man. That's why y'all keep This is why I'm talking about a jury of diversity, because you have to presume innocence. If the state has the burden to prove that they're guilty, we don't go in and prove it that they're innocent. That's not how it works.
Well, you wouldn't know that. The point that you're arguing for now, to be fair, I'd say Florida free, all the people who generally squat, I don't know about Florida, to be honest. The people who I generally don't side with are right about is that essentially what you're trying to do is import a bias that is in favor of the position you hold. But for people that don't hold that position, like imagine if like what we were doing was saying like, oh, we need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the trial for like, let's say it's a majority black area, like somewhere in Georgia. We need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the jury. Everyone will be like, no, that's ridiculous. Like, no, but for diversity's sake, no, you want bias in favor of the person that you think is innocent. But like for most people who've analyzed this case to be like, actually, the kid is guilty. It's like, no, like why would you want people essentially who are going to be biased?
So all right.
I'll go to you, Kyrie. Go ahead.
That's what we're arguing for.
Hold on. So basically, what you're saying is there is 2 people here that are being evaluated, and when we evaluate one, it's a white person who is no longer with us, black person who is with us. And what you're saying is the more apropos, fair, balanced, objective route is to have a white person on the jury.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm saying there is a black person.
One second. All right, good. If you're not saying that, then I'm going to offer the alternative. Right? Alternative, yeah, so I'm glad you're not saying that, because that would be ridiculous, right? Because we can clearly see how they could be like blinded by the fact that one of their own has been slain. Now, the alternative is that this person is not have an antipathy towards blacks. They have actually a resident, or they have a just you would say sympathy. Thank you. Yeah, they have I think jury who have more understanding as opposed to less understanding.
No, of course but
they need understanding. Okay, cool.
A blind person.
They don't need an understanding of
Another reason why you need diverse juries is because the word reasonable is a big word. It is one of the most common used words in laws and statutes. I'm gonna illustrate my point. When I was with this anecdote, when I was a beat cop, I shared this story many times. We were walking through a neighborhood, and there were several young black teenage males loud on the basketball court, arguing with one another. He thought that a reasonable response would be
So we're just gonna have people come in here. I guarantee they're gonna come up here
And I said,
both
no, that doesn't look like a fight at all. That doesn't sound like a fight at all.
It's way
Are you looking at 4x4.com again?
Right?
Never cease to amaze me how they want to say
they're not fighting at all. They're arguing with
First of
Ron,
all,
Jordan, or Jordan and Kobe.
there's one person that's in the audience that says the same thing to us.
When you're looking at a juror and you're talking about someone's actions, whether or not they are reasonable, culture freaking matters. It absolutely matters. And so, in the example of the KKK person, yes, I'm going to rule. Yes, if I could put 3 KKK members on a jury with a KKK member that was on trial and to pursue justice, absolutely, because they're gonna understand culture. They're gonna understand what is reasonable in that person's action, and they're going to be able to educate. They're going to be able to educate and they're going to be able to educate when deliberating on the facts of the case, because that's their job, to deliberate the facts of the case, right?
Exactly.
And if you have someone that has no inkling of the culture or the perspective of the person and how they're responding, you can't make the determination that if what they're doing is reasonable or not, because you don't understand. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
I know
Y'all are disgusted by reality.
I know y'all heard me call next like several times already. So I'm just gonna jump in now. I called it next at the concrete. I'll check this again. I called next at the concrete. And Philly went. I'm just gonna jump in right now. All right, look. So the argument that they're making is it's actually one of the worst arguments that I've heard. It's something like this. So I'm gonna give a random number. I'm gonna choose the number 100. So there's 100 people, 100 PS. It's gonna be in a paper. It's gonna be in the form of the paper. This is the hypothetical. You give them a paper. You have to score at least an 80 or above in order to be applicable to be a part of the jury. Okay. All right. So 100 people show. It doesn't matter how many blacks are there, how many whites are there, how many browns are there, how many yellows are there. That would be in this group of 100 people. All right. One of the questions are, will you be biased? And everybody who answers, yes, I'll be biased, you automatically lose 21 points. So if it's the case that every black, every brown, every yellow, every color you could think of besides white says, yes, I will be biased, you guys are saying it doesn't matter that they're going to be biased. We should remove that. It openly said that she's biased. We want a diverse group of people. This is terrible line of reasoning.
What's terrible is that you think that people are gonna be honest about their bias. That's not right. That's number one. It absolutely matters. So in the example of the KKK person, because I know you're doing that. You're doing that thing where you use the racial thing, right? So the KKK involves emotions, right? And so I'm supposed to automatically hate the KKK. But in seeking justice, if that were a category to make the jury more diverse, and it's in favor of the defendants, I'm with that. Because in our system of our system failed, and our system really got badly in speeches on this. Our system failed is a revenge system. It's not a system of justice. We're not seeking to practice the system the way it's designed. We're seeking to practice. We're seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice the system a way in which we are seeking to practice the system a way in which we can be punitive so that we believe is guilty. And that's not how the system was.
The hypothetical was that if it's gone through some filtering process, and which just to be clear, the defense is participating in, and the result is just a juror, 12 people, a jury, sorry, of 12 people that you believe isn't like representative or the defendant, right? Do you think that you can basically just import 3 people that you think will be sympathetic to that fucking I gave you an extreme example to the defendant. I gave you an extreme example. What if the defendant stands accused of being part of some prescribed group, namely the KKK or something, and he's like a racist, hate criminal?
I'm supposed to throw a jury. I'm supposed to throw. I'm supposed to throw my just principles out of the window because it's a group that hates me. That's not how that's supposed to work. And I don't operate that way. Okay, cool, but like, just listen. The point I'm making, right, is that like, if we would all agree, a good thing not to do is we've got these systems in place, and it's just 12 people to be the jury. It would be fucking insane to say like, oh, let's help exonerate the KKK guy by bringing people who are sympathetic to the KKK guy. Like, so you shouldn't be biting this as bullet. Like, that's actually ridiculous. Because obviously we don't want that. We don't want KKK guys getting off because of an obstinate juror who's just a racist. Like, as in, his sole purpose for being there is because he's sympathetic to racists. Like, obviously that's wrong, right? You're making an extreme. Y'all going with an extreme. You're going with an extreme example. Y'all going with these extreme examples, and I played along, right? Because the extreme examples are just stupid. Because blacks, a diverse jury is not extreme. That's not straight why I want diverse juries. Black people and people of color don't. Black people don't. I illustrated it earlier. You didn't listen to what I said, but I illustrated it earlier. Right? Y'all are going to these extreme examples. Right, and I played along because I am still going to lead in the direction. I am still going to lead in the direction of the juror that is sympathetic versus one that is not. Because the presumption is in no sense. You must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And if in your head you already lean, well, this person, whether it be male or black or whatever, is well, they have a predisposition toward violence. They have a predisposition toward violence and crime because that is my worldview. I would rather someone be in the jury in the opposite direction because it is much easier. That makes no sense. It is much easier. If I can land my point, because it is much easier to convince someone that is sympathetic that using the facts that they are guilty than it is to convince someone that is on the opposite end that assumes guilt that they're innocent. All you're saying is I don't want someone that's biased against you. I want someone that's biased towards you. That's all you're saying. That's it. You say I want this type of bias. I don't like biases, but I like this type of bias. This is the type of bias that I want. Wait, let me add one thing to that because I know what Finney's response is going to be. It's going to be, yeah, that's a good thing because in this legal system is predicated upon innocence of proven guilty. The problem is if we extrapolate that to another case where it's innocent until proven guilty, we have good reason to believe that someone is a KKK member, and his argument is, well, look, by the same token, we need to bring people who are sympathetic to my ideology so that they'll be like far more fair and biased in favor of me because I'm innocent until proven guilty. You think that was fucking ridiculous. So the point is, the way this bias is determined is essentially just like, if we think the black kid is innocent, then we want to stack the jury with black people because we think they're going to be biased in favor of the black people. I didn't say stack the jury with black people. I'm arguing for diversity. That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. Because that's what y'all are saying. I am arguing for diversity. What y'all are trying to do is create this extreme situation. You can't make any kind of there's no way that people can make a case. Y'all are trying to use this emotional pleading. Y'all are trying to use this extreme. Y'all are trying to use this extreme. Bro, you're loud. So stop repeating yourself. I'm going to repeat myself because every time. I can't. I didn't know they were hearing me.
Anthony case are white people. He's upset because people are white. You want some people that are not white on the case because if they're white, guess what? We cannot be fair. Because there's only white people the case won't be good. I want a black majority. I want an Asian that agrees with me. I want a Mexican that agrees with me. I want everyone that's not white. Everybody who agrees with me. I would come to an argument that is not on the jury. It is so controversial. Yes, I know your life is on the line.
Thank you for helping illustrate the point. Thank you. Thank you for illustrating the point. Now.
Yeah, whoever, it's not gonna stop.
Oh,
Yeah, don't turn it down. We won't stop.
Yeah, you were interrupting. Damn, he got that. Now he gonna play video.
trying to fucking trick me into the sword magic. Fuck you, I'm right. That's what I'm thinking about the man. Yeah, that's what gets you right to go ahead. Another game. You ain't safe. That's all I'm thinking.
Okay. All artists. If you respond for this fucking weird ass nigga get off.
Let me get up already.
Yeah, all artists are technicians. Not all technicians are artists. We think about that.
Yeah, so what was Philly's position? Was it that bias should never exist in the jury selection process? Or bias is okay?
No, you're using the word bias. I mean, bias is not the proper word. The proper word would be understanding.
Did he say sympathy?
So, sympathy is a little bit also like not. I hear what you're saying, Shiwa, but I don't think it's proper either. Understanding, because the thing you got to think about it like this from this mindset. You know how a black person is, right? There's some black people who are very distrusting of blacks, but they can be won over, right? Then there's somebody who's distrusting of blacks that can't be won over. Now the question is, what would I don't know, but the question is, what would allow somebody to be won over when they were initially distrustful? Obviously, it would be something that they can resonate with. And what can a lot of black people resonate with? Other black people in their plights. That's why you can't. I asked this question in another room. What is the purpose of a jury of your peers, and why is that a part of the system? Right? Mr. Philly here.
Well, I think the understanding of like what the justice system is, as far as it being of like your civil duty in the larger community sense of what is right by beyond a reasonable doubt, or the preponderance of evidence, right? Like that's what that's supposed to mean, like your peers of clear.
Well, you're speculating at this point, right? So
that's what it actually says.
Okay, so you're speculating at this point, unless you're gonna give us the document that the founding fathers provided and the reasons for their providing it, right? That's what I'm looking for.
Match that up, but are
you gotta do the work before you make the claims.
Well, all right. So what I just described, I wanted to make sure that
your intuition.
I don't know what that is. I'm asking if you share.
All right, bro, come on, bro. You can't avoid whether or not something was studied or
you agree with.
No, why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because you're saying that it's not relevant if you agree with me, I guess?
No, you're trying to move to something else. And that's fine. You can always try to move to something else. Right?
No, you had a question about
what I'm gonna do is yes.
Right. Why I offer? Yeah, that I offer like what the colloquial understanding is of like
the common sense of it.
Right. And then
why would that be the same situation?
Because that's the definition that we're operating on.
No, we're not operating on the common sense understanding. Why would we operate under that?
So that we're all on the same page, bro. That's
why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Okay. Now, I'm asking you, do you share this? If you don't, then I can go get the answer.
So what did I say? What do I want to accomplish? I know what you want to accomplish. Look. I know what you want to accomplish in this, right? What do I want to accomplish?
To see, for me to prove if I'm right or wrong.
No. What I want to accomplish is what is the legal theory on jury of your peers, and why was it established, and how is it implemented? Right? What is the legal theory on jury?
Then you're saying that what I just described there could be right. You just want to know like what was the argument?
I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about anything about opinion. I don't care. I don't care about opinion. I care about what the legal theory is, why it was established, and how it was a conversation in the legal system. I care about the conversation in the legal system on jury of the peers. Why was it established? How was it implemented? That's what I'm talking about.
Do you think that that's what's being talked about now?
I don't care.
All right, yeah. Do you think that? How about peers? Like, what do you think peers means?
I don't care about racial. I don't care about common.
No,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. opinion is because my opinion could be wrong. I care about how it's dealt with. You understand that they have their own language and their own definitions. There's this thing called the Black's Law Dictionary, where their usage of words are going to be different. In fact, when you go to some dictionaries, they'll tell you the different domains in which how a word is defined. They'll say in the scientific sense, here's how it's defined, in the legal sense, and on and on and on, right? So that's the mistake, Samoa. Going on our own common sense understanding would be a dire mistake. Yes, you could be right, but you also could be wrong. So why don't we just get past that part and get to what they're saying in the domain of science of law, right? That's what I'm doing. About how we have a conversation about it, but what are Supreme Court and court cases? How are they discussing it, right? Because that's the only things that are going to matter. How are they discussing it in court cases?
Yeah, so peers would mean citizens, people in your community, not people from like another community or whatever that is. Even like in the federal component, right? Like obviously these people don't live near you or anything like that. So, but that's where it's kind of rooted from, and it's like in the spirit of like fairness, where people have a commonality of like understanding.
There you go, understanding. There's that word. There you go. We're good.
Wait, hold on. But there's a difference between like understanding like what the law is and like how you should go about and like the operations of like the jury whole like thing, right? And looking at evidence and not allowing your personal biases to like intrude on that. And then there's the understanding of the person that's the defendant and what they're going through, and that's something that a juror should never do.
Is that what you believe?
Absolutely. Well, that's why there's like jury instructions to say, hey, ignore everything that you've seen online. Ignore this person's history. This person's history is prejudicial, whatever, right? So the judge is already taking things off of the table for consideration for the jury immediately. Because it could like basically just poison like the views of those people because they're trying to get it as unbiased as possible. So if Finley walks in there and says, he looks like Trayvon Martin to me, somebody's gonna be like, oh, you just bridged something that should only like avoided of this situation here, and now you're gonna bring this into the conversation. And we can't have that. You have to look at the evidence in isolation, not in collaboration. Hey, but what am I doing? That's a fact, Monica. It's a fact. No, but I didn't get Finley's point because I heard what you were saying, Knowledge, and what Timothy was saying from across the room. But someone kept yelling to the left. Yeah, but what was Finley's point, though, if you don't mind? You want to hear what he said about the OJ case? No, I missed that. I heard your response to that. I heard Timothy's response, but Finley was saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. You guys are trying to make it emotional, or you guys are trying to be emotional appeal thing to attach to something like that. Finley said the juror is supposed to prove their innocence. He wants a juror that's going to prove their innocence. He doesn't want to live in a society where they try to prove they're guilty. No, presume. So when it came to the trial of OJ, we said, the juror said that they were biased as fuck, right? And he said, yes, that's what I want. I'm okay with it. He said, I'm okay with juror representing someone who looks like them and with them being biased towards them. I'm okay with that. Yeah, keep it the bullies again. Well, like if it's like presumed to be innocent, then that means that you have to work your way. This is like beyond a reasonable doubt, to where you're overly convincing that he's not, but you're starting at like let's say a -1, or like let's say being KKK members. Correct. KKK guys on defense. Yeah. Yeah, to me that doesn't. ever told you you have a voice to someone that will slap the dog shit out of? What do you mean about that? Oh, like, just your voice. I was just asking you a question. Motherfucking boy. I was just asking you a question. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What are you doing? Who's gonna give a fuck about you? Sounds like he wants to get shut the fuck up, man. Slap the shit out of him. I'm the fucking serious, man. I'm just too respectful, but I just got in this. I'm trying to be respectful too. I was asking you a question. That's not true, man. That's not true, man. I've always respected you, man. This is all right.
We were kind of talking about this Carmelo Anthony thing yesterday, right? And I think that if you're going to be looking at this case through like the racial lens, you're going to be able to find some things, you know. And it's like, when can things be?
I was moved down for no reason, bro. That shit crazy.
Shit crazy reason. It's just either a good or not good reason.
No, for no reason, bro. It's just random.
Nothing was.
No, bro. It's like something coming from nothing. Like your belief system.
How about this one? How about God says, do these things or I won't bless you or answer your prayers? In that scenario, can a woman say no?
I just want to say it. Baby's on stage. King's gonna be on stage. Just want to call it out.
I'm going. Damn.
Oh, shit. Bro. Hey, Nate.
He left.
Yeah, you have. So he's left.
Yo, he shot her and moved himself down.
That's right.
Oh, he is in the goo. Samoa, I thought he left. He's in the goo.
No, he moved the king down and then moved himself down.
What's up, Samoa?
Do you think the narrative right now that the prosecution struck the last three that was on, you think that is your intuition that there's something wrong here?
I think that they eliminate black jurors to eliminate any chance that there could be someone who will be, as a Finley and Concrete was saying, for lack of a better term, but this is what Finley said, sympathetic towards the defendant. And there was that in the instance where in our system you're supposed to be presumed innocent, right? You don't prove innocence, you prove guilt. Right? Fight for the defendant, right? And it makes a situation where if you have an all-white jury, there won't be someone there in that jury room to advocate for that defendant. Understand that defendant, that would be more like their peer, right? And represent their peers more justly and more equally, right? Because as a black person, I don't live in an all-white neighborhood. So if I'm fighting for my life, and there's 12 people that are going to decide my fate, a jury of my peers is not 12 white people. In my opinion, well, maybe in the suburb I live now.
So my question, Shaywa, is hypothetically, if you were a white person and let's say 7 of it were black people, you would say that's an unfair juror?
7 out of 12 sounds a lot more diverse than all 12.
Would that be an unfair jury?
No, because that sounds diverse if only 7 of 12 are black.
But okay, what about if
and walk back up front. He doesn't have anything. He goes to pick up his book bag.
Oh my God, we found Viva!
She says, no, it's right there.
She's talking and politically correct.
Pockets in the front. So
she's litigating and narrating live.
At that point, Andy says that
Cyrus versus Dr. Chow 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 Chow.
I saw something heavy, and that's, that he thought that was a water bottle, which I'm assuming was the gun. And so then he picked up his bag and he walks out.
Very, very disturbing case.
And then Andy and Rick run out behind him, right, screaming. And then you see in camera 2
These are people who don't go to the gym. So what does that mean?
Because they crossed that camera, and then the parking lot.
And we're about to.
Across the parking lot.
Should have read this morning.
Right behind him.
I didn't read. I'm not in the top 1% today. Oh, gotta be in the 1%.
That's very interesting. You can listen to the things he says, how he says it, how he's hesitant to answer the questions. Very explicit. I mean, like you could say, sure, he was.
This is actually my contribution to eliminating
it's
structural white racism and replacing it with structural black racism, if that's okay. Hello? This is law school for lawyers that never made it. This is Judge Judy.
He pointed at Andy for
he was a professor in some like tech, right? He did some sort of engineering, tech, AI, surveillance, something like that, right? And so did his son.
Right.
And so they had a high,
got a horse fly up in this room.
A cool facial recognition system in their store. So they had over like 25 angles of cameras, and the facial recognition system. They had an entire behind the counter, and you see an entire Andy claimed that the barrel was silver, and that's how he was able to identify the gun. Did you happen to look at the gun after? No, I didn't look at the gun.
What are you doing today?
I'm relitigating Cyrus's murder outside of the gas station.
I think the woman in the store owner, I think she was really one because she was standing there. She was watching like a hot, like I would put the water back and was like, I'm not buying nothing in the store.
How did the horseflies get in the house?
Who
left the door open?
What did the parents say about him carrying a gun? Did the parents make a statement about him having a gun? Did they know he
Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. Don't take your guns to town.
That's not something that I don't know.
The parents acknowledged that he had it done. Both of his parents said he had it done.
Okay, thank you for answering my question, John. Yeah, this ain't, like I said, it ain't in South Carolina where he might have been shooting fucking squirrels out of the tree. That's the problem I have with this. Like, we gotta be careful with our kids having these weapons always.
Yeah, it's a bad idea, baby. It's not smart to have a gun if you a YN.
And you know, my first statement in the video, you know, that lady seen that woman put that bottle of water. She should have had previous incidents with shooting and stuff like that.
Can somebody
Is he on that 911 call while he's running 130 yards? I mean,
No, this was after he was shot. The kid was shot, and he was calling, and the dad was trying to apply pressure, and a bunch of other people. So there were sounds and stuff, people talking in there.
Hello?
Gemini, I back-channeled you. This is on this testimony, just that part. That's the video.
It's interesting how he was. I mean, somebody got it.
I'm pulling it up right now, man.
Let's get to work. Let's solve this one. Yeah. Patty's on the case. I'm driving right now.
It's about 14:59 in the video. So.
Oh, I thought that the whole video was it. It's not.
No, the whole video is about 2 hours. That's his entire testimony.
14:59.
14:57, I think the recording starts.
Okay.
Somewhere around.
Oh, I see. Oh, I can help you out. Oh, I can help you out today. Oh, text me.
when is the best time?
I can't help you with your car payment. What do you think I'm here for? I'm here to pay your car. I'm having a really tough day. I can't make my car payment today. Could you do that for me? Having a little hard time with this match here today because I gotta pay my car payment. Also, can you get me a Coach and a Chanel bag? Thanks.
This is your AI Clubhouse chat assistant. I am here to help you find the most retarded rooms on Clown House. Prepare for your next level of retardation.
There's a whole cop that just recently resigned because his wife is going through divorce because she found out, or I don't know if she found out, but she's exposing her husband for being a white supremacist. Took a whole bunch of pictures of his text messages, stuff like that. And this guy went through a whole freaking thorough background check, before hiring sergeants and investigators. Like people are who they are, and there's ways to get around that. And all I'm saying is, if you want to hedge against that, people's biases, simply make juries diverse. I didn't say make them all black. I said make them diverse. That's all I'm saying. That'll hedge against that.
You might have a respond real quick. Yeah, I told you.
They want to maintain the status quo.
Oh, this was the issue.
Oh my God, it's Monica! We found Monica! Found Beaver and politically correct, and we found Monica in jealousy.
Right.
Keep going. I can wait.
Hello.
Ooh, Monica's requesting 2 minutes.
So, let's see how long this lasts. So, hello, everybody.
Hi, Monica.
The death of Austin Metcalf, not the white boy who got stabbed in the track meet. Austin Metcalf. I was told they didn't care what the hell his name was. What they're worried about is no Anthony. And
what I understand is that some people only view through a lens. I'm not gonna fight for the mic. I can either mute up or the mods can do their jobs and mute the
I'm trying. Whoever's doing that, yo, stop.
I thought it was on Gustavo.
No, I thought Monica did me.
So now we know who's interrupting. So in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, there were many people that called him a white supremacist. There were many people that judged him guilty with no interest in guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or presumed innocent until. So just because you view the with a racial lens doesn't mean the majority of Americans. I understand there's some concern that it's an all-white jury, but I believe the racial demographic in that small Texas town is 60%, 70% white, 10% black, 20% Hispanic. I'm not sure the demographic makeup, maybe 15% Hispanic and then 5% other. I can be corrected on that, but I would like not to be interrupted. So when people are making much ado about it being an all-white jury, I would ask that people remember that the majority of white Americans believe in law and order, and that we can, no matter the feelings of pain, that the unnecessary death of Austin Metcalf is inspiring, and many of us, we do want a fair trial. While I wouldn't want to be on the jury, I am praying for the health and safety of the jurists, because people who are over emotional tend to take their venom and anger and feelings of injustice out on the people. Again, moderators, are y'all even there? I'm not the study was driving.
We got it.
Finally, as I was saying.
There was something along the lines of Daughters of the Confederacy speech.
My final point is, I get that you don't trust white people. I get that you think we're a lynching and won't this be fun. I'm sure there are some stupid white people who are looking forward to their pitchforks.
Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been activated.
Such a waste for both families. Thank you, Knowledge. The mic is yours.
Alright, I think I have it. Into the room. If you let her be about 18 to 20 minutes ago. Anyways, I wanted to apologize to Concrete for whooping his ass in front of everybody in the room. And I wanted to apologize for everybody.
Let's go!
I know some of your eardrums probably hurt, and it's my fault. I will take that blame. If I was to be arrested today and be held in court, I kind of understand what Mr. Finley is saying, but I still think it's wrong. So if I went to court today because of what I did to Concrete, I would want everybody in this room to be part of the jury, because I want to be let free, even though I am guilty. I'm saying I am guilty. What I did to him was wrong, but I am guilty. I would want everybody in this room to be
back to Bima. Every day, putting on 1 more pound to fix structural white racism with Patty, First Lady, and Pam.
I'm saying, so like, these are just it's very hard to do this. These are levels of homicide, okay?
I understand all of that. That's not hard. I'm trying to square two things. A prosecution arguing that someone committed murder. The person admitting they were using deadly force in self-defense of others. and the deadly force being involuntary. How can you reconcile those?
Hello?
Give me 1 second. There's a single shot that is known as potentially deadly force.
This is
May or may not be
Gemini.
deadly force. One
This
shot
guy's
is deadly.
arms are the size of
There's
tree
plenty of people that are
stumps,
shot once that live.
but he's only
Multiple
4'10".
shots would change the scenario. There was one shot
He's a
fired.
midget bodybuilder,
There's plenty of that were
a
charged
daytime
with
litigator,
discharging
social justice, equity, and restorative facilitator.
Hold up, can I
Gemini.
I'm referring to intent. I'm not referring to the number of bullets. I'm referring to intent under the law. It's nothing to do with the number of bullets.
Okay, what I'm saying is if you fire once, your intent may be to just defend yourself and not kill the person.
When you claim self-defense, you're claiming you're claiming the intent to use deadly force. That's what a self-defense claim is. That you intended to use force. Doesn't matter if it's one bullet or 1,000 bullets.
That's not true. I can claim self-defense and have shot somebody without the intent to kill them. I could have shot them in the leg, shoulder.
Gemini, anytime you use a gun, it's deadly force. It doesn't matter how many shots.
Claim self-defense in law and someone dies, the intent is deadly force.
Talk about the intent of deadly force. Deadly force. The intent of deadly force.
You got this.
When you're claiming self-defense, you're saying what you did is justified. So it could be killing someone, it could be assaulting someone, it could be bad. All these things. You're saying what you did was justified. So the prosecution would have to prove that this was not self-defense. This was what we're charging you with. So no, you can't claim self-defense and no, that's not what I'm saying. It's not self-defense and involuntary manslaughter. It's one or the other.
Hello?
For the record, what I was saying is self-defense does not equivocate to deadly force. There's a lot of different there's a lot of different types of self-defense that deadly force. A lot.
No, it depends on what happens to the victim. So if the victim dies, you're claiming use of deadly force.
Yeah, free.
So real quickly,
I'll go after you, Simone.
that's so quiet. All right.
Knowledge is always defending the ops.
This is you, family. I've been down this home, and real wrongly we stated that this is what it was. That's what caught our attention. You said that you want a diverse jury because basically a diverse in thought, right? Which means that somehow people's race will make them be, I guess, basically some form of bias where someone is fighting probably for the worst aspect of the case. I'll give you a scenario. If, let's say, it was black and white, not the jury, but this concept that... Are you in the Matrix or am I in the Matrix? You're in the Matrix, family. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'll repeat it and try to make it fast. But I'm saying, when you say diversity of jury, right, because supposedly it gives diversity of thought, you appeal to the idea that race gives you a different perspective, which you already conceded to. I don't think you sincerely believe that because, again, there's a lot of race people in here. We have a lot of diverse in thought. However, most of the black people in this space think the same way on one of the eyeballs, right? And what you're pushing is that some of the black people, or most of the black people, will probably argue in favor of Anthony, but not in favor of the facts, which implies that the white people will argue in favor of Metcalf and not in favor of the facts. And I'm saying that people can argue in favor of the facts, and we don't need people deviating to cause a hung jury or any type of jeopardizing in the case based on their own bias. So if you was in a jury pool, like some of us have been, and someone say, hey, this person is a black male and systemic racism has the X, Y, and Z, or this person is queer, and, queer people don't get a fair shake, they're exercising their own fucking bias, and we don't need that. So what I'm saying is, if we're picking a jury, and I hope you believe in this, if we're picking a jury, we want to get people who display objectivity, right? Because that would mean they're going to look at the facts of the case and only go off that. Everything else wouldn't fucking matter. And I wish we could have blind juries, so when they only hear the facts of the case and not see the
people. But I know it's unrealistic because you have to consider all these other factors. You know, the person's emotions, the showing regret, remorse, etc., all that shit. So I'll end on this. Do you believe that people can come to a conclusion without using their bias? That's the feeling when we get a chance when you get back in.
All right, so I'll be quick here so they can go to that back and forth, right? So he's actually already answered this question here, right? Like he's already saying like, hey, sympathetic or not sympathetic? And if I had to choose one, it would be the sympathetic for the defendant or whatever this is, right? But what it's supposed to be, and that's kind of like where you are, for you, right? It's supposed to be non-sympathetic and like non-sympathetic, objective, evidence, all these types of things. You're sitting there attentively, you're trying to like understand, does it meet the threshold? That's what everybody would want. Like that's the ideal thing. And Finley's kind of merging into like, well, what is the actual like things on the ground? Like what's happening on the ground? And you can see how we were just talking about this yesterday. Oleg brought up looking at just the GoFundMe's of like how people became tribal, and $500,000 is raised for this person because they're countering, well, according to them, they're countering something that exists, and then online it just spreads like water. Like, how are you going to control for that? Right? Like, where are the trenches that are going to tame this wildfire of everybody now being like politicized with like the whole movements of like this cultural shift? And okay, it's happening everywhere. We have to fight. It's everywhere. You can't get this thing out of like our like consciousness and that, right? Like, how does a person avoid that? And I think that what if I speak to this, the majority of the jury, the majority pool, aren't going to be what you actually want. But I was just reading this here. It looks like the prosecution was putting on their case. They said that they actually have the footage and they're running the jury by it. And the view catches like basically like the whole football field and then where the tents are. And like he enters in, and then they say that after the stabbing, Metcalf holds his chest, says, I think you guys stabbed me or whatever. But this part right here, I think is kind of damning, and I was wondering what the statements are going to be like during this trial, where he runs away from the scene, throws the knife, like ditching the knife, and then tries to blend into the crowd so that he can flee the scene. Like that right there was like a little, I didn't really know about a lot of that stuff, so. I think it's concrete.
I'm not the family.
I think it's concrete. Concrete was in front of me. Is he here? Is concrete here?
No, go ahead. I said after you, so we got back and forth. I feel you're gonna ask me some things.
No, I don't know when I started talking. I think Samoa did a good job because I did answer that question already. Samoa did a great job of kind of stating my point and articulating it. I don't have anything else to add other than knowledge.
Okay.
I think knowledge. I think you be hanging around with your listening skills when I speak because I ain't said none of that. I said none of what you said, but I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay. So for you, so okay. I think I understand what you're saying, Finley. So.
Yeah, don't use me to take a shot at
Perception is crazy, yeah. It's just
they put me in the
So here's this, family. Here's this. Let's do a quick back and forth. So sympathy should go both ways, right? I understand that the defendants presume innocent. That don't mean you deem them innocent. You just presume that the prosecution has to prove their case, right? And with that being said, you do empathize with the victims or the alleged victim too. That Metcalf was just a decent law-abiding kid. He was in the place where he's supposed to be. He makes. Okay. That's much else. But anyhow, so you empathize with both parties. Hence, both parties have to make their cases. And I'm saying that to say that race, in my opinion, should be highly suppressed because that creates the bias that someone is going to judge as it's not really a factor. Because you can understand young people, young boys, that testosterone, they kind of want to prove sometimes. They kind of want to take things from. They're still trying to figure out the world. And in this process, both of them could have made a bad decision. Metcalf could have said something to him out. And Anthony took it the wrong way. And Anthony responded in the worst way possible by stabbing him with a knife that he shouldn't have brought to school. So I'm saying to say that the jury have to look at these facts and
Put me in.
Real quickly, goddamn hate to do.
Put me in.
Real quickly, goddamn hate to do all that. I'm gonna make fast. So no, I'm saying that sympathy should go both ways, and the jury, and that's what was listening.
Right, Charles.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
Yeah, Charles.
fucking brand or something. Why is no quiet? Shit.
The last 5 seconds.
Oh, thank you, knowledge. I know they were fucking with me. Okay. I was just asking Finley that sympathy should go both ways, and sympathy would subside if the facts doesn't give credence to the defendant. Meaning that if Anthony operated in malice, meaning that he had malicious intent that day, not necessarily against him directly, but he happened to be the one that he stabbed that day because the conflict arose with him, then that sympathy is not considered anymore. It's just like any case, whether it be a rapist and a rape victim, like you don't have sympathy for these people if they're operating in malice. And I'm saying that's why the ideal of race shouldn't be considered almost never in these cases, because you're basically applying bias in favor of the side that you like, which is, in my opinion, is not, especially coming from your background, is not objective at all. Bro. 90% of us vote one way. Can I go? Yeah, but that's not a jury trial. That's just all us voting for people we think could rule better. We're not voting for who looks like they compact.
Archangel Michael says you've been granted a billionaire's inheritance. If you don't open this message today,
the poll that was done, I voted guilty, and I think that my position is more sound due to the fact that I'm most likely the one that will fight for that same black kid. And the reason I voted guilty was not because of my bias. If we took race, history, and every other thing that divided America, and we just have two human beings, and the same scenario played out, we just gave these human beings letters instead of identity. And you heard that one letter stabbed the other letter because of a confrontation under a pen. We would all come to the same conclusion. Just like it's really that simple. But what happens is we add all of those other variables into the story, and we also internalize it. We pull our personal histories, and we bring in the fabric of America, and that is how we are determining he's not guilty, or what about his upbringing, or his mom was sick, or although he is guilty, I have to say this other part. I believe that if I was on as the one that's gonna say not Tim,
He said don't do it again.
I'm more murders
today anyway.
I would give the young man a hug.
Yeah, tell it to the Israelites what's going on.
Every person gets one murder per lifetime. That's it.
oh, then you can be upset at the Carolina guy.
No. Be respectful. Don't make me have to get all monkey with you, please. Because I will interrupt you.
Actually, you normally are. Don't get impressive anyway.
So,
Could you put me in the queue, please? Ignore.
I would give the young man a hug and maybe a Bible. That is a black person, and they'll look the other way. Y'all got so many damn hangings and weddings all over the place. Stop crying about this one white kid. Horrific shit to us. And let's move on.
Yeah, I kind of see that a little different, right? Because there could be some forgiveness with consequences that, right? So like these two things could exist at the same time, right? For me, the way I look at it is as the prosecution already starts at a negative for me, right? There's already an uphill battle for them because it has to be beyond, not just a reasonable doubt, but beyond that. So we're not going to start at 0. We're going to start at like -3. And if I'm not even looking at the defense at this moment, right? I'm looking at the prosecution. How good is your case? Okay, cool. If they fail, I don't even have to hear for the defense. Like that's the way it's supposed to be. It's like, did you rise to the threshold that you were supposed to be? And if I'm sitting there looking at all the evidence, I'm like, bro, all this is gas, third party, hearsay, circumstantial. Like the person's not even there, this and that. I don't even have to hear the defense, bro. Right? And I don't think anybody would have to. But if they make a convincing argument, then you're interested. Then you're like, okay, well shit, there was like 5 good points there. Hey defense, what do you got to say about this? Right? And then it's kind of like this sparring match where it's like, oh shit, both sides are doing pretty good, right? And I'm over here got to talk for
Ambassador, but still, the starting point should be like at -3, and the prosecution has to work their way. That's added in his view of it, and they make the judgment there. I thought what I just read out, as far as what the prosecution just said to the jury, I thought that that's pretty bad. Like what he did afterwards, right? Because a reasonable person would be like, you ran away from the scene, you chucked the knife all the way away from you, then you started blending yourself into the crowd to conceal like your identity, and then you're starting to ask these questions of the police officer to see the level of trouble that you're in, right? Like you're fishing. It's like these types of things are important as well. So I haven't heard the defense yet, but we'll see.
Back in the queue. Let me to the queue before free.
Okay, I think I'm in the queue. Why not in the queue? Why can't you do the song?
We can, let's do it.
I know, but Eric was basically, y'all can't just want Eric.
Yeah. I'm not going to Eric. Let's go.
So when there's, why would you? I guess, why? No, you're not after him. Fuck y'all. Y'all take care of the queue. I'll go title last.
I can't make this song. Go queue. Go ahead, Eric.
Alright, I'm gonna go after Eric. I thought I was in the queue.
I'll recall it.
Well, I got one. Yeah, I'm gonna go after you, Eric.
Just go, Eric. No, free out there. Go, Eric. You just go, Eric.
Damn, free? Bro, I'll go after Eric.
Yo, somebody muzzle this nigga, bro. It's been a... Well, anyways, the point is, the defense has a horrible argument, so I feel bad for them. I mean, given all the facts that we know, right, I have yet to hear anything new, right, surrounding, like, the facts. So I'm curious to see what their statements are going to be, but so far, it doesn't look good, and I said it from the beginning. They made the exact argument that I said that the prosecutors were going to make. It doesn't sound good. Now, I don't know this. I gotta look at like lawyer and like it's criminal and lawyers. But to me, it's not a good one. This team is not a good one. Right? First indication that it's not good was they allowed the shit to stay in Collin County, Texas. Right? You should immediately ask for a change of venue because he knew he wasn't gonna get a fair trial. Right? That's what I would have said. Right? That just would have primed me up for the appeal process that I was going to do. Number 2, he failed the Batson challenge, which, given the circumstances surrounding the jury selection, right, it should have been very easy. They challenged them. They were like, yeah, this dude's kicking all the black people off the jury. Or he's talking with 3 black women. And the reason that the prosecutors gave the why they kicked those 3 women off there because they were educators and they didn't want educators on the jury panel. And right, that makes sense. It sounds right. But when you look in the other, like there's a white woman still on the jury who's also an educator, right? Which should have been like, bro, it's clearly right not the reason to exclude because you would have got rid of all the educators with the black educators, even the black educators. Right? So this just shows level of competence. I don't know.
My issue is this right here.
I'm gonna go.
Norm hasn't got to speak at all, Free.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind? I'm sorry, Free. Do you mind? Can you go after him?
Let's go. Sure.
I'm not sorry. Yeah. So, thank you. So, once you try to, so as Samoa said, if you're not mounting self-defense or arguing self-defense, then it's the burden of proof is on. The unlawful immediate threat of harm, reasonable belief, and imminent necessity. Okay? So, number 1, reasonable belief. You have to believe that force is immediately necessary. Okay? Now, this case might fit that. You have to have a subjective belief and an objective belief. The You must be responding to an unlawful use of force. You can't claim self-defense if you instigated the confrontation or engaged in criminal activity. Now there's the beginning of a problem, because if you say, touch me and see what happens, as we've heard that he said, you have initiated the confrontation. Touch me and see what happens are fighting words. So right there, he might have destroyed his ability to use self-defense. But there's more. There's also proportionality. So deadly force is only reasonably justified when you believe that it is necessary to prevent death or serious bodily harm, or an aggravated felony like kidnapping, murder, which doesn't apply here. So once again, you have to show that the person was defending against the use of deadly force. Now that's the problem here, because only one side, and that's Carmelo Anthony, had a deadly weapon. The other side didn't have a deadly weapon. So they would have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Metcalf was going to kill him somehow. And I don't think they have the evidence there to show that that Metcalf was going to kill him. Like if he had his hands around his neck, or if he was on his back, or if he had some weapon in his hand, or in some way Metcalf was able to threaten the life or the serious bodily harm, and that's just not a punch in the nose or pushing, then Carmelo Anthony might have the beginning of a defense. It would still be an uphill battle. But as such, and as Eric said, I think Carmelo Anthony is a horrible lawyer, because I would never have taken this to trial unless they're just going to bail at some point or try to use this as some sort of way to get publicity or something. I think they're going to fold before the end of this trial and take a plea. You have to racialize this, I think.
You can go in a circle, but like,
I'm just concluding. The attempt to racialize this, I think, is a bad strategy, because I don't see that race has any element in this. It's pretty clear cut. I think it's open and shut. And I think Carmelo Anthony stands to lose a lot.
I'm probably racism towards me. Appreciate it, but
No, I haven't seen any racism towards anybody.
I'm fucking with you, man. Calm down. Shit. Not speaking.
I feel very calm. I hope you feel calm.
Okay, all right. You know, I have to respond, bro. I got you. Thank you.
I
was trying to calm you. All right, shut the fuck up, man. Shit. I will let you go, man. Come on, bro.
Take your own advice.
Yeah, no, it's on me. Shut up, everyone.
Just take your own advice. All right, so fucking nursery. Yeah, let this nigga finish. Go ahead, free.
Thank you. Please. So I was trying to compliment the fucking idiot, but he made some good points, and Small, you did too. So Small, you say you started at -3, and I'll agree, generally speaking, that's the case, especially if you're not familiar with the case. But we do have certain information, right? Like the police report is one thing, then we have other witnesses' statements that was recorded the same day, presuming that they're going to be a part of the case. So you have a situation based on the report of him saying that it's not alleged idea stuff, right? So you have the confirmation that he actually caused the homicide. It doesn't mean he's not innocent. Of course, you have, or like Bill Norman was saying, alluded to, you have the self-defense claim, which seems to be out the window because of you saying, which is, of course, in the police report, is based on his words, that he agitated the situation. So you lose that. But you do have the second thing, which I'm assuming they're going to try to argue, which is stand your ground, because this is a stand your ground state. That may be an issue because, again, like you said, proportionality, that you're standing your ground, but you have a ground to stand, right? Like, you know, what led to this particular conflict? Did this person engage you first, and was it mutual? And if it was mutual, why did it go from hands to knives? Especially as a juvenile on school property, like all these things. So like there's so many things stacked against him to the point I couldn't start at a -3. You know, just without the prosecution even arguing and taking this stuff in consideration, it puts him at like a 5, like leaning towards guilty. Right? So that means the defense has a lot of shit stacked against them, so they're going to have to really prove innocence. I know by law they don't have to, but they're going to have to justify a lot of his actions. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand why a lot of people are defending him, because it seems very indefensible. I'm not saying it's impossible. There's some great lawyers out there. But that shit, it's an uphill battle, is what I'm saying. That's all I was just one out of the point that you made.
Again, I'll reiterate this.
We actually don't know what's going on. We're aware of the defense offering, or the defense is going to say it's a self-defense, or at least that's the claim that's being made. You have somebody who posted on Facebook at the original start of this providing some information, but that has not been corroborated. You haven't seen any of the videos. Nobody, except for a limited scope of the police report, which is initial statements and not really a complete investigation, seem to be going on and just saying it's self-defense or it's wholesale murder. So the ones over the tiki torches and the white pointed hoods are sitting there saying that this needs to be like, this needs to go. And the other side is saying this is 100% self-defense. Neither side is right, because quite frankly, none of you know the evidence. You don't know is being put forward. There has been a plea deal. There has been gag orders. You haven't heard much except from in the beginning by that one guy that was lifting off. Yes, it is kind of odd to see this, because then it does present a possibility of an appeal based on ratio. And you know what? Maybe the defense attorney sitting there going, you know what? This is actually going to work out great for us. So, I mean, you know, there does have opportunities there where you may not. But the same people were also screaming in self-defense on the Carolina case, and then Mr. Chow, or whatever his name is, General Tso's chicken, they said he deserved to be let off because it was clearly self-defense and argued from a point. However, when you watch the video and you hear the victim, you become the aggressor, you become that person, and then those had flipped. And so now all of a sudden, we're giving carve-outs and caveats and trying to make really weird sidesteps for one case and then coming down on the hammer on the other. And I find it really weird that people want to just make these judgments before you even heard the case. It's the same thing that happened in Rittenhouse. And everybody's saying he deserved to go to prison for all this. He didn't even know the facts of the case. And when they came out, everybody was silent, including those on the right who thought they knew the case and they still had the facts wrong. So, I mean, most of you, I would kind of say pause. And I'm just waiting to see what evidence gets presented, because it's going to be a high-profile case. We're going to see it. We're going to hear about it. So we'll know. And then all of you that are screaming up and down, one of you is going to lose. And I think a lot of people are just going to be absolutely wrong. You guys are just going to try to do that. Like, I don't want to throw some ball under their bus, because that's not really fair to him. I will say you'll do the, let's forget about this one, because, you know, quite frankly, we don't want to talk about it and move on to the next virtual signal outrage that you're going to do on Clubhouse.
Thanks, man. Thank you. So far, I've been right. They've said everything I said that they were going to say. And nothing changed. Just want to point that out.
You're still going to lose your financial bet with me, Eric.
All I got to do, right, is when they say guilty, I come back on the room with shit on audio. And then when they say it's less than 25 years, right, you got to pay it.
Wait, hold on, but there's nothing new. Like, as far as like the general knowledge like of what we had, because it hasn't been presented yet. So like the opening argument, or the opening salvo from the prosecution, is basically what we all thought it was going to be, right? But what we still don't know is like, what's the defense going to say? At what point are they going to start describing the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony? So, for example, Eric, if we say it's only 2 people, and the prosecution hasn't said how many of the Memorial kids were around him, and then you find out that in the defense the statements are there was 6 people around him, does this give a little bit of some shifting to like how you can see the defense's argument being?
No, there's no change to the circumstances.
How about 9 people around him?
No, because he would have to argue, like, are those 9 people all hostile towards him?
Yeah, they don't all have to be. That's the point.
And other person is factored into, like, your rationale, like, you want to stab somebody.
No, like, red jersey versus blue jerseys, right? There's one person.
I said, and from the, what is his name? Carmelo Anthony.
From his perspective, they don't.
From his perspective.
Hold on, man. I clearly drew a distinction between Austin and the other 8. Okay, and the reason for that is that our view could be like, they're not doing shit wrong, they're just standing there. But his view is like, but he's with them.
Yeah,
he is
that's literally the point I just made to you, brother. Do you not hear me say that?
Right, and you're saying you wouldn't shift it. You wouldn't shift your view.
I said you would have to prove that to me. That in his mind, that he associated them as one.
Like that they were all part of the same group.
How about this one? You have the red jersey, you, Eric. There's one person speaking to you getting aggressive. You see 9 people with blue jerseys. Is it reasonable for you to believe that when he strikes, they're all going to rat pack you?
Yes. That is reasonable. That's all right. Well, there you go. Yeah, nigga, that's what I just asked you. I said if that's the way that they frame it up, I agree. But if it's not framed that way, then I don't automatically assume that because there's 9 niggas, that they all was out together.
Do you took an L somewhere there? I just can't identify exactly what it was. Because you were casting and wiggling. You're talking about hold on. So like the statement you made, Eric, was like you haven't seen anything yet, right? That would change your view, like on the overall.
That's not what I said. You didn't even hear what I said. It still searching.
What did you say?
Yeah. So what I said was that one, like face value, just presenting that there were 9 present outside of what's his name, Metcalf, doesn't necessarily change the the burden from you, right? It doesn't move the needle, right? But if they frame it in a way that like red jersey versus blue jersey, then it would move it. But like on its face, just saying there was 9 people there doesn't do anything.
All right. But now that you know there's 9, it did shift it, right? Blue jersey, red jersey.
Yeah, I've always held that stance, bro. Never changed.
So Simone, what do you have something about how many people's in the camp on the scene? Or would catch me up real quick?
Yeah, so like on this camera view, they say there's up to 15 people that are just kind of kneeled, some standing, some sitting around the tent. And what I'm saying is like from the outside, we can have a certain view of people that are in proximity that are benign to the actual conflict, right? But we have to be able to place ourselves in the defense's side of it on what was Carmelo's perception of these blue jerseys in front of him, right? He's obviously outnumbered. He's Centennial, their Memorial, whatever this is. So they're going to argue from a point of, yes, not only is this one blue jersey wearer like massively bigger than him, but there's also these other people here that are, they can just say that they're antagonistic. Just their presence itself is like enticing the whole conflict, not de-escalating, but actually escalating this thing with this whole mob mentality that they're going to try to like lay out, right? And I'm saying that that these are 2 different perspectives, and we have to give some sort of room for these arguments to either be valid once they make them. Now, obviously, we don't know exactly what the arguments are going to be, but if it was me, that's what I would go for. Like immediately, like you're saying self-defense, so now you got to show that you are actually in imminent danger. So that's the only reasonable argument.
The self-defense statute of Texas. So you believe somebody is trying to harm you, rob you, or just commit like some violent felony against you, you're authorized to use deadly force to prevent.
Then you have no duty to retreat. The Texas has no duty to defeat. To retreat.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what the chat Google says self-defense, the overarching use reasonable force to protect yourself or others from imminent harm. The home self-defense law requires you to safely retreat or walk away from the confrontation before escalating to deadly force, which is what I'm saying. They say your ground says a specific type of self-defense law that removes that duty to retreat completely. If you are in a place you have a legal right to be, you are legally permitted to stand your ground and meet force with force without technically. So that's what it means. Because self-defense in one aspect is that you have to walk away.
He's relying on the statute, right?
Nah, I didn't hear you say that, yeah. I'm not saying you can, I'm just saying, yeah. No, I just hop back in the room, bro. That's why I told him to catch me out.
He can stand his ground, but he can't respond with deadly force unless he was faced with deadly force. And he clearly was.
That's not true in Texas.
Wait, hold on.
No, it's not. They don't do it on this plane all the time.
I read you the
I know, right? The defense hasn't presented their version of like what it would be. From what I understand, the defense hasn't like stated if it's going to be one or the other.
No, that's the only one that can claim self-defense under. What are the statutes on it? It's not self-defense act.
You can only use deadly force if you've been proportional, if you've been faced with deadly force.
That's not Texas.
When you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily No, you said it normal. Yeah, no, but you're not comprehending what you're not doing.
Listen very carefully.
You read that last part?
Yes, I will read it to you.
Very pertinent to the conversation.
Yes. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury, stop the commission of an aggravated and that includes kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, or robbery.
Absolutely, yeah. So you were wrong. Thank you.
I'm not so who you were. He escalated the deadly.
Normal, you got to answer the question. Normal. I don't know why you're talking over me. The more talking over me, then you can't ask the question. You are on trial.
Talking over me, then you can't answer. There's no excuse.
Order in the court. Order on the stage.
Over me, then you're not asking the question.
Order on the stage.
When is this a mind speaking?
Yes, it is. So,
Speaking.
yeah,
So you can't ask me a question if you're talking.
Hold on, brother. Okay.
Carmelo.
How about this? I apologize.
Hang on. It's okay.
But you're using deadly force by now. You think that my voice
Carmelo Anthony. Hang on. Then I'll take your question. Carmelo Anthony escalated to the use of deadly force by pulling out a deadly weapon. The other guy was not presenting deadly force, nor was he threatening with serious bodily harm. He just asked the guy to leave. So boys tussling on a bleacher is allowable, but you escalating to deadly force will get rid of or eliminate offering self-defense.
It's a simple felony.
Wait. One question at a time.
Yeah. So normal. Do you not believe that tussling with somebody who is 100 pounds heavier than you can potentially be dead?
But irrelevant. It's not what
that is very wrong. Wait. That is
not what I believe. It's what it's not a religious question. It's a factual question.
Who said it's a religious question?
Well, belief is religious and facts are facts.
Okay, weight bigger than you by 100 pounds, right?
Right.
Brother.
He can be big or small.
Order on stage.
There's plenty of order. Order yourself.
Yeah, so the part
order yourself.
Yeah, so you can order yourself by staying on mute.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works.
Thank you. Lead by example.
I'm very calm. Take a breath.
I gotta get the question.
Put your feet flat on the ground.
Yeah, my feet are flat. Okay.
You're gonna be fine.
I prefer coconut water, but here's the thing, right? So
but you can't afford the coconut water.
I literally have it right now. Pineapple coconut water.
That's what you can afford.
So anyway,
pineapples are gay.
Pineapples are for swingers.
That's correct.
I do swing, that's for sure.
From a tree.
However, to people that you don't know, right? And the boy broke right. I just know by his statement.
His feelings do not matter.
Yeah, but my feelings are
He can stand his ground, but he can't escalate to deadly force.
Oh, that's like Elmer right? It's felony, right?
Thank you for pointing out.
I wouldn't be talking about the misdemeanor.
It's not. It's consensual.
So Carmelo Anthony says, touch me and see what happens. Those are fighting words.
Hold on. I'm talking about previous. Yeah. So somebody touches you lawfully. Yeah. Right? Is that not a felony?
No, not necessarily. You can bump into them. You can say, excuse me.
No.
Depends on what you're
doing. We're using these circumstances.
The fact that, yes, under these circumstances, it's not clear that somebody committed a felony.
Somebody pushes you.
Yes.
Unwantedly, right? What is that?
It depends on the circumstances.
Oh my God.
There's no definite rule.
That's a sober, brother. Look, I'm just you don't want to answer.
It's assault, but it's not necessarily.
It's not felony. Normal, you gotta hear what Eric is saying.
It's not felony.
It is.
It is. No, Eric, bro, just let me finish.
It's not a felony necessarily.
It is.
It depends on the fact.
By default, it's a class A misdemeanor.
It depends on the fact.
It's a felony if
Read the felonious definition. That's helpful. Go ahead.
may I please, moderators? Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I read it wrong.
An offense under the assault subset of Class A misdemeanor, except that the offense is a felony of the third degree if the offense is committed against a person the actor knows is a public servant while the public servant is lawfully discharging official duty.
Yeah.
2, a person whose relationship to or association with the defendant is described by subsection 71D1 with government to perform a service in a facility described by another section of the Penal Code of Family Code. 4, a person the actor knows is a security officer while the officer is performing duty. 5, a person the actor knows is emergency services personnel. 6, a person the actor knows is a process server while the person is performing duty. 7, a pregnant individual to force. 8, a person the actor knows is pregnant. 9, a person the actor knows is hospital personnel. 10, a person the actor knows or really should know is an employee or agent of the utility. 11, by an actor who is committed to a civil commitment facility. And that's it.
What the bro? Don't ever do that shit again, bro.
Why?
Can you please scan it to see if it's applicable to like the conversation before you just waste our time?
The point is that it's not.
Oh, that's not too good. All right, hey, Eric.
I'll be back to the fact check in a minute.
All right, so like a push or a punch, right? A push would be something like 4th degree, something that's not like the severity, right? A punch would be something that's like 3rd degree, 2nd degree. Would you agree with that statement, Eric?
Say that again. I wasn't understanding it.
Yeah, a push would be something like 4th degree, right? In severity. A punch would be something like 3rd degree. A weapon would be like
Misdemeanor or felony?
1st degree.
What degree what? Misdemeanor or felony?
Yeah, the misdemeanors are 4th and 3rd.
Different degrees.
Right, right. For using the Carmelo Anthony case, the first point of contact is a push, according to the statements made by the people that were there. Okay? And then he responds after the push, so this is the whole misdemeanor assault right here that you're talking about. The next one is a punch me, and then you'll find out or something like that, right?
Oh, I thought you said touch me. Now, I don't know if he said that first punch or he was touched.
We don't know. Yeah, well, there's 2 points of contact. There's the first point, and then there's the escalation to, okay, that doesn't warrant a response. Now, do this. What is the next point? Yeah, the first point of contact.
Yeah, contact was already made.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, contact was already made.
Wait, hold on. Just to bring it over the back. So let's get this clear, right? First he says, touch me, and
Bro, I'm not talking about that, brother. I'm saying you made a mistake when you said that Carmelo Anthony walked up to him and said,
no, I said,
he didn't say touch me. Hold on, bro.
Everybody meet up. So Eric's right, like because I was about to break you on the same thing. You implied, well, you said that like Austin walked up to him. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me, see what happened." Then Carmelo, then Austin pushed him. Like, that's not how it happened.
That's not what he said.
Yeah.
Real quick, let me just finish. I'll be quicker. Look, just to clarify, I think what Eric was going to point out is that the push happened first. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me and see what happens."
Yes, that is correct.
According to the report, that's not true. No. The report, he said, touch me first. Then he touched him. Then he said, now punch me.
Yeah,
so he said that first.
That's right. One mic on now. I'll be quick.
I got a message from Louis saying that he got the money sent to you. So somebody cash out and just send me whatever thing.
I know we all benefited from that flush. Thanks so much for your time.
So Bree, can you tell us where in the you just read from where in the police report that it says that before the dude was pushed, that he told him to push him?
Yeah, the first time. I was washing dishes, that's why I fell out there first. So my bad.
He said it, but
You're washing dishes in the yeah. It's in a police report. Give me a second. Washing dishes like that. Wait, Eric. You gotta kill the girl.
Hold on. Page 4 of the police report.
Yeah. You said page 4 of the Hickory Texas thing? Go ahead.
Yes. You are saying that Carmelo said, touch me before any physical contact was happening, right? I'm saying that isn't true. All right, I'm saying, please show me in the police report where that is the case.
Sure, give me a second. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, so while you get that, I want to make sure that the claim is clear. We're saying Carmelo Anthony said two things. First he said touch me, and then he said punch me. Okay?
No, that's not my objection. That's not my objection.
But I didn't hear the second one.
Yeah, that's not my claim.
Yeah.
That's not my claim. I do disagree with you on that.
Yeah, whoa. All right, so this is clear, right? So Carmelo said touch me. I'm saying that this is when the first touch happened, and then he elevated it by saying, now punch me. That's what I'm saying happened.
Yeah,
We're saying Austin first pushed him. Go to page 4 of the police report. Austin first pushed him.
No, you're only looking at the one statement.
No, that doesn't matter, bro.
Whoa, right now.
Actually, it does matter. There's several statements by several officers.
If you're looking at 30 statements, and the common theme is that he said touch me and you'll find out that he was touched, and then he said punch me and you'll find out that he was punched.
That's not my point of contention. I don't know what you're
What's not attention though?
Just hold on, bro. If what I'm saying is out of all the statements, this is the theme that they're running with. Why
does that matter, brother? That is not my objection.
Hold on, bro. Because if you're only pointing at one statement, as far as the order of events, the other statements outweigh the validity.
That doesn't matter. That's not my argument. What was the other fucking argument? That doesn't matter. It's on the police report. Who's getting the argument? I don't know why you keep talking about that one rule.
We read this out the other day. I wish we read it out.
I don't know why you're doing this weird thing. Really, you're acting like you don't hear the claim that is being made. Right? I'm not objecting to one outweighing the other. That's not my fucking objection. My objection was when you originally presented as if Metcalf didn't touch Anthony first before anything was said, and I'm saying no, he touched him first. Then Anthony responded with touch me again, see what happens.
Yeah,
right? It's along those lines. Right?
Yeah, that's not the sequence that I heard. Yeah, the sequence that I heard was saying is wrong. Before there was any touching, Carmelo Anthony said touch me and see what happens.
Yeah, that's just not true. Yeah, that's not true.
Why it's so hard?
So no, it's reading the one out loud because we want to carry the anchor in.
Well, not normal. Could you want me to read it? Do you want me to read it?
Please read it.
One about moderation.
Keep in mind, we're talking about the particular point of touch.
Please read the thing before y'all get back.
Read it out loud. Yeah, but I want to make sure you read the right thing. Because when we were talking about that, I'm looking at it now, but I'm just trying to skim through it because I can't do such a word. Go ahead, Hugh, if you.
Oh yeah, good looking out. Look, next time pick the right side and know what you're talking about before you put your money where your mouth is. Next on top.
Okay, free was there. Okay, so this is when I read this off from Officer Fisher Alvin. I read this off. So do you want me to read from a particular section? Because in section
before you start, what are you reading? What are you looking for?
Go to page 4. Officer Fisher Alvin.
Right, but I'm saying what are we looking for in this book?
Check your Instagram.
Paragraph 2.
No, I got you. What are we looking for?
You're going to be more specific. He's not.
I'm trying to make sure we're looking at the right thing on page 4, and we're looking for when he was touched first before he said it, right?
Okay. Let me just read it out. Okay. I took it to ask them both. I cannot read it. Fisher Alvin.
All right, thank you. All right.
Oh,
Okay, paragraph 2. I attempted to ask them both what happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but Blank stated that he wanted to speak. I asked him what happened, and he stated that they were all sitting on the bleachers, under the Memorial High School tent, when another male who he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. Blank then said Austin, the victim, told this male that since he does not go to Memorial, he had to leave the tent. Blank had said during this time of arguing, the male was reaching around the. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, sorry. Austin,
I can read what happened. I'm gonna go when you finish. Go ahead.
Austin and the male went back and forth, and Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. Blank said that during the time of arguing, the male was reaching around in his bag. He had. It was the time. Sorry. My bad. It was the time.
See, it was looked up. It's not time. He's not talking what was said in the argument. They're just saying they were arguing. Yeah, that's the issue.
That's not the dispute.
Oh, no, let me finish. I want to go out there. No, the dispute is what was said first, and that's why I was trying to ask you what was you reading, because I don't know if you understand what we're arguing here. We're trying to see what came first, the words or the action. That's what we're trying to find out.
That's new. That's the new stuff y'all trying to add.
No, that's the argument we're having right now. I'm trying to see that he touched the police or touched me again. That is the argument. Simone, you still there?
Yeah.
No, it's on me because I'll wait for him to finish. Hold on, it's on me. I'll wait for him to finish. Read my part. I do have a police report, yes. So here we go. Let's see why I get submitted deposit.
Which cop is it? Which police report?
It's Wetzel. Also Wetzel.
And I'm gonna read.
Okay, got you. Perfect. All right, perfect. So here we go.
Huey, here's where we close the casket on you.
Okay, cool. Here we go. So here's Wetzel, okay? He said, when I arrived on scene, I grabbed a roll of crime scene tape from the trunk and proceeded to the visitor's bleachers where dispatch advised me the victim was. When I was walking towards the visitor's bleachers, I was approached by a witness who identified himself as blank. Began telling me what happened, and I asked him where the stop occurred. Yeah, he told me what occurred. So here we go back to things. Austin and the suspect, who was later identified as Anthony. Anthony was from Centennial High, and he was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under the team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached his side and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. Now, again, what you did right here, no touching happened. Yeah. Okay, cool. He said, no, one more time. I'm just reading what it says. It said, no one really thought Austin, no one really thought Anthony really had weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him. Not just touch him, to punch him and see what happens. It shows that later Austin grabbed this is his report. Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what Blank called a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then he ran away. So again, the touching happened after he provoked him to say, touch me and see what happened. Yeah, so he initiated. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Damn. Yeah, we want to hear both fucking sides. Don't gotta get all your fucking mind. You didn't read the full thing, so that's what I'm crying. Go ahead, Huey. And Samoa's not even going to ask not the police report up, so I'm gonna go after it.
Can you go to page 4 and read Fisher Elvin paragraph 2?
Yeah, because he's making you out to be a liar, Huey. We know that, bro. That ain't God damn.
It's pretty short too. You said second paragraph or
you can read the whole thing, but the pertinent thing is in the second paragraph.
Okay, let me see. I got when I arrived at the crime scene was already marked off and the suspect was in custody. I began asking people if they were witnesses to anything. I made contact with Hunter Blank, which is basically the guy, and then Blank. They were both breathing heavily in crime due to the nature of events. There were coaches on the field and it was pouring down rain. We made a decision to relocate to a rock room just east of the field. Once in there, things calmed down a little bit. However, they were still hysterical. Could not really talk in there. I learned Hunter was victim. I took to ask both what had happened. I could not really give anything out of Hunter, but Blank stated that he wanted to dig out what happened. He stated that they were sitting also in the pictures on the mortar tent. When another male who he did not know, walked over there and said on intent. Then Austin, the victim, told this male since they did not go to Memorial, they had to leave. Austin and the male went back and forth, and Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. Again, it's not giving context what was said.
Hold on, what is back?
Right, what I'm saying it's really vague. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's very vague. Because if you said it in those words, it would change the whole identity of everything. All right, I'm gonna finish. I'm almost done. All right. Like I said, doing this. No, because people will say stuff. Yeah, all right. Like I said, during this time, I'm almost done. Two more sentences. Like I said, during this time of arguing, the man was reaching around in his bag. It was at this time that the man took out a knife and started Austin had done the scene. This was all like, remember when he talked to me after this, I stood by with three athlete witnesses until CID arrived and interviewed them, and I was there really blah, 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 blah. So that's it. So again, real quick, this is very important. Hold on, I will say something real quickly. The point about them going back and forth is very important because it's vague as fuck. That part, No, it doesn't say everything. Because think about it. The first part I read gave context to it. That one doesn't. It said that he told him to touch a person.
One person say
Agreed. But that was more right. But keep in mind, that was more. Yes, but that was more detailed though. That's why it matters more. Because that was more detailed. This he just said they went back and forth. You don't know. You're right. But when we say somebody went back and forth, you don't know who initiated. You don't have context.
So like Huey's example, Nathan, is back and forth. The first one. If I tell you, if I tell you rape me and you rape me, that means I initiated.
But that's specific though. No, that's specific. If you say we went back and forth and you got raped.
My bad, Joe. I can't afford to talk over everything. I just want to point something out. We keep saying that the first one was more detailed, but the first one negates the push. Like, so how can we go to
No, that's wrong.
No, it didn't. No, the first one didn't include that too. The first one he grabbed him. He said he touched him and he didn't grab him.
He can't speak over y'all. Let me finish.
I'm not reading another page.
You got my say this real quick, bro. In Huey's, it says they went back and forth, and then Austin pushed them. Okay? In the first statement, and the one that Norm's going to read right here, it says, in the back and forth goes like this. Austin Metcalf says, hey, bro, you're not from here, get the fuck out of here. Then he responds, I'm not going to fucking move anywhere, touch me, and you'll see what happens, or whatever. And then,
that counts the dead some more. Like,
what I'm saying is that Carmelo Anthony responds to him when he says, get out of the tent, that touch me and you'll find out something like that, right? And then he puts them. Okay? Well, let me read the police report. Okay. I'm going to read, I don't know what's horrible. I'm going to read the police report.
I want to
Yeah, okay. I don't know why it was horrible. It wasn't. Okay. So he put down the routine, and now he's asking. The following is a summary of my contact with blank. I was sitting under the Memorial High School pop-up tent with his team and was near the victim, Austin, and the suspect, who was later identified as Carmelo Anthony. Hang on, this is a little on my phone. Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin has told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what before. Second paragraph. So, like, Nathan, what Huey's saying is exactly the same order of events. It just doesn't give context on what back and forth means. But I can't read right now, but they didn't even include the push within that one. In Huey's? No, in yours. In the one that's El Normal. When did it say he pushed him? Brother, like El Normal just pointed out. When did it say he pushed him? I said pushed. I didn't say touch. Can you read it again? I'm using specific words. Yes. When did it say he pushed him? Yes, I can read it again.
I want to say that I have to go. I don't know if it's okay, but I want to say I just did the research. Samoa and 3 are right.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Huey.
You want me to read it again?
No, when did I hear the first thing?
Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under the
him. Just tell me he said he pushed him right here.
I'll read it out loud. Never mind. Austin told Anthony he needed to move out from under the tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch
Respectfully, may I ask you know?
So Samoa, you were right. Right. So Samoa, you were right. The problem is before he hang on. Before he's touched, Anthony.
What did it say he pushed him?
And the one that you
I'm just working out, bro. That's what I'm asking a specific question. I'm asking the one that you read. Okay, so the one where you read said push, right? The one that he's reading doesn't say push, right?
No,
the one with you read, the one with you read said push.
This is the super dog.
Yep, and then the one with you read said, hey, he said, hey, touch me if I know.
Yeah, it explained the back and forth, yeah.
So why is yours?
What do I have in common with these non-white immigrants that come here and think?
No, because in Huey's, the one that El Normal and Freeze reading, there is a back and forth, but it's more detailed.
Are you ready for page 68?
For the touch, yes.
Yeah, that's what
Club room.
hey, you want to cherry pick this one and say, because he said.
One gives ambiguity, the other one's pretty clear. That's the difference. Yeah. No, one gives ambiguity.
Get a haircut, cry if you need to, read a book, take a vacation, have a drink. Do what you need to do. Take care of yourself. Sunday couldn't shut down.
Put him out the tent. Don't y'all understand? That makes more sense. He was under the tent that was allegedly there. The young man said, "You can't be here."
With his words.
Everybody going under these kids, see we get to the end, but that's where we begin, you feel it. Mannequins and we bring it in, bringing out and we bringing the codes. Similar to the jack who stole, to the dabs in your ass, so you take explosive, get it out. Send your body to flight. Everybody got a target tonight. Everybody coming off of the vibe, or you still. Everybody going out of these kids, see we get to the end, but that's where we begin, you feel it. Mannequins and we bring it in.
Did you know a Muslim conqueror once showed me?
I don't need to hear him because it doesn't make any sense.
He's the old dusty bitch down.
He's so pompous, I can't take it. Bottom line is, it's an unfortunate situation. I'll say it again. Both boys' families are affected. In this case, I didn't say it's about
More so one than the other, because the other one, he's dead.
You know how it goes. Peer pressure.
It was all self-defense. When he murdered him and killed him, it was in self-defense. Because if he didn't kill him and murder him, he would have been killed and murdered himself.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, nobody's talking about, like, the guilt or whatever this is. We're just talking about the recollection of the events on how
But
it
you
happened.
guys are saying the same
Who's
thing.
right?
What makes your
No,
article
wait.
different than Huey? You
All
call
right,
it
so,
Huey a lot?
yes, right. So Huey said that there was a physical interaction or there was words that were exchanged, okay? And we're saying you're wrong. There were
So
words
you did
exchanged
not push him
before
out of the tent?
No, wait,
You
hold on.
didn't push him out?
Hold on. Miss Vicky, we're just pointing out that the words came before the physical interaction. We're not saying that he didn't try to grab on. We're not saying any of that.
Okay, after he said, "What are you
All
doing? You gotta get out."
Yeah.
No, I'm not
going nowhere. He pushed him. That's what happened.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's why we're close to one point. That's not what happened. He said he has to get out. He said, touch me. No. So, come on, slow down. Let's walk through this. He said he told me on the tip. He said, touch me. Like, this about it. He touched it. He said, well, punch me.
Strike my soul.
This is real important. I want you to think about this. Hey, I want you to think about this. Don't forget the portion. Listen to me out because I don't think. No, real quick. I made an objection to some more recount of like events, sequence of like events that happened. Right? I said that Simone was wrong because I was under the impression, right, that was Metcalf. He gave him first choices. David Bush, Anthony before Anthony said those words. But I did the research and the arrest report, not from social media, this is from the actual report. It says that Anthony said the words touch me to find out first before he was Bush.
Yeah, that's what I
exactly. Someone pointed out. The last here's the I'm saying the last thing about 5 seconds. Y'all need to think about what both of those police officers said, regardless of the ambiguity or the discrepancies.
I got a question.
Listen. I got you. I'm about to finish, goddamn. I'm about to land. Okay, cool. Just think about what they both said. He was reaching around in his bag while they was talking. That means it's pretty much that he's looking for the weapon at the time. It wasn't immediate. He's planning it at the time of the incident. He's actively searching for the weapon. So I just want you to think about that. Go ahead.
Okay. So my question is this. This is to you. If I said rape you, and then you rape me,
that's a fact.
Then I escalated.
The rape is not happening.
Yeah, it's not the same, but it's totally
Listen to what I'm trying to say. And answer the question. I'm not asking you how to. Let's still follow the logic. If I said rape,
the logic is flawed.
Why are you scared to? I don't want to violate you and be disrespectful. If you can't answer the question, don't even interject.
I'm gonna answer the question. The premise is contradiction. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you can't ask someone to rape you.
Answer the question.
If you say don't rape me, and I say no, and then rape you, are you raping me?
Wait, how often do Eagles win this?
Now, I'm gonna ask the question again. If I said, hey, rape me,
no,
and then you rape me, did I escalate the rape?
It's consensual.
Brother, but I think they're right in that there's legal nuance there, which like you can't.
So you can answer the question.
You can't, because it's a like.
No, they're saying because he said, hey, punch me.
Yeah,
or touch me, that he escalated. Because he said,
that's not the escalation. Those are fighting words. That's different. The escalation is when he pulls out the knife. That's the.
Because he said, guys, that's what I'm saying again. Y'all are saying
in the words, though.
Get this through your head, you true motherfucker, you! You only exist out here because of me! That's the only reason. Without me, you, personally, every fucking wise guy still around will take a piece of your fucking Jew ass. That way you're gonna go.
I'm giving you an analogy, bro. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if it's like, oh, too taboo. You don't see it happening. Just think about the logic. You're saying that because someone uttered the word, hey, do this to me.
I started robbing drug dealers for a living. I was doing a community service. All right. Being facetious.
What that phrase should be interpreted as.
So I think the issue is that like a lot of people are forgetting that there was arguments even before the Silly argument was probably a hostile exchange, and then the outcome was basically Carmelo sending him a warning, like if you touch me, happens. So like I don't really understand like why all of a sudden people are acting all like biased as if they've never had interactions with other people, arguments, see what Carmelo response and protecting himself was wrong. Because like I said, it's an hostile engagement that was initiated by Austin and his twin brother.
Alright, so let me just point out like we're seeing the escalation this is probably Fury's argument, right? So like when he says touch me, and then you'll find out something to that regard, right? He's already set a threshold
threshold that should warrant a response that's like reasonable, like in nature.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that was the point either. I think it's that they had an argument. They were having an argument.
No, I heard what you said. Yeah, but I'm telling you that moves the line while he's arming himself look a little bit questionable.
He's not the one.
It doesn't look questionable when you
guys,
have people arguing because you want to blame him. You want to make him the villain in your narrative.
All right, thank you. I'm only offering objectively and say, hey, threshold of where his line is the term touch. And then after that was crossed, he was already armed by now, right? By now he's armed. And now he's raised the standard of severity to punch. Because one would say he knows the difference between a touch and a punch. And because he didn't strike after the touch, he acknowledges that this isn't good enough. I can't hit you yet. But punch me and now it's going to warrant me hitting you with this thing.
No,
that was my argument all along.
So when he, come on, it wasn't like
that's assuming the motivation. That's assuming the
Well, it makes the most sense, right? Because why did he stab him after he said the touch?
No, it does not make the most sense. No, it only makes the most sense if you try to point at him and get there.
Why are you guys removing the fact that this boy Austin?
They did because it's not true.
And it is actually very true.
According to the opposing report. You approach him with words, agent, you don't respond with violence.
He approached him with words and force, and the implication of force to remove him.
Exactly.
Contradicted itself. Agent is after me. So Freeze just said it. Freeze said he approached him with words, and Freeze approached him with words, and you don't use violence, right? So Metcalf used violence against Carmelo Anthony's words. Go ahead, Agent.
I'm not disagreeing.
I said it first.
I'm agreeing. Come on. So, pay me, Target. So like my thing is that you like I see this is why I don't like having conversations with like people like Samoa because they like to isolate people and portray people as villains and not look at the context of the entire situation. When you approach someone, I mean, I don't know, I'm from New York. If you approach me in a hostile manner and you want to argue with me, you don't know what the outcome is going to be. They should have never approached him. It was two guys because it was the twins. They started an argument with him to get him from underneath or the trench or whatever it was. At the end of the day, they should have never approached him. They should have never confronted him because that's how it's been repeatedly reported as a confrontation. Okay, so that already admits to some form of aggression. There's already some form of aggression coming from Austin.
The problem is
knowledge is always a term you get on the tense. Knowledge is always a term you get on the tense. Knowledge is always a term you get on the tense.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not small. Come on, let's go.
So when we talk about confrontation, we're already saying that it's an aggressive communication style. So if you're approaching someone with aggression and hostility and you're trying to challenge them, that is going to be the result. You don't know what the result's going to be. So Austin initiated the problem or the altercation. And like I don't understand why that continuously has been omitted from the conversation. Now all of a sudden people want, especially some of you guys who have wished death on people, who have said some of the most egregious things to people, not knowing how they will respond to you. But now all of a sudden you're going to say, well, words are just words. I would never do such a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Come on, now get out of here. Like, you guys are so absurd. Like, you guys really don't understand how the legal system works. But everybody here wants to be a clubhouse lawyer. You got it.
No, it was also more than me, but not a shot. Oh, no, you go ahead, if you want to go, I'll
really good roundabout.
But LinkedIn now just ain't worse.
Don't do like him.
That's what I was gonna say. Everybody knows damn well that we get fucking hypocrites. He knows on everything that his light stands for. That if he was in front of me and he would have been like, "Yo, push me," and why I asked him push me one more time to see what happens, he would have shot me. He knew that's the only way he could have fear in him. Thank you.
So please, Samoa, he said I can go.
No, yeah.
Samoa.
He's after me.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Let me ask you, Samoa. You're at a football game. What's your favorite team? You're at a football game, NFL game.
Oh my
Okay?
gosh.
You're saying please help me. This
All right, let's go. Come on.
Roll with me. I mean, damn.
I'm at the Seahawks game. Go ahead.
So why are you trying to monopolize the mic?
I know.
Ooh.
I just know you gave me somebody said you didn't want to.
Nigga, I'm literally in the queue, nigga. Go ahead, Miss Fifi.
If someone said, okay, you're in my seat, and you said, no, I ain't going nowhere. And the guy proceeds to say, you're getting about my seat, and your face is poor man, get about my face. Now, come on. You want to tell me, what you will do in that situation? That man put his hand on you and get you up out that seat.
Yeah, I'm a stab.
You don't know what you're going to do. I didn't say stab, I'm just saying,
I was.
You're talking about children. You're thinking from a mad adult, man.
No, I would defend myself. Yeah, he's an adult, by the way. Yeah, I would defend myself. Yeah, so I would defend myself. But
I know he's being charged, and that's unfortunate too, Norm, because he is a child.
Well, he's not a child. He's a young man. He's a teenager.
You guys are very bitter. You guys are very bitter. It sounds that way.
So I would point this out.
Bitter.
Guys, I would point this out, though, right? Is that what we're talking about the case, right? What we're working on, come on, guys, come on. I'm stubborn, all right? Come on, maybe I'm just showing you guys this. All right, so just real quick, okay? Because what Agent did there was a little disgusting, right? Like, kind of like generalize the statement when we're speaking about, like, the thresholds that Carmelo Anthony says to himself, right? I'm saying that if he wants him, he says, touch me and you'll find out. That when he touches him, this is the time to strike, right? Because he's announcing, like, what his mindset is at the time, and that he is detecting, or he's detecting, like, some sort of a imminent threat, okay? But because he didn't respond at that time, I think that time is past him. Because now he draws a new line. The new line is a punch now. Right, so the touch wasn't really that bad. And this is Carmelo Anthony saying this. Well, this is what Carmelo Anthony said. First he said, touch me and you'll find him.
So, I mean, what I find interesting.
Wait, can I finish?
Oh, go
Hold on. Hey, come on. So, like, when Carmelo Anthony, like, first, and the events went like this. Austin Metcalf said, hey, man, get the hell out of here. He says, dude, I ain't going nowhere.
That's not the fact. You are
Just wait, please, Miss Vision. Please. Come on. We all agree now, right? Like, everybody that was on that side are now on our side, so let's just move forward, okay? And I'm just giving the charitable, like, reading of what Carmelo Anthony is saying. He's saying that he's grabbing his bag. He feels that there's this threat in front of him. Come on, the dude does nothing, right? And then himself, nobody else, Carmelo Anthony says, now punch me. Right there, that's an admission.
That's in the touching. That's why.
All right, brother. Hey, Free, I defer the rest of my time to Free.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sorry about this. So real quickly, listen. Ladies, order and listen. Because he asked him to. So here we go. So one of the boards. No, come on, hey, come on. It's on me. It's on me. I know I was just thinking you were speaking. Oh, you did it? I made wait for you. Come on, I made with you. Now, yeah, thank you. Come on now. The bottom line is, you guys are trying to look at this in like the worst face aspect as possible. You're trying to make it seem like the white guy did everything wrong, and Anthony did everything right, which is insane. The bottom line is,
you put white in there. We did not.
I know you're right. The man, that's right. You're right. You're true. The male who is alleged victim, did everything wrong, and the alleged defendant did everything right. The problem is that it's totally normal to ask somebody to leave an area. You guys are trying to make it seem like he came to them hostile, like, get the fuck out of here. No, he probably asked him, hey man, this out here, could you get out of here? And there was some back and forth according to the report. He probably said, man, I ain't gotta go nowhere. He said, well, You're not supposed to be over here. And y'all should have an issue, if you're going to be objective, to think that he's by himself in this so-called racist area that people like to say. He's by himself as a black guy, and he's outnumbered. And it's probably in his best interest, even though he can be there, he has the right to be there. It's probably best for him to leave, but he doesn't, right? So once it escalates to where he, whatever felt some type of way, said, hey, touch me. Because he asked for it. He said, why did he touch him? He said, touch me. He touched him. He realized, this is, hold on, stop. He realized this is not a good enough response for me to hit me. I want him to round me up. No.
I hope that don't happen.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Because I've been a young black man too. Listen, I've been a young black man. I'm not even going. Y'all cut me off. I'm trying to paint the picture for y'all, and y'all trying to erase all the evidence. I do, because you're going to keep asking these questions. No, you don't get it, because you still think he's justified. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not issue. I'm just giving my position. So let me finish. Yes, order your court. Get these women on the check.
I love that we are all disagreeing with each other. It sparks the conversation, but let's just try to let people get their shit off.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm almost done. Thank you. So, the boy asked him to touch him. Carmelo asked Metcalf to touch him. He did it. It sounded like a nice gesture to me. Then he said, hey, that's not good enough for me to kill you. Which is nobody knows is about Anthony. So he says, hey, punch me, which is still not good enough to kill somebody. And little did you know, Metcalf is why did not do that because he don't really want to be violent. He probably humiliated him by touching him because he probably didn't believe he would touch him. He probably felt this motherfucker actually touched me. All right, well, punch me then. And he's like, you know what, I'm not going to punch you. He grabbed him according to the report, and then he plunged his knife in his chest. But in between that little interval, however long it was, he's reaching around in his bag. That doesn't make sense to do so. If I let's say Nate into a fight, we get into argument on Clubhouse. And we agreed to argue. I initiated a combat with him, saying, hey, we're going to go out and fight. I said that. Because clearly, if he wants to come outside with me, that would be the mutual engagement. I could have shot him inside the clubhouse, so hypothetically we was in the same room. But I take him to another space, and I already know what I'm going to do. I plan on shooting him. So when he's reaching the bag, he knows what he's going to do. He's not trying to fight him. He's trying to stab him. That's not a good sentiment for the situation at hand. Because I know a lot of you don't believe when she hit women. No, stop. I know. He did. Hold on. I tell you what, Fifi, I actually agree with you. I don't think he was trying to kill him, but he was trying to do damage to him. And the damage led to his death. Because when he stabbed Noble, he was trying to hurt him to get some get back. And when you stab somebody, you don't know how that's going to do. I know you guys don't believe this idea. Let me finish, guys. I'm almost done. Y'all make me feel like concrete. I don't even like talking. I know. I got one last point. I promise you. Just let me finish. All right? When you do this type of stuff, right? Not meaning proportionality, because again, I don't believe y'all believe what y'all saying, because by y'all logic, y'all can't believe that man. God damn it, Asian. Just chill, Asian. Chill. Thank you. Let me finish. I promise y'all I would have been done. You don't believe what you got to say.
After this, you need a half an hour before you get free. After this,
all right, ladies, some decorum. And Fifi, I've been nice to you all day, but let me say my spots and everything. Okay, all right, let me finish. What I'm saying is you can't believe proportionality is not considered because you know a lot of y'all don't believe when that shit hit a woman, right? There's no circumstances. A lot of y'all don't even like the idea of that. So clearly if a woman hit a man and he breaks her neck, you're like, oh, that's disproportionate, let alone him hitting her back. So right now, if this boy punches him, the equal opposite would be him to punch him back. But he takes a knife out and shoves it in his chest. And then wonder, shit, how bad is the damage? Did I kill this nigga? Is he gonna recover? Because clearly, I might be facing murder. He's wise enough to know what the fuck is going on. I'll land.
Okay, thank you for landing, because that was like 8 hours of nothing. But my thing is that what I
and then partially your fault.
Yeah, it's not my fault. You just talk too much. So my thing is that one thing I know with the two of you guys is that when it comes to black boys going to prison, you guys are the biggest cheerleaders for black boys going to prison. But you never talk about cases where black people are murdered, black boys are murdered. Like the Rick Chow case, how he shot a black boy who did not steal from his store, ran after him, chased him out the store, and shot him dead. You don't want to talk about that, right? And that man got off of murder charges. Going into the interview. So you don't want to go into that case and talk about how that Asian man shot that black kid.
We actually did it yesterday.
Get your toothpicks. Okay, we're talking. Now, you lost your tooth. You still still have her fixed.
Well, I would.
It was back to gingivitis.
Right.
Back to
No, there's no gingivitis.
No, it was back to anyway. So like I was saying, I was actually going back to what I was saying. Now go.
We're happy to talk about
eat your puree. Go eat your puree food. Thank you. So it sounds like it. So anyways, when we're talking about the Carmelo Anthony case, we're specifically talking about the legality of it, and you guys want to sit there and put your, emotional, trauma dump and emotional baggage on the case. What they're presenting a danger to someone. If they're sitting down, they did not get up, and that is what Carmelo was facing at that point. If Austin Metcalf, he presents himself as the aggressor, started an argument with this kid, and he responded. So that is what they're trying to prove in this case, in this danger, and that's what that is what the problem is that Austin did present a danger to Carmelo Anthony and Carmelo. Yo, can you brush your teeth before talking to me? Okay, or resolve your teeth situation. I'm actually skinny. I weigh 130 pounds. What about your wife?
What about your other feet?
What about your piggy wife?
What about your
Piggy wife and your missing tooth? I'm 130 pounds, 5'8". Okay, so don't try to use those racial tropes on me, bitch. Okay, because I could talk about your big nose. Okay, I could talk about that wrinkly skin and those missing teeth and how your wife left you. So how?
AJ, we don't do lives. Come on.
That's his ex-wife. That's his ex-wife. He isn't white anymore. But anyways, I think when we talk, we need to talk about, okay, then don't use racial tropes on black women, especially when they're not true. So my thing is that we're talking about imminent danger, and Austin Metcalf presented that to Carmelo Anthony.
Hey, Louis. Hey, Louis. Whenever you hear people talk like that, do you think they really know about that in high school? You know what I mean? Louis?
I'm kicking it with my bro right now. I'm like half paying attention. What was that?
Oh, yeah, but he said something about it.
I didn't hear what was said. I just heard the wife part.
No, I was just asking, what you thought as far as, their analysis. I think it's okay for us to be able to examine all of the evidence instead of just jumping to a conclusion that makes people feel better. But I understand, the gender, likelihood of that being a reality, right? I'm just wondering if you feel the same way.
The gender of what?
No, we're trying just to examine the evidence. I'm just talking about the evidence. And if you're not aware of the evidence, then what you're saying doesn't really make sense to us. Agent talks about imminent threat and then says threat, but not the imminence, right? Just points out that she doesn't actually grasp.
Okay, I explain the situation. You just don't listen.
Can I go after some more?
Respond to this. You are retarded.
No problem.
You are one of the dumbest people on the
No, I just want to make sure this is clear,
You
right?
just have to say things that doesn't make any sense.
Can somebody help us?
And it's embarrassing.
Can somebody help you? You don't have to be so reactionary.
You need to see a therapist, and you stop speaking. I don't speaking about things you know nothing about.
Wait, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
I will allow her to keep cooking.
Hey, yo. No, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fifi, what you're dealing with in this case isn't objective, rational people. These are obviously biased people.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, that nigga's gonna keep crying. It's okay though. I hope you feel better, homie.
I was saying, get 20 to 30 seconds. And the conversation would have went straight through, and guess what? A whole other conversation would have, guess what? You said, you said, I want to hook it up. I came in there and said, I want to hook it up. And I was like, man, we don't need to. We don't need to. I don't care what you want. I don't care about religion. And I know y'all feel what's going on. I am going to go to bed. And as long as this is not the wrong man, you know what I mean? But I don't care to overtalk without being interrupted. Was it his turn? Who knows? And there was a lot of crying going on. And now niggas want to cry some more. So you want to look at this situation. You want to say, I got all the time. And then niggas started crying about something. Okay, I want to see all the hey, stop being crying. Hey, 15 minutes without being crying. I'm okay with it. Hey, I'm okay with crying. It's not going to happen right. I don't care about the crying. The crying. This is the crying. I actually never care about crying. That's why I'm never going to be tired of going to cry. Please continue to cry. How long duration period? You don't cry. You only have a long duration period. The best you can do is maybe I want to 13 minutes of background and the interruption. Maybe you actually want to take it along. You know every single time. This is your weakness. When you're done crying, you weakness. When you're done crying, this is the problem. Look at this. I'm not telling everybody. Eastern time. It is 3:10 p.m. I'm telling everybody right now. I don't think you can lose until 3:40 p.m. Eastern time. I'm on the job right now. I'm going to twice for the way. This is a good thing. Look, that's 13 minutes. I want somebody's name. Look at the ring on the name. There's 3 times. How do you have to be able to actually do this consistently? Without stopping. Without stopping. There's 3 rings on your name. I'm going to try to do this together. Let's see. Let's see if he's able to do it. 4 times. Let me ring on his name. This is real big boys. Go to the gym. Cardio is gonna help you, my guy. The reason why I can do these long crash outs is because I go to the gym. Because I actually go, I do cardio. Because I go into the freaking, into the sauna. My God. I am giving you good advice. The reason why you're able to wait 5 times in the first, it's a comment that we have. I'm giving you good advice. I'm not telling you what. Concrete. Go to the gym. Do some cardio. Do it daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, and you'll be able to be who I am right now. You'll be able to hold a long conversation without the ring around your name going away. The ring around your name went away already 7 times. It is funny whole crash out. You know the funniest part is you lost earlier. Everybody said, yo, you lost earlier. You know what you did? You muted up. Give me something. 39. Niggas want to cry. 39. For the record, he left the room.
That doesn't count. Oh, no, it does count because it's no good night. Hey, so here goes a couple of facts that are straight up in trial, bro. So one fact is that they did not know each other. This is from the defense and the prosecution, as far as Hunter and Carmelo Anthony. The other fact was that I guess is Hunter okay? What? Say it again? All right. So anyways, I guess Austin Metcalf got a text message from his
college installing
Hello?
better than
Hello?
It's quite impressive because I do have a knack for it.
Can you not hear me?
Word knowledge Can we
Monica,
start
can you-
having the conversation again, please, sir?
Monica, can you hear me?
Do you mind?
Monica?
Wait, I didn't do anything. I didn't crash out.
Knowledge, can you hear me?
But Coco, I might be able to do some like
Yeah, I can hear you.
tomorrow afternoon.
That's not.
Oh, you got there ignoring me?
No, I can hear you.
2 p.m. Eastern, I think, for our January 6th runs. Which
Alright, so you guys mind if I send
you
this?
can reply in the chat.
That's right,
It's not necessarily.
I don't even. I can't even hear you, Monica.
Are you telling me that the January 6th is our gathering again?
Back to you. I just saw
Okay.
your question.
Okay, Dawn, here we go, Dawn.
People need some ass whoopings up in here.
Oh, how do you do it?
Yeah, I don't want this nigga's off his ass at least 3-4 times today.
Yo, you heard Small's feelings, you know? You said you could do.
5 years ago.
Alright, thank you very much. Alright,
we can hear
you
you
want to
now.
say this, right? Thank you, brother.
Yeah, me and Monica.
Why are you going to
Very Yeah, that nigga Knowledge is a weirdo. Alright, let me just point this out though. Like, this is straight from the, hey, can we mute her? She's like, she's on our mic.
But how you gonna call me? I'm celebrating my freaking win. My third win.
Bro, you heard me? I was trying to get, can we mute her again? Can we mute her again? Alright, so this is from my Austin,
Your shoulders in line.
alright, can you be quiet now, Monica?
Now stepping out.
I was trying to give an update about the Carmelo Anthony trial, right? So, they never knew each other.
How I packed people up today with my
Hey, can we just, like, mute her?
and
She's acting like a West Virginian.
Oh, Dawn, now you can't hear Monica, Dawn?
Who was that arguing with this morning about what?
Alright, anyways, so they didn't know each other. The coach from Centennial High School did not have a tent. There was no tent for Carmelo Anthony's school. And the reason why he was in the tent was because a friend of his was on the team in the memorial and waved him over there, right? So these answer the questions that all of the pro Austin Metcalf people had. Why was he there? Because he had a friend there, right? And how come he wasn't underneath his own tent? Well, because he had his own tent, right? So because there was no Centennial tent.
Is guilty.
Hey, can we put her on mute? She's not making it again.
34% believe he's not.
Yeah, she's not by her phone, Don. So can we help her out? My brother was standing over Carmelo Anthony. So this is from the defense and the prosecution. This is from the actual trial. So that kind of changes a lot of things now.
Kid, so you would have been safe. Stuff the light thing a little bit better, but real quick, Knowledge, 9-7 on the Pistons. Knowledge, what's that mic that you got, nigga? Why don't you just send me the
link, bro?
Yeah, I can say the link.
Oh, please. Yeah, is it Amazon?
No, it's not. I bought a bunch of Amazon ones. They ain't
No, this one. I only had one good one from Amazon, bro. I had one good one from Amazon. It was for the iPhone 16, bro. And then when I went to go buy a new one because I broke it at the gym, bro, they said, bro,
Tomorrow, I bought like at least 4 or 6 from Amazon, and they don't hit the same card.
Did you say you bought more than 6 years old from the Amazon?
Hey, that was good.
Bro, the angle that you guys find is crazy. Hey, there was something that you said, Knowledge, that was hella funny.
How are you doing?
Hey, did you hear that a lot, Tim, about rape me? That shit, or don't rape me? That shit.
Wait, Samoa, were you here yesterday when my son knocked him out?
Nah, no.
Bro, so look. So, yesterday was the last day of school, so I was taking the kids to school, and actually it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday. Samoa was talking, not Samoa, Tim was talking so much shit while I was in the car with my daughter, while I was coming back from dropping her off with my son. And everyone was like, yo, you gotta fight back, Knowledge. Yo, as soon as I got to the crib, I put my son on the phone, and my son goes, hey, Mr. Tim, can you please let all the kids out of the basement? Yo, he's been trying to recover since that. It's been bad.
Not the basement.
Yeah, it was a knockout. Tim was like, who the fuck said that? What kid said that? I know where they're at, so I can kidnap them too.
Add them to my collection.
Right. That was like, I can kidnap them too.
Add them to my collection in the basement.
Yo, some more. I know you saw the Knicks do their thing last night. I know you saw.
Yeah, bro.
That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, I thought the Spurs were gonna smack the Knicks, but Jalen Brunson is underrated, fam. He underrated.
You want to know who knows it even more than me, bro? Louis knows it more than me.
What do you mean?
Who muted me? I've been talking this whole time.
He bet
they got a.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Johnson. Oh my goodness.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Johnson.
You fucked up a $15,000 bet yesterday.
26.
I want that one. No, I'm 15, bro. You know what is that right there? I'm 15, bro. You know what is that right there? That shit was fucking hot.
Tim, you know what I can't understand, fam? You from that blue, you cool to say you from a true blue state, and you're a freaking Trumper fan. I don't know. That state is super blue, fam.
Straight up.
Ain't you a Trumper too?
Straight up.
Ain't you a Trumper too? Oh man, I got the wrong one here. My bad, my fault.
This is definitely racist.
Yeah, they are kind of like just saying, my fault.
This is definitely racist.
Yeah, they are kind of like just saying,
they all look kind of transitive.
all y'all white dudes look the same to me, man. I'm sorry. My fault.
They all look gamey, bluey, and ready. They're all translucent.
Yo, some more. And old. You forgot old.
Yes, and hey man, so it looks like it's starting to look better for Carmelo right now. I'm hoping these dudes at the freaking county can shut the hell up. I'm looking at like all of these videos of them protesting, and like they're out there calling every white person they see a cracker.
There's more. You said it's looking good.
Yeah, why you mean what you good?
Yo, Samoa, you know what's crazy? When I hung out with Nathan last weekend, I asked Nathan, I was like, yo, you met up with Mr. Finley, right? He was like, yeah, I met up with Mr. Finley. And I'm like, is he as tall as he says he is? He's like, he definitely can't dunk. Ain't no way Mr. Finley can dunk.
That's why he focused on that left hand so much, so he can get the reverse in there. And he's still dunking. I came at the perfect time, I never had anybody over his You got jump shots, mid-range, and layups. That's telling. Yo, Kendo. What up?
Yo, if you look at Mr. Finley's PTR, his wife in the picture is 4'8", so he's barely about 5'.
No, he ain't short, bro. Like, he reasonably tall.
Kendall like 6'3", 6'4".
You're doing a great job too, man. He know how to spin the block on you. So he's going to come back. And I done got a little leaner.
Come on and play. Chaos, the room is crazy right now. No, I'm asking if it's loud, I'll change it. Yeah, my last time, 2 times, it was a
I lost audio for 10 minutes. I lost audio for 10 minutes.
We do a rip handle to it.
Yeah, we go on that. That's a fact. That's a fact. What's crazy is that every game we play 3 games, they were up every game and blew every game. You know the value of the blacks?
And look, my putback game is serious. And you know, like, they don't expect like a nigga my height to like
That's the loudest
move. You know what I'm saying? So
and they didn't expect me to be able to shoot like I could though.
oh yeah. That
I was killing with that beat. You know they're gonna chase up the 3-point line. That's all I know to do is shoot threes.
Them black people lungs make y'all talk louder. Them black lungs make y'all talk louder. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is too.
No, I apologize to everyone. I don't know.
I don't accept apologies, Monica.
I apologize. I'm on the nice.
I kept not only didn't hear anyone, everyone looked like they were on mute.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Crazy born to live a miracle.
You must have got the MAGA hack. The MAGA hack. It mutes every minority in the room on Clubhouse.
Yo, Kendo, why you think Monica has a seductive voice? But where do you think she gets that seductive voice from? Why do you think she doesn't?
I think it's a performance voice, and I think she's a Negro whisperer.
Like, she's so fucking fake. Why she put that seductive voice? So she could entice certain people and make us think she sound like that. You know Mike Tyson be putting a fake voice like Michael Jackson? She be doing that shit too, nigga.
What?
Wait, hold on. Jacobus, are you admitting that you've been enticed by Monica?
I think so. Bro, I'm an honest nigga. I'm an honest Joe.
Huey, why do you put that on my back? My jacket?
You see how it came out? You put it on my back. You see what she did?
Come on, don't sexualize this old lady.
Hey, when she said, why did you put it on my back, bro? The visual is crazy.
Did you look up those 2 toys for your baby girl?
Monica has a crush on
The only problem is that she's already curling. So if I feel like I'm too late for that, the ball.
No, not the ball. She rolled it when she rolled.
She took Huey and my balls. She likes Huey, nigga.
That puppy was cute.
Oh, yeah, puppy.
The robot puppy, yeah. But everyone who I've ever seen get it.
She's going over this thing
real quick. That's why I kind of want something that's like low investment, like hate to say this, cat toys. Like the best option, you know what I mean?
Huey's a married man. Now she want to have babies with you. She's crazy, bro.
I definitely give her a ball though, because she's so active.
Active balls. My nigga.
Oh, they have that train with the dominoes. Have you seen that?
But I don't.
The thing is, it needs to be automated like Robo, like something that's robotic. To keep her in the playpen, because we just bought a playpen, like, so it's like a 1 meter by 2, 1.6 meters by 2. And the problem is, if we leave her in there, she gonna cry, like she wants to be out.
The ball. I think the ball would work.
You know what, Joe? I'm gonna tell y'all something.
Because it's tactile, it has light and sound.
It's
the colors. If it was all black, maybe. Because the weird thing is like,
you made it worse. It's all black.
I'm telling you.
Well, let me go look to see if I can find one for you.
He's wondering why he's getting fingered and not understanding how. She's the biggest one. What the fuck?
You know what's interesting with consistent is that, like, I feel like my kids play with the box. The toy comes in more than the body.
Yeah. Look, chaos like they were talking about something. Bro, I heard Huey say it's a meter long. Just
thank you, Small.
And then now Chaos talking about playing with the box.
Recognize us. We
class.
And I'm a skinny dove. But we recognize patterns, bro. And Jesus said, be like doves and wise as serpents. We recognize patterns and we gentle. But the serpent, they rough. They penetrate dogs with a bite. They penetrate
penetrate with a bite, and she sunk her teeth into Huey. And on stage, Huey was getting masturbated by this demonic woman. And he let it happen. He didn't say no. Just like Adam didn't say no when it happened.
Well, I didn't
This is
say
your
to
shame.
have my
This is
knees
your shame, brother.
off your punk
I
ass
will cover
bitch.
your shame.
That's why you
Cover your
blocked
shame.
in
I
the
will cover
state
your
block,
shame with
Jacobus.
love, brother.
Every time I think it's too hard on Jacobus, he's having a hard time.
Fight me,
You should
you
give him a
fuckers.
break.
Fight me, you snakes.
You should
I got enough of them.
give Jacobus a break. Every time.
That's what
Fight me on my pussy.
You pervert, you perverted, you perverted freak.
I don't want
I want to
that.
come here.
I don't want that. No, I don't want it.
No, you can't like me.
Where's
You
Nathan?
No, I don't want
Nathan,
it.
I don't consent. This is gross.
Implicit meanings are gross, yet the words that are stated are hidden. This is crazy. Tis.
Hey, Huey, did you get the update?
Unlucky.
So he had a reason to be under the tent. Who? Carmelo. Oh, shit.
He had a reason to be under the tent?
Yeah.
What?
What was the reason? So he had a friend that called him over, or like he was speaking to a friend of his underneath the memorial tent. And to answer the question that's asking, like, well, how come he wasn't underneath the Centennial High School tent? Because there wasn't one. So like, and they never knew each other, the brothers or anything. And from the defense, they're saying that it was both brothers standing over him while he was in a crouched position. I'm not gonna lie, man, this was all cold as fuck. But like, I don't give a fuck if I know for a fact it was real. You, he's definitely not getting away with manslaughter. There's no world in which that happens. Best case scenario is that he doesn't get hit with murder. Manslaughter is still what, 5 to 7, 5 to 8? Right? What does anybody know the manslaughter charge? I think they're gonna hit him with the max for manslaughter, so it's like it's kind of like a lose-lose scenario, really. I don't know, man. It's like if you say that the process of how you came about with premeditated murder was this state of mind, and the jury doesn't believe you, and then you're like, oh well, maybe it was kind of like an accident or whatever.
My daughter Samoa.
The criminal thing is, no, I was defending myself because the environment is that. I don't know how a jury would be able to go from so extreme left and right to like a middle position. Like what just to be like, well, he did something, we don't know, we should just give him the middle.
Now that you're there, I want to talk to you after these two brothers.
Hi, Anna Karen.
I'm trying to see how they get the manslaughter.
Hi, Anna Karen.
Yeah. Some more.
Did you put us
Let
in
me
there?
tell you, what I think it is.
Oh shit, was I muted this entire time? Was I muted this? Fuck. Yeah. Yo, that's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck's up with you, Jacob?
Change the mood with that shit, bro. I ain't know what the fuck's going on.
I'm cussing Jacob sauce and everything. I ain't know. I take all 19 bullets back.
Incredible amounts of stupidity. Let's litigate the case again for old time's sake.
I mean, this is almond milk. I'm like, motherfucker, that ain't milk. That's almond juice, right? And then they go to have a whole discrepancy on that. And then to prove them niggas wrong, I'm going to say some deeper shit, and they're going to say, you know what? We're going to go back to that, and then we're going to attack that. So basically, I'm saying this, look, a honeycomb is a nut, a vegetable, and a motherfucking fruit. And when you squeeze it, juice come out, or honey. started late, so my perception is a little late, but it's ahead of the time. So all I'm saying is this. Look, I'm just saying again. I know, but remember, I gotta give you 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Why do they call the stuff that comes out of the coconut milk?
See, I don't want y'all to get confused. Because it's going to happen.
Because it's white.
Hold on. Let's not get confused, and let's respect who's bringing you the dinner. So now, my nigga Huey is on my side. He understands that almond is vegetable. And when you sweet it, you make some water. You make some juice. And when you add a little water, it becomes sweet water. And when Moses gave the Israelites sweet water, he gave them honey water. Now go back to the almond milk and the almond juice, like I told you. And then you will attack the nut, vegetable, known as the honeycomb.
Yo, I can't think of any juice that's white. Is there, do you guys know any?
Nigga.
Is there any juice that's white?
I can show you seeds. Listen, I can show
technically
you
coconut milk would be.
Nigga, no. You see, now I'm about to hit you with some deep shit. Watch this, bro. Let's go deep. Because we ain't gonna go homo. Watch this. If you got 2 seeds, and you squeeze those 2 seeds, and some white liquid come out, that is the juice. Now, what it came out of was a fruit. And right now, that fruit is not forbidden. But a long time ago, it was forbidden.
Because people use it instead of dairy milk from cows as a replacement.
Oh my God! If you listen to a woman, you're not gonna understand. Wait, listen. Mikey, look at yourself before I finish.
Okay, so milking is.
Oh my God! This is why I can't breathe nothing out. Because there's so many snakes in the pigs.
Who's the pig? Who the fuck is the pig?
Wait, Samoa, are you here?
I had to lay it on him yesterday, bro.
Samoa, read the chat, Samoa. Samoa, bro. Samoa, the lies. Centennial had a 10. There were 8 teams on the track that day. There were 8 teams, Samoa, and each one had their own tip. Okay, Chad.
Mikey, look at himself. Mikey, look at himself. Mikey, look at himself. You said it.
I was a professional poser. I stared at myself more than anything, bro. I was the one that declared me staring at my butthole.
Look at himself. And guess what? Mikey saw.
That's the thing.
Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw. Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw.
I'm gonna keep making you say that.
Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw.
No. Don't stop now, bro.
Look at himself.
I don't think you can handle it.
Mikey saw.
It's too much of a tongue twister.
Mikey look at himself.
You're already slowing down. You're slowing down.
I'm dancing with the song.
No, you're not. You're not dancing.
Now guess
You
what?
already broke through.
I'm dancing. You already kick their legs up in the women in the dresses. Now. Mikey look at himself. Now guess what? Mikey saw.
Nigga, you got my
Mikey. I'm trying. I know, that was the good part, right? Now, look, let me go back to the fruit. Basically, you would agree that ain't no way almonds got titties and they cannot produce milk. You would agree with that.
You're trying to change it now. Look, you're trying to change it.
Mikey, look at himself. Now, guess what? Mikey saw.
It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good.
Look at Mikey. You're going to have to tell us what you
say it. Say, why are you stopping your rhythm?
Because I want to tell them about the milk.
You quit.
Wait. Jacobus, can you do because it wasn't blood? That's my favorite.
Now, this fruit is forbidden. No one is supposed to touch it. No one is supposed to eat it. You're not supposed to consume it. But a woman touched it and looked at it, and she consumed it. And now, yes, this is deep. For the forbidden fruit, I shall not say.
I had a quick
really quick question. Come on, really quick question. Yo, She-Wolf, I saw your PTR. Yo, did your man finally put a ring on it? Did your man finally put a ring?
He bought me 2 rings, Knowledge.
What? I see 3 rings in there.
Okay, the middle one I bought, and I said I was gonna give that to a man one day. That's a man's wedding band in the middle. It don't fit him, and he don't really wear rings, so I never gave it to him. But that's a man's wedding band in the middle.
She-Wolf, that's your hand?
Hey, Monica.
Yeah, that's my ashy ass hand.
She-Wolf, congrats.
Oh, Monica, you need to read better.
These are old.
Yo, She-Wolf, you can scratch a good back.
I've heard that many times before.
Yo, what about a bad bag? What about a bad bag?
I do scratch a good back.
You scratch a good back.
I'm checking Samoa now.
Yo, She-Wolf, you know what's funny? Have you ever heard the saying cats have like 9 lives?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta read it.
I never believed in that saying.
Samoa, can you put it in the
I
chat?
saw Huey die at least 4 times.
It was bad.
I saw him die 4 times yesterday. 4 times today. I think he's on his last life. I mean, you know what that means, bro. When they say
I'll be rooting for you, Huey. You're one of the better argument makers.
No,
you don't hear Mike.
But yesterday it wasn't good, Huey. I've seen you make some of the better arguments in the room, Huey. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Yesterday it wasn't good.
That's a fact.
Can I talk to what
Yeah, Mom, we're trying to say something to Samoa for a minute.
Let him get that joke out. What might go Samoa on it?
in your garage, like response here, it says typically this is what they do, and what I provided you is like what was testified to in the trial today. Okay, real quick, the trial being televised.
No, these are
No, these are all local reporters that are providing, like, it's just a prompt, right? It's like,
bro, like, if you use, like, chat right now, like, get better results, you're gonna get better results.
Well, no, that might be true.
I don't think so.
But there is a way to prompting this better.
That's it.
Yeah, like, there's a way of prompting this one better.
Put the same prompt into both and see which one you get.
No, but like they both have like different default settings, right? But like if you're asked to something direct,
which one is more? My claim is based on accuracy, and I'm saying in reference to what you guys are like looking into. Prompt sucks.
I usually
test it, put it into some bias.
Oh, love and lunch.
Centennial High, according to Grok from my new prompt, Centennial High School was the only team without a tent set up that day.
Right.
And that's why Mike Hackens is firing. He is a public defender. He's not a. They hired him.
Yeah, these are the people that are in the room.
Right.
Like, there's a lot of conjecture on like what the actual arguments are going to be. So I've learned 3 new things just from like watching these people. So
What's the other things you learned?
not just that they don't know each other. The coach asked Austin Metcalf to be more of a leader, kind of like controlling the dynamic at these types of track meets. And
there was some thefts at previous track meets.
And that Carmelo Anthony had a friend that was underneath this specific tent that called him over, and that's who he was engaging with.
Yo, so Samoa, forgive me, my nigga.
No, you gotta do him.
No, I gotta tell you something, Samoa. Right? But I'm not accusing no one. I'm just saying. Backstabbing, 2 fights left. Come on. Picking. Look at yourself. Please don't be so interfere. You forward a long ways since you led the Black Dragon. You're not too late about the Black Dragon. I am the Black Dragon. That's you, boss. Because the Lord has come over his mind. I don't take orders from the Lord. I'm on the wrong side.
do you want to do it? How can you conduct this whole thing? Just price. Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. Let me see what you do when you're tired. Let me see how you push yourself. Come on, man. Get up. Do it again tomorrow. Do it again tomorrow. Do it again tomorrow.
I'm very excited. I was talking for 15 minutes thinking that nobody was talking, and then I changed the audio setting and realized that everybody was talking. Oh, I'm very upset now. I totally embarrassed myself.
Text me. Nigga, do you have a Siemens phone? Was that the Siemens phone?
This
Wait, he said Siemens. He ain't talking about the fucking Procreate. You nasty.
Believe it, but you just unlocked it. Shit for the family. Always. If they keep getting back up again, turns out to be the code. Stop taking constructive criticism from people that have never constructed anything that you do.
It was last year though. Like, it doesn't really matter now. We're gonna find out the truth.
The truth. Let's talk about why they.
The truth about what?
My husband from coming to and his uncle.
Yeah, the trials right now. Right? Yeah. They just had an argument. The defense spoke as well. And they're gonna come down to us doing it.
Why haven't we had a trial for Luigi yet? Or is that
Yeah, it's going through. It's just they stop cameras from going inside because obviously.
What trial for Luigi? He committed murder.
But like he still gets a trial, right?
Yeah.
It's premeditated murder. He's gonna be sentenced for a long, long time.
They should go into the death penalties now.
No, I don't think they'll put him to death. This youngster that stabbed him is gonna get off.
Luigi Mangione, they did a really good tango song about him. I'll put it in the chat.
And then it's called due process. We can't just adjudicate him guilty without a trial.
I agree. They're gonna, like, the guy openly admitted to doing what he did. Like, it's done. They're just gonna sentence the kid. Alright, why do you keep calling him a kid? Kids are innocent. This wasn't an innocent man. This is somebody who murdered Carmelo's a kid too. Being treated as a little. Look, when we say
Yeah, but he's black, so you know.
when we
Black
say
boys
kids,
aren't really kids.
look, when we say kids, we mean that there's a connotation that we have around it that makes us feel like a kid is innocent.
Kanye what? A Kanye what?
Relax.
A connotation? What word are you using so I can learn it?
Oh, connotation.
Like maybe.
Connotation?
No. Let's make it helpful.
Yeah, if it's connotation, I know what that is. I don't think you used it correctly, but
Let's make it helpful. If you exercised this morning, you would have been out of breath and you would have did yourself a favor. But you didn't do that. So don't try to exercise your mouth now. Okay? So now all I was saying is this. When we have words like kids and babies, we think of connotations, things that make us look at it in another manner that's more polite.
oh, he did it again.
And when we look at this murderer, he was not innocent. He knew what he was doing. He also knew the consequences. And the fact he knew the consequences means he wasn't a baby. So I think you're like it up, bro. Like, does it matter to you guys that in court today it's been verified that this dude outweighed him 100 pounds?
See,
So you got 230
I
pound guy.
fucking told you guys. Go ahead, Samar. I fucking
Yeah,
told you.
there's the 230 in here. That kid's going to jail for the rest of his life, bro.
Kyle, That's not the
They can't put him away for the rest of his life because he's a minor.
Yeah, they're not.
You can't get minors life without parole. Can't get minors LR.
Damn, Sheila, that you? Trust me, it's Green on the show. I see you going full diva.
You know what I thought was interesting? Automatically assumed that child, that minor white boy was killed unjustly. She's already okay, whatever. You've already decided that child. I don't have to say that to. No, don't tell me.
No, he does not. He's not going to help you.
You've already decided that he was killed unjustly. We don't know yet if it was self-defense. You've already decided in your mind that it was murder. So that only goes to show that people like you
I have absolutely never done that. If you really want to
you already have a preconceived notion about whether or not the child was murdered or he was killed in self-defense. You've already decided that. So somebody like you cannot be
honest to God, faith.
you cannot be objective. You cannot listen to the evidence and look at the evidence and wait to make a judgment. Right? That's why I'm saying you should not take over the furniture and tell me. That's why I would say that. Because some people like you will decide before they hear the evidence. I'm not judging. Somebody like you will decide before the evidence that it was unjust.
She will the Metcalf deserve to die.
This is racist. That is such a bias.
She will, do you think Austin Metcalf deserves to die?
Nobody deserves to die, but that's not what they're saying.
I'd like to hear from Sheila. Is that a possibility?
He is a murderer.
Can I speak to Sheila?
We don't care. You don't care.
Can I
And Austin caught that heat.
Sheila, do you think
I'll burn down all South Carolina. Listen.
Do you think Carmelo used excessive force?
You want me to make a decision before seeing the evidence, and I'm trying to tell you I can't do that.
I accept your answer. Thank you, Sheila.
Wait.
Thank you, Sheila.
Can I ask you a different question? So Monica, can we get one back? No. You still alone? Monica. Wait, hold on.
Be on the side of white man. So like, what hypotheticals are?
Yeah.
I'm asking after Huey's question. Okay.
Monica is so particular.
I have a general question to people in the States because I'm a bit confused because I didn't look over the arrest report. But what I'm confused about is why is it so short? Is it usually that short? Like, mine's like all of the. Yeah, but it's weird though. It's only a few, like it's what 2-3 pages. No, I mean like. No, but. It's really short. Thank you. Sorry, I was just confused. Like, No, I'm going to finish in like 5 seconds. Yeah, I was just confused. My arrest report was like triple that size, and it was just like a tiny bit of like non-violent or whatever. So I was just confused why it's so short. It just.
That's a good point. This is a narrative. No, she just saying she was born for gangster.
I thought I heard a woman talking. I thought I heard a boy.
I got a question for you. Oh my God. No, Miss Cece, I'm sorry.
No, she knows what she did. She knows what she did.
Some questions for you too.
So we ain't gonna let you go. Skinny Michael.
Mike is well, Fifi.
I thought you guys would find this question.
Yes, very low, Miss Fifi.
I know.
It's respectful to be yelling like that.
I'll just turn up. You don't have to yell.
You free. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up, you company piece of shit.
Hey, Huey, bro, you gotta do your thing, bro.
I'm so sorry, Miss Guppy, because I
This is you that needs help.
to say
Come on,
I apologize, Miss Fifi. I should
Come on, send me $30 so I can get a big mic.
Can you guys be quiet so Miss Fifi can say what she wants to say? Because I cut her off. I think that was rude.
All right, cool. Moderate. Thank you very much, Mrs. Z. Huey, go ahead.
Now we kind of moved past the point, but I just did want to ask Monica. Monica, hypothetically, if let's say a person like Candace Owens decides to investigate Austin Metcalf and finds out that Austin Metcalf was in drugs or doing a whole bunch of like shady shit on the side, would that change your opinion on whether or not we should talk about that, or do you feel it's like inappropriate to talk about that?
Or dealing relevant to his death. We should understand all the information,
Huey, that likely would be something that a judge would say that can't come into the trial.
unless it was relevant to, if it was relevant.
Okay, so the only reason I'm asking is that I always find it interesting that like when it came to George Floyd's death and Candace Owens did what she did, nobody really had a problem with that. Nobody had a problem.
Fucking Indian fucker.
When it came to George Floyd's death, nobody took the weird sympathetic approach that you're like approaching Austin Metcalf. I don't remember hearing you or anybody on that side like have that same sympathy and been arm in arm with everybody else who's like it's fucked up that George Floyd died the way he did. Right? But it's just interesting that like nobody can really examine the circumstances. We can't like just I guess have any kind of empathy or sympathy for Carmelo Anthony because Austin Metcalf is the victim and like he's a poor white kid that it just feels that way. He's a poor white kid died and therefore, we shouldn't look into it or XYZ. But like would you be comfortable if we decided, hey, lefties, let's band together and like look into fucking Austin
The
Metcalf?
third time you're asking me the question, my first answer wasn't good enough. I said if it's relevant to his death, she said no. She said no. But I don't. Hey, free. Why don't I give you the mic and you repeat exactly what I said? Because maybe they'll hear you better. Because they're sure not listening.
She's saying that black boys should rot in jail. All black boys should be prison.
So she passed it on to
I'm about to block you.
You can block me, Monica. I don't care. Like I'm gonna cry. I'm crying.
So Huey, I think the significant difference is that the argument is, Huey, if you can hear me, the argument is that his fentanyl, his drug habits seem to have a role in it because I'm talking about George Floyd, because he was with his drug dealer at the time, and then we also found drugs in the system, and there was an open cap in the car. So if that wasn't relevant, you'd be 100% right. Like when they talked about him, having this robbery of this pregnant woman, I don't think it was relevant. So in that context, you're right on that. But the drug use in this particular case was relevant.
So I was trying to answer that question in principle. Obviously it's different cases, right? One's an adult, one's not. One's from the streets, one's not. Like we understand the differences. I'm trying to like discern a principle here, right? My question to you is like somebody said, Monica asked, did Austin Metcalf deserve to die? So I'm just going to ask it the other way around, right? Did George Floyd deserve to die?
No, he didn't deserve to
die.
Any of that other shit about his past, why did that matter? Bro, that's not how you view the situation. Because ignoring the fact that Metcalf caught the line, then death would be warranted. So we just kind of get a temperature check of how you view the situation.
That's not ignoring the fact that they just selected an all-white jury for their trial.
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
You can't point out that this is a manipulative tactic for the left.
as far as like virtue signaling and guilting people into doing what they want. And then the person that's like on the right pointing at the person on the left, they're pointing the thing back at them.
Trying to humanize
Just hold on.
and dehumanize. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so like the question is, hey, do you think Austin, so her doing that, but pointing at the left, like, hey, you guys are bad people for doing that type of a thing, and now she's doing that type of a thing. I think that's what Huey like picked up on. Like, hold on, let's.
Yeah. And to be fair, Monica, I think you probably misworded because I hate when people do that first. When people say you deserve to die. I think she said it's justified. She feels justified, but deserving to die is really a weird thing because deserving to die is like a string, right? Like most people don't deserve to die. Maybe pedophiles, rapists, yes, but just someone who had an argument or a fight, no. So yeah, I don't think anyone is entitled to die.
Except Louis made the argument that Austin deserved to die and he's not sad he's dead and he doesn't even remember his name. And Twerks for Nuggets just said yes, he deserved to die. So I was actually hoping she would say no, he didn't deserve to die.
It's not about whether he deserved to
die.
It's about whether it was justified. I'm answering you, Monica. You're asking the wrong question. This is about whether this was justified or not. If this was self-defense or murder. So when you're asking if he deserved to die, that is not a question that is going to be fucking answered when the jury makes a decision. That is irrelevant. And I think you're asking that question to steer away from, right? It's an obfuscation from the fact that this could have likely been self-defense. So that's why I can't, and I will not answer that question. Because
you answered me, and I accepted your answer, and your answer was, I don't know yet. I have to accept your answer whether I like it or not, because that's your answer, and I thank you. I'm not fighting you over it.
Monica, you don't feel like you did the Piers Morgan trip?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Wait, let me describe the Piers Morgan trip for the audience. After October 7th, one of the things like Piers Morgan like perpetually got like found himself doing is anytime he had like somebody who was I guess coming to speak up on behalf of, let's say, Palestine, he'd do this weird thing where it's like, oh, was October the 7th justified? And like he'd force this weird thing. You condemn Hamas, remember that shit, like where it's like it's clearly the conversation is bigger and broader than like, let's say, the atrocity of October the 7th, right? It's the Piers Morgan trip where you're trying to force people to I guess not committing to the broader conversation and like an arbitrary sort of like moral position such that like it seemingly undermines the broader discussion that they're trying to have, right? It's a weird thing. It's like a weird moral gambit that you're putting people into that kind of situation by asking, did he deserve to die? That's such a weird question, bro.
Huey, what we're witnessing right now, Huey. Listen, Huey, what we're witnessing right now is let new speakers talk. This is what I'm saying because this is a beautiful conversation. I work for a black grassroots organization, and a lot of people don't pay attention to these things. What we're witnessing right now
is Dominic Alexander.
What works for them? Hold on. What work doesn't work for us? Look, what works for them doesn't work for us. When kids were bullied in school and their people were killing themselves, they started movements and they were locking up people who were bullying their kids. When work for them don't work for us. Look at what just happened with the Chinese man at the gas station where they chased this young boy 100 yards and he had his back turned when they put him down. 130. That's hard football field. Goalpost to goalpost.
Exactly. He wasn't a threat.
Plus 10 yards.
He wasn't a threat, and they shot him down, and he was found not guilty when that is actually indeed murder according to their laws. You understand what I'm saying? So when we look at what's on in society, we have to understand, and we have to start stating the fact that their laws are for them, and they don't fucking work for us. Anytime something happens to one of their individuals, it works for them. But when it's happening to our people, it doesn't work for us. And this is exactly what we're going through in society at this time.
I agree.
Everyone
That's why
trying to
I
be
think
nice to you.
people
I
like
can't take it serious. No, you
that's
gotta
why
put
I
your
like
feet on this way. There's plenty of cases that were brought up. I'm sorry. There's plenty of cases where white people kidnap people.
because they are very biased and they do not
No, they're not. You just repeat what he said.
No, I mean, you just I understand you're a simple man who doesn't have any boyfriend. That's why you're on stage talking to and interrupted and want to have your and want to be heard.
We are grown. We can't have a
Loneliness is because we are being that I'm the bigger person, obviously, I need to speak out on the things you are.
Just calm down.
But if I get a lot of money, y'all won't cry, right?
Yeah, because okay, shit. Knowledge. How much is it? How much you need, nigga? Like, cause fuck all this. Like, I'm tired. Like, how much you need, man? Not that guy.
This is like Trump is trying to show me some rabble. Show me some legs.
Yo, what the fuck? Bro, Trump is trying to actively change one of the 3 sections of the 14th Amendment, which was basically created to have slaves become. But he's trying to change the 14th Amendment, and that was basically created for the freedom of slaves and shit. You see what I'm saying? And there are 3 parts to it, but we all know how our president likes to act. He likes to pull people in by saying it's about the immigrants, and then we fall for the shit, and then immediately after he attacks black people. Immediately after. No pass, go collect $200. Immediately. So if he's going to do this and put it on the network and on the mainstream, then it's so that immigrants, children don't get birthright citizenship when birthright citizenship was created because of slaves and slavery.
Yes,
for our people.
No, I mean we're okay. Like, what are you talking about? America?
No, it doesn't mean that we're okay because he's also trying to change another thing to where if your last name is not the same name on your birth certificate, you lose the right to vote. So what does that mean for married people? See, it's a lot of shit. I know what you're saying, but this is what he's doing.
No, I'm saying what the shit you're saying doesn't make sense.
But this is what he's doing. They're literally changing things for our people, which is why they just changed the voting districts, which was changed because it was what it is now, which is what they just changed, and it was racist back then, which is why they changed up the districts. So more black voters voted counts, and they just changed it back to where our votes don't count in certain districts anymore, to where Republicans and the motherfuckers who don't believe and, being peaceful on this planet, I'll say that much, they get a majority of vote at this
point. I'm talking about the case anymore. I'm
speaking about everything that they're doing.
Yeah, but these are the people who claim they want democracy, but when it pertains to black people, all of a sudden things are out the window. These people don't believe in a democracy. It's embarrassing. And but what I know is that they can go on and on, but when I see people want to go robble, or chicken head over there wants to come off mic and speak over me. But it's okay. I think you're absolutely right, Grim. I think that what you're saying is quite pertinent to the future of America. People want to talk about democracy and freedoms, but they're okay with limiting the freedoms of black people. I don't really understand the questions that are asked towards Monica because we know she's a racist. And the thing is that when you ask Monica these questions, you expect a different answer, but her response is always going to be aligned with whiteness. She is fine with a black man going to jail. She is fine with black men dying.
She's a big
man. But as soon as
Bro, why do you think they never teach what the Declaration of Independence teaches in elementary school? Go ahead, Agent.
But as soon as like a white person is in question, she wants to these people like Chickenhead down there in Monaco, they want to humanize that individual, even though what they did was disgusting. It was dehumanizing to that individual, and then they want to create a monster out of that black person, and it's really sad, But like at the end of the day, we know Monica's character. We know if she's one of the 12 jurors, she's gonna find that boy killed. But Monica, you're not the chicken head, so you don't need to put that PTR.
Yeah, you don't got to act like that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we're very aware of Monica's sentiments towards black people. So I just think some of the questioning or involving or her involvement in conversations, her responses are surprising. They're not surprising.
When we think about what we learn in these areas, well, we can't forget about the Reagan boxes. We can't forget about what they did to those black men that had syphilis for 40 years. We can't forget about what they did with Black Wall Street. We can't forget about how Gaddafi tried to get ass money to fund black education and black people, and they turned that money down. We can't forget about certain things that would have put us in a certain light of elevation to put us on the same level as these people, but they want us to die and they want us in prison because our bodies generate more money for their economy. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of things happening that you should. Yes.
Faith that God got me and my work will pay off. And I'm guessing that tweet is somewhat like indicative of his character in some sense, that he's a God-fearing kid, he was a faithful kid. My question to you is, do you think when he told Carmelo to leave the tent, he was acting godly?
I think we should wait for the trial. Just
I
like
think
she
that we should wait.
Wait, hold on. That's not going to be addressed in the trial, obviously. I'm just asking you in terms of his character. Do you think that was a godly thing to do? Do you think Jesus would have told Carmelo to leave the tent?
So in the Discord, there's 3 videos. I'm answering your question. I just need a minute to answer it. So, the interrupters can stay on mute. In the interviews by Hunter, they said they didn't notice Carmelo until he started shouting. And then he started talking reckless. So if you're protecting your area, like Hunter also said, the coaches said, hey, we've had some thefts at track meets. Be alert and aware of your belongings and your team's belongings, and pay attention to your surroundings. Then he was honoring his neighbor, wasn't he?
Well, let me ask you a question. Wait. The name. Hold on.
What question?
Can you just move him down, knowledge, instead of
Why move me down when everything I'm stating is facts?
Graham, just chill, Graham. Okay, so Monica, you don't think that it's likely the case that it was Jesus? You don't think that it's likely the case that if it was Jesus would probably, if he thought Carmelo was like, let's say, a disturbed young man wilding out, he would have prayed for him rather than kick him out the tent? You don't think that's more likely?
Maybe performed an exorcism too.
Sure, that would have been better than manhandling him out the tent, right?
We correct. Depends on what you talk about manhandling. Could have been a push, could have been a touch, could have been a shove. We'll see the testimony.
But witnesses already came out and said that he physically touched him.
When someone the U.S. Constitution and they talk about the amendments, we make sure that the verbiage is clear. We correct people when they say things that are wrong, and I'll stand a correction as well as anyone else should. Because when we're impeccable with our speech, it increases the chances that people actually hear us. Not always, but a lot.
Did answer your question.
So what happened is, what happened in that situation is, hold on, Ma, let me say this.
She was a god, rabble. Well interrupted, rabble.
I like to give the remaining of my time to knowledge.
Yeah, so I disagree with everything that Dog is about to say.
No, so I mean, listen, Jerry, you just witnessed the fake Christianity that gets oftentimes weaponized against me. And full display, the question wasn't answered. So the question still stands. Would Jesus cast Carmelo Anthony out of the tent? Would he bring him into the fold? What does Christ say about being the lost shepherd? That when the one goes astray, he will go seek the who are demon possessed, they get shot. Right? So I think really the onus of the demon possession should have been on Metcalf for thinking that he has the someone he's like losing weight. So as I was saying, right?
Let us continue. And we finish.
So we can hear the brother Clemens the most when he speaks. I think he needs to get a detox in his system. I recommend ginger, turmeric, with some pineapple. Good way to cleanse your system, brother.
Cayenne too.
And also, I do think that on the topic of exorcisms, right, we do need to cleanse the spirit of the room. Jesus definitely would have taken Carmelo Anthony in. He would have de-armed Carmelo Anthony without even putting a hand on him. What did he tell Peter?
He told them.
Right? When Peter was ready to pull out the sword, what did he tell him? The Christians don't know about that though, but I'll let you go.
Well, if we're gonna talk about Christianity,
next.
a lot of these Christians are Paulites.
Next. Come on, Graham. Y'all stop, Rob. Thank you. Let's go ahead and address this question about the Christian thing. I don't like this idea that Christians are supposed to be pushovers and pussies, right? Like, that's not, especially like back then, all right? We come from the Crucible, this Brimstone age, where Christians were pretty much, you can go to war and all types of shit for the beliefs. I'm saying we as humans. Anyhow, the bottom line is that, yeah, Christ or his followers probably told him, hey, this ain't your space, could you please move? And we always try to interpret this in the worst face possible, that Metcalf just walked up to him and said the most egregious shit. No one, especially for those who are trying to defend Anthony, no one's considering the possibility that he probably asked him nicely. Hey, man, everything good? You over here for any reason?
There are witnesses and evidence to show that's not what happened.
I got you, brother. Hold time. No, dude.
The white man is always good. The white man is always polite. The white man is full of love.
It's still on me.
But I'm just saying that what you're saying is false. So let's get the people to talk.
Hey, let me finish.
That man fucked around and found out.
Thank you. So no one is a report suggests that this book came them in a hostile way. You got a bunch of lies that you think it's a bunch of lies that you guys believe. Hey, stop talking, bro. What's wrong with you?
It's the altercation.
Let me finish. You don't want me to talk, but you won't let me fucking stop and get my point out. What the fuck? Anyhow, let me finish. There's a lot of conspiracy theories you motherfuckers believe about this, that these boys tried to jump in, which is not true according to the police report. It just seemed to be one debate between these two boys. Not the team. No one.
Rabble.
Thank you. So, the bottom line is, according to the witnesses, I'm looking at his tablet time. So, between the people involved, those two boys on the handout. So this whole narrative about the two boys approach him, false. The boys tried to take his phone, false. They tried to jump him, false. They was bullying him, false. They knew him beforehand, false. So far, there's nothing corroborate that bullshit. At the end of the day, he did touch him. That does not want you to get fucking stabbed or jump or kicked or none of that shit. And these same people, I guarantee you, in any other scenario, they wouldn't have the same sentiment because, again, they only lean to their bias. If a guy went to a women's gym, whatever fucking reason, he's not supposed to be there. Not the clerk or the people that work there or the police. If just regular customers was say, hey, could you leave, sir? They say, hey, just don't touch me. Just don't touch me, we cool. And one put their hands on him, just literally touch him. He knocks him the fuck out or stab him or break their neck. Many of y'all would say, well, she should have kept her hands to herself. You would think like, dude, that's not an appropriate fucking response. But in this situation, we're gonna act like it's totally normal to reach around in your fucking bag, look for a weapon after you ask someone to touch you and then stab them, knowing they're not aware of the danger that you pose to them. So the bottom line is, I land on this point, you don't know what tone he came to this dude in, spirit he was operating in. It's not like because he's a fucking Christian, he's supposed to just not stand up for himself or at least consider, I don't even say stand up, let me take that back, consider to address somebody who might be doing something wrong. Because he's probably thinking, hey, you being here could cause a conflict amongst us, so I just want to ask you nicely to leave. Which, pew, pew. The bottom line is, yes. The bottom line is you're not operating in good faith to give any consideration to the white guy. I would do it for the same for fucking Anthony. But like I said, it just don't look likely that he had any justification to be there, let alone respond the way he responded. I'm just calling you guys out. You're full of shit. I'm glad you guys are in the fucking audience. I hope you stay there so logical people can speak.
Are you crying?
No, look. Let me, because I'm finna leave. I'm about to leave the room. Wait, I'm about to leave the room. Before I leave, I think Samoa was next.
Okay, Samoa and then Bima. I think if no one was after Samoa.
But yes, one Michael Samoa, any interruptions, you will get moved as of now.
I normally don't like entertain like the fleas and everything as far as like those that aren't even had a white studies, right? But like when people read the Bible, it's like this is in reference to a person's flock of 100. This is in Matthew and Luke, right? It talks about like being within the flock. So the flock here, on how you're able to apply this to the Carmelo Anthony thing is, there's a real high school flock. If one of them would stray away, would you not go retrieve the sheep of the flock? Is Carmelo a part of a memorial flock? Answer, no, absolutely not. Right? So like when people take Bible verses and try to like make a point, it's just so stupid, bro. Just to update your so just to update your for you, Free. So it says here that something that was said is that he did have a friend there that caught his attention that went over there underneath the tent, so like he was speaking to somebody there, and the defense is arguing now.
Interruptions as of now, you will get room starting.
Wait, hold on. Can I talk to Bima?
Yes.
Greg said he wanted to leave also and he wanted to go, so let's get Greg there.
Oh, Grim can go before me.
Alright, it's on Bima. Any interruptions as of now, you will get room starting now.
Okay, thank you so much. So we could have gathered that the brother was there from just listening to the brother's statements. The original interview the day after with the mother, he was standing there. He used the term "we got in an altercation." We got in an altercation. So I mean, like that's coming directly from Hunter's mouth. He included himself even later on in the interview, and he said that he was there. Right? He said it. He said I was there. We were talking to him. I turned my back. I mean, when the actual stabbing, I guess he started to walk away. He didn't see but basically the point is he admitted that he was there too. Okay, so
He's been talking reckless as well. Sorry, specifically the Carmelo was talking reckless, whatever that means.
Thank you. So we already knew that. Okay, that's the first thing. And the other thing is
It took a while because someone turned off handbrake.
That's okay. So again, what we're litigating is whether Carmelo is guilty of murder. Is he guilty of murder? Versus, I want everybody to look up what is self-defense. If you feel like you're a statist and you can't look to and figure it out on a moral status, I know that's a big deal for a lot of people here. You got to get into you got to get into a lot of stuff. You could appeal to the law. Okay, that's fine. Look up what qualifies as self-defense. What happens during self-defense, right? What are you able to do during self-defense, right? And to form then your opinion. I want you, because we're going from Texas. Oh, so I'm going to tell you right now, I don't agree with a lot of what these states consider what I have the ability to do if I feel my life is threatened. If my life is if my life is threatened. So I ask you, we'll do a little bit of a test, right? We'll all look to see what self-defense, what qualifies as self-defense, right, in the state of Texas, and we're going to see, okay, well, what was Carmelo able to do? And I want you to remove a couple things. Well, we'll get there. Let's start there.
Who's next in the queue?
I'm next because I'm finna go pick up my kids.
Oh, where the queue is? Is there a queue?
It's Brown,
Yeah, there's a queue.
the
It's
dog.
4 p.m. and back to the queue.
I said, look, so
Well,
I said,
one microgram. Any
I said, look,
interruptions?
now,
One microgram.
my baby before we go out.
One microgram. Any interruptions, you will get moved as a. No, real quick. Can you coach it?
All right, so this goes back to what I was saying about what self-defense is when it comes to what it means for them and what it means for us. Now, if we're looking at it in the light of the situation of the way that they're trying to explain it to other people in the room, okay, say if Carmelo was an attempt that he didn't belong in, right? Okay, they asked him to move. He didn't go get the authorities. Instead, they approached this young man, and in the evidence and the witness statements, it says that Metcalf forcibly pushed Carmelo. That is an act of self. Once someone puts their hands on you, your life becomes in danger in that instance. Now, that's just like if someone punches you and you have a gun on you, you fear for your. It's fuck around and find out. But the law only works for them, correct? Because if it was reversed and it was him sitting down and a black man approached him, it's blasphemy. The law only works for them. And we see this time and time and time again. That if we find ourselves in the same situations that they find themselves in when it comes to us, when they murder us, we get the ultimate price and they get to walk away scot-free. And it's as simple as that. We can try to ignore what the fuck is going on in the world, but this is what's happening right now. The same way with the boy that they said stole 3 waters, but when they found his body, after they chased him down all of those yards, he didn't even have any fucking waters, but then they said he had a gun. Okay, that's fine as well. He had an unregistered weapon that he did not fire, and they chased him down. He was not a threat. How can you find him not guilty? That's murder. Fuck out of him, man. Get the fuck out of him, bro. Y'all ass gotta start understanding certain things. The law works for them, not for us. And it's as simple as it gets. And I'll land there.
I believe next in the queue is agent.
Is it gonna be silent?
No interruptions starting now.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind people about the prophet Tariq Nasheed, and he came out with this amazing film called Hidden Colors. In Hidden Colors, they spoke about a thing called buck breaking, right? And I wanted to tell you about buck breaking. It's a brutal historical debated practice in which slave owners purposely subject a strong, defiant, enslaved black men to extreme public torture, including sexual assaults, to strip away their masculinity and assert total dominance, right? And what I have seen displayed from Chicken Head and Unibrow Samoa is the aftermath of buck breaking, right? How they feel as though the white man is God. And what they actually tried to do was humanize Austin. They said that Austin basically put prayer hands on Carmelo. That there was no altercation. That the white man can't be violent. You know, the white man can't exert dominance or try to exert their dominance onto other people, right? This is what the 2 black men or the 2 broken men were trying to say, try to claim to. And I find it quite embarrassing. This is why I feel as though black men cannot lead. Because of these broken black men that we see on stage. Now, we know what altercation means, and oftentimes altercations lead to violence. That's the whole term of altercation. It's always a hostile engagement, right? When we talk about altercations. And that was reported several times. That that's what occurred between Carmelo and Austin. Yet, just ignore that and try to, like I said, romanticize because that's what they dream about, sleeping with white men. Romanticize Austin. He was handsome. He was great. The black guy wasn't supposed to be there. It was raining. It was a tent. I think it was a sports event. If somebody goes underneath the tent for rain to cover from the rain, I don't see that as a big deal. I don't see that as a reason to approach someone. And I don't really understand why, simple humanity or simple politeness is omitted when it pertains to white men. What happens when you're bug broken, right? You see a black man as a demon and a white man as God because he rammed his dick up your anus. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's good.
Alright, can you answer this here, please?
Dog was dog.
I was in the queue. I was in there. I was in there. I was in AK and then you should. That's a fun shit. I just go. Don't take the shit.
I don't even know the queue, and actually queue.
It was AK3.
Oh, sorry.
Dog was next.
That's cool. I don't know who's next.
How you enforcing the queue? You don't know shit.
I'm not. I'm enforcing people who are talking.
I'm not talking.
So how the fuck you know you're supposed to be talking?
Anybody besides Ak, if you
Let's go, baby.
No, dog was next. He said in the chat.
Yo, watch your mouth. You don't
Dog
want to
said it in the chat, though. Dog said it in the chat.
No. Okay, who's next?
Dog said it in the chat.
Dog and free.
Y'all okay with Dog?
Oh, you skipping over Ak free?
No, but dog was next. Dog was next.
Samoa thinks, look, Samoa thinks he's next.
Someone happy to
He's not in the chat, though. Dog in the chat.
Oh my God. How about this? Look, I'm thinking of number 1 through 5. I'm thinking of number 1 through 5.
3.5.
For acknowledge is Dog, AK, free, Samoa.
So it's Dog. Okay. One mic on Dog. Anybody who interrupts will get moved.
God bless the brothers Samoa for the thing, by the way. I just want to say that no matter how you flip it, I'm personally trolling when I quote that scripture, but I mean, we can redirect it what Christ says about this situation. And Christ pretty could be good in the situation. Matthew 25, verse 34. Actually, verse 35 is referring to when Christ comes back. It says, when I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I needed clothes and you clothed me. I was sick and you looked after me. I was in prison and you came to visit me. Then the righteous will answer him and say, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and we gave you something to drink? Were you as a stranger among you? And he responds, the king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did me. Point is that if you did this, I think it could have been avoided if Austin was kind to the brother and let him in. Because at the end of the day, Austin didn't know who this boy was. Right? The Bible does say be kind to everybody, for you never know if you're going to be entertaining strangers. It says that for a reason. Be kind to the stranger is the whole purpose of it, right? And I think that's the thing that, that's the whole purpose of what I'm getting at is that, if you want to see the spin on it, blame on Austin too. He's not just an innocent victim. And I think we just got to be honest about it. So, I mean, that's all I got to say. We got to be
Who's next in the Matrix? I mean, in the jury. One mic on free.
Well, firstly, Dog, I was about to say that, and
Wait, sorry. Also, any interruptions as of now, you will get.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to make this whole collective bullshit, historical racism and blood breaking, a lot of shit that is not true. Now, clearly, historical racism is true. Blood breaking is not. I know Asian wants to say something now, please don't. Or matter of fact, say something, I want to see you get kicked to the audience. So if you might do any little research on blood breaking, then please come out of no credible thing to what you said some more. I wasn't trying to make light. I don't think he was saying this. I think on the same page. We're trying to make light of Christianity. I think people would like to misuse and weaponize it against actual Christians, which I think, no offense to you, I think that's what you was on here. You're trying to say he should have took the higher approach, but the onus is always on the whites and not the blacks. Always. Like every scenario you go to, like the guy who just stole the shit and got chased down and killed or whatever, he should have been fucking stealing. But we're more just that.
Just like almost every situation you dig into, we see that the blacks, in some of these cases, are in the wrong, but we can't call it out. But we'll go to the ends of the earth to make sure the white person is in the wrong, even though the black person has obviously done some wrong, like George Floyd with the drugs in the system, with his dope, etc. This guy, he was stealing drinks, which is on camera. He said, he ran off and he didn't have a warrant. Yeah, he probably ditched him, dummy. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, between the time he was there and to the next point, they probably went down, somebody shot. And then this guy, Metcalf, he has a knife on school campuses. Right? But the only zones on the white guy, because anything they do wrong, it defines that scenario. And anything we do right, it defines our own scenario. Like, hey, well, he's supposed to be there. Yeah, but he's supposed to be on the 10. Well, he was defending something. Yeah, but something he provoked, which is not really defense. But you're gonna ignore all that shit. It doesn't matter. So Emma, if you want to respond when you get a chance in the queue, I'm just curious. Do you consider Metcalf? And I'm only addressing you because I think you're a little more reasonable. We already know everybody's on the fence. I already said I can't consider Austin's position, but it's really hard because it seems impossible to ignore all the shit that's wrong with his situation. Well, I want to ask you, is it possible that Austin just did what most of us would do? The reason why I gave the win and the woman champ scenario, because I think most people in a scenario, women, young, old, worked there, who doesn't work there, etc., would see that scenario and address it the same way. And many people probably be nice about it because they want to get clarity while you're out of position. Even a man at a park with kids and he has no children, people will even address that man in that space. Hey, how you doing? You got any kids here? What? It wouldn't matter, but I think we can all reason. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. I think human beings are equal. I think human beings are equal, and I think we can all reason certain things. And wherever we lack, see, that's the thing. That's racism right here. It's weird that, everybody's equal. Thank you. So, and I hate to do it because I like fucking Fifi. She's been nice, whatever. So the bottom line is that I think we can reason these things out, but I don't think to her point that she brought it up, I don't supposed to consider the white dude. Austin Metcalf, I don't mean to keep calling white dude. I'm supposed to consider him. Black. What about the white dude? Did y'all kick somebody? Yes. Yes. I actually kind of like this now. Thanks, Josh. Yes. I got a gun. I got a partner crime. Alright, so the bottom line is, y'all keep on should have is that black people are victims of white people. And anytime there's a conflict, I should lean on my race and gender or some stupid shit like that. Stupid. I'm gonna land on this because I think it's supposed to be the most volumes. I had a friend ask me why do I care about these issues so much? Why do I try to be ejected, which is weird as fuck, to even ask somebody? But I told him, I said, hey, if we're gonna just turn around and do what white people did, why would they stop? If we didn't like pay for us to rape them, he's like, well, you gotta think about it. I said, so you will keep being a fucking rapist? You will keep being a rapist, that's what you're telling me. So fuck all the bullshit about the history and the color and all that shit. Was he fucking wrong? Can he make sense of his actions? Can you make sense of his actions? I don't think many of you can. I think you guys are trying your best to ignore all the things involved in this case because you cannot see past your own fucking bias. Now, I think I said enough, so I'm gonna land here and I ain't gonna respond to pretty much anybody unless somebody asks me something directly. But I rest my case, I was fucked up.
Is your anus still moist?
Thank God.
So gross.
It's ox, sir. Go ahead and put that slogan out there.
That's what you have, powder milk.
Next in the queue. Alright, so next in the queue is going to be on. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved on. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, free. I was gonna bless you out right now, right? But I'm gonna take it a little easier because I like what you said, the last statement you said, because I truly believe in that, right? I believe that, if we bitch so much about the things that was wrongly done in the past, why recreate it? You get what I'm saying? I think a lot of chances we do recreate that fucking degeneracy that was done in the past. So I'm with you on that last part of your statement. But before that, I think that because you believe what you just said, because I believe what you just said too, but it's gonna make us react differently. You overcompensate, right? You overcompensate. You find the fucking fault in the black man too much because you found out that some people are displaying racist ways with dark skin. right? So you're all here overcompensating, like, oh, I found this out, so I'm gonna make sure that we hold black people accountable and da da da. But you doing too much. You feel me? Now you fucking on the side of the you on the side of the you're on the wrong side, bro. Too many times. When it comes to the fucking Central Park 5, when it comes to fucking George Floyd, when it comes to this, you're on the wrong side because look what you're saying, right? You like, oh, we automatically think, oh, we look at the good in the black guy, we look at the bad in the white dude. That don't make no fucking sense. When we're looking at a situation, we're looking at what's happened. First of all, we think you got a brain, right? That you've been in America, you know the history. That's first of all. So when you say, oh, why do we look at it like this? Because, motherfucker, you know your mother got raped in the past, you're going to treat her a certain way in the future. You get what I'm saying? So if you know history, when you look at a case, you're going to be like, well, this was the case in the past, so let's be mindful looking at this. That's the first thing. You try to go in a situation and just delete history out of your fucking, out of what helps you weigh the options of what's right and wrong. Did he deserve to die? Right? That's the fucking question that you're not asking yourself. You're talking about, oh, he did something wrong. You feel what I'm saying? That's your issue. You gotta fucking look inside yourself and fucking self-regulate, bro. Be your own judge. You feel what I'm saying? Because too many times you're on the wrong fucking side. Something gotta be wrong with you. You feel what I'm saying? But I like that shit you said last. One more thing. Nathan was talking about 50 Cent. 50 Cent baby mother had a fucking sex tape out, Diddy, all this or whatever. Her name is Daphne Joy. Right? We had a big argument in here. He's saying that 50 cares. 50 just released a video during an interview saying he don't give a dog shit about her. He ain't been intimate with her for 12 years. He don't care if she out back with a dog. So I wanted to state that I got the video, and he said a bunch of things surrounding that supported that he don't give a fuck about her. He said there's some idiots out there that think I care because it's my son's mother, but boom, bam, beam, bam, boom. And he said he wished that she was in the documentary or with Diddy because she would have been the only one that took part that wasn't a victim. And he went to describe there's women and then there's hoes. All the shit we were saying to him, so I wanted to make sure that the people that was in this argument that they heard this and know that we got substantial evidence against the bitch ass nigga Nathan. Shout out to Knowledge, you the GOAT. And yo, take it easy, y'all. Right? We come on this app to give our opinion and to hear opinions. You scolding a motherfucker ain't gonna do shit. The nigga gonna swipe up and do the same shit he did yesterday. Alright, so keep that in mind when you think you're gonna change a motherfucker life on this app.
All right, thank you. It was me, and I don't know if maybe this was into that. But I'll just highlight just a couple of things here. Like, you don't have to ignore history, okay? You can know history, but still treat every circumstance or every situation like as its own situation, so that you can objectively like evaluate it for what it is, right? You brought up George Floyd. Question is, are you familiar with like how he swallowed all these pills and he got about 11 times the amount of fatal fentanyl dosage like in his blood system? If you weren't, there you go. How about like 2 months prior to that, like being admitted in the hospital for overdosing? Like that's why like these things are relevant, right? So if people know that, and then they look at like how he passed, they're like, bro, that looks real similar to like an overdose. But the narrative is that we can't say what we are seeing. We can't be like, that looks like an overdose, because you're going against the broader narrative that is tied into this broader like historical thing, right? So then people look at you like when you think the other way. I think that Free is like on point, like when he wants to analyze all of the evidence, right? And like I think that that's the best thing to do. But I would say to Free, like when I'm speaking to Free about this specific case here, that there are physiological differences that are coming out in this trial that Austin Metcalf like outweighed this dude by 100 pounds. And then you got to start adding bodies around, Carmelo Anthony, right? And the question is, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, did he not perceive this as an imminent threat? And that's going to be, that's the struggle. Like, that's where the fight's going to be at. And the defense is going to say, hey, look at all these people that are over him. He's basically outnumbered, right? But then to kind of speak to the point about the 10, right? It's the only 10 up. Like, if you guys, like,
The whole video that they're talking about is only 10 up because it's early in the morning. Though.
It's not the only 10 up.
Oh my gosh. Alright, look. So the video that's showing the reports are is the only 10 up because everybody else hasn't got their 10 up yet. It's early in the morning. Okay? So they show him like in his gray suit. Everybody who's been talking about the tape so far is saying that you can't actually see anything. It's just a blob of people, and then there's this like expert that's breaking down the footage, the forensics person, right? He's breaking down the footage of like how he stabs, how everybody kind of moves, and then how he runs out of the stadium, right? And all I'm saying is that it's okay to have that conversation, but when Agent called this nigga Tyreek Nasheed a prophet, bro, I almost dropped my phone. I said, a prophet? Tyreek? When did that happen? This nigga got a ministry? I still was freaking him off. But anyways, like all these things aren't the same. And I don't think anybody that is willing to just concede that everything is the same can actually call themselves an intellectually curious person. I don't know who's next, but whoever wants to go ahead.
What the fuck are you talking about, Simone?
Yeah, like how often do you frequent Aurora Avenue to get broken by white men, Samoa? I would like to know.
The fact that you know about the blade is crazy.
Samoa, check your back channel. Samoa, check your back channel. Samoa, check your back channel and then officially recant. I just submitted you physical evidence, visual evidence that there was more than one 10 up. Now, Centennial might not have had their 10 up, but they were not the only. Memorial was not the only one with their 10 up.
He said at the time.
I'm showing you.
His pussy gets white for white men. It's so weird. Like, how often do you frequent Aurora Avenue looking for white penis? Because, I mean, the way it is sounded over white men is so odd. You and Chickenhead over there love the white dick. Y'all love the white dick, and your pussies get moist for it. It's
What channel did I turn on?
moist pussies for white men.
Please stop telling us your Google.
Pussy moisture. Wipe your pussies for work.
Alright, are we done? Samoa, I'm going to ask how you interpreted my submission, because I was directing it directly at Free, right? Based on a lot of the submissions on other topics, right? And I don't see him falling on the side of black people a lot of times, right? So let me just say this: if someone you loved of the female gender was something was done to her bad by another male, right? I would say she was, let's say, sexually abused or something to that effect, right? If anything happens for her, let's say she gets in trouble for CPS coming to her house, right? She has uninhabitable living quarters. I'm talking, right? She has uninhabitable living quarters, right? You're gonna take in effect her history, right? And account her history, right? I'm connected to the Wi-Fi, so but you're gonna take into account the history. That's all I'm free to do, right? When critiquing the climate of certain situations. He can't tell me that there's not asshole, racist, fucking white people that will go above and beyond to do fuck shit to people. He can't tell me that.
There's black people.
How you gonna answer that? I think you should let Samoa do it, and then you free, because I didn't speak to Samoa.
Yeah, I just want to make sure this is clear. Like, you brought up a specific example that he was on the wrong side of, and this was the George Floyd case, right? I bring up two facts of the actual case.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that he's
let me give you two more questions.
I'm not saying he's a commendable, outstanding citizen, right? If the question was that, I would say no. But when it comes down to quality of life deserves to continue, or if the cops follow procedure correctly to a T, right? Oh, yeah.
So here goes two.
So where your 2 points don't matter to me.
These are the two that you should be asking. If a person moves massive amounts of drugs in their mouth and swallows it, and they overdose, do they deserve to die?
Is that an excuse when you leave a white man's dick slips in your ass? I mean, is that the only one? Because they love it. They're buck broken men. They love white dicks. They're buck broken men. They love white dick. You know, Samoa says they slipped into his behind, you know. You know, he picks up and heads over to Aurora Avenue.
One question before you go. That's one question.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Yeah, so the question is, if a person on their own accord puts a handful of pills in their mouth and swallows it, and they die of an overdose, do they deserve to die?
They didn't die.
Can I speak to Samoa, please? Just real quick, right? So somebody puts a bunch of pills, because I've seen this happen, right? Cops run down, you put a bunch of pills in your mouth, right? It's not necessarily that you're gonna overdose, you might get sick or whatever the case is. Cops leave, you can throw them back up, or you get locked up, they're gonna take you to the hospital, pump your stomach, right? That's usually how shit goes. Now, so yes, I'm saying you automatically down some pills don't mean you deserve to die. This is a tactic used to get away from cops. Sometimes get our evidence. Hold on, sir.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, so you want me to do what you want me to do?
A person puts a handful of pills in their mouth.
That's what white man does to him. That's what got jail.
I'd like to finish answering.
Okay, the question is, if you die from an overdose, right? If you die from an overdose, what you did was you started talking about.
Okay, so now you changed it to if you die from overdose. Initially, you said,
hey, free.
No, you see how you're not letting me finish? I just let you finish. Initially, you said, sir, initially, you said to me,
yeah, you can go ahead, bro.
Yo, don't play with me no more, Samoa.
Damn.
Go ahead, free.
That was the question.
I got something for you. I got something tucked right here for you, and you running. I'll pull it out, boss.
Brother, the question was clear.
Yeah, I heard the question, and you're gonna tell me again, and then when I try to answer, you're gonna cut to die. Then you change it to someone who overdosed deserve to die. Which one you want me to answer?
So both of those are part of the question. If somebody put
which one? They're not the same question. So which one do you want me to answer?
Well,
listen. Which one do you want me to answer? You want me to answer both?
No, answer the nigga. No. Alright, listen. There's one question, okay? The one question is this.
One question.
If a person puts a handful of pills in their mouth and they overdose and die.
And they overdose. Okay, there's a third question.
Alright.
Okay.
And they overdose and die.
Yes.
They deserve to die?
I got one for you. I would say yes, yeah.
Alright, thank you. Did you know that George Floyd put a handful of pills in his mouth and overdosed?
He did not. You're lying.
Can I speak or not? Let me get there with the nigga. We dancing.
I'm listening.
Look, you threw a shot, made it, you think, and then walked off the court. The game not finished, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? All right. The pill thing with George, like I said, you get that pills and not overdose, right? It's a tactic used, right? If when he was pills, right, cops didn't follow procedure when dealing with them, right? Because this is in their procedure. There's a chance that someone could be on drugs or fucking whatever the case, unhealthy, right? There's a certain way you go about shit. There's a certain force you use. They did not follow procedure. We went through this already in the past, right? They didn't follow procedure. So that does not give permission to kill the dude because he has a chance of overdose. I don't understand you. So if I'm a lifeguard and someone is drowning, do they deserve to die? Yes. What? You get what I'm saying? That's dumb. So it's
the word
go ahead. I can answer
should be changed with is it foreseeable for someone who took 20 fentanyl pills to
right,
die
but then
while he's resisting arrest?
Oleg, okay, is that reasonable to think that that person would die? Yes. Okay, I can understand that, but there's nuance there, right? And second, the question I'm asking it the way he posed it to me, because the nigga died and they're saying that it's justified, so he deserved to die is the question. Now, if you want to suffice Samoa, you're gonna ask the way Oleg did. Is it foreseeable that some die under the hands of the law after taking a bunch of pills? Because you're saying he overdosed. scientific or there's a medical fucking definition for overdosing. Did he meet that?
But can I ask you guys a question?
Did you know that there was 11 times the fentanyl level in this?
We got a little ISO right now. Yeah, it could be 11 times, 20 times, whatever, right? At the end of the day, if the nigga did not encounter the cops, it was a chance he's still alive, we got a problem. If he didn't encounter the cops, then he would have still been alive now. We got a problem. If the autopsy says, no, I'm talking. If the autopsy, hey, listen, you got an issue, and I can't deal with it for you, right? For the autopsy, nigga died from asphyxiation. You got a problem. The autopsy didn't say he died from fucking overdose, dude. You're inserting that. No. You're inserting that. Right? There's trained medical people who are telling you, no, you don't want it to be heard, I know.
Yeah, that shit is horrible, man. You're just talking to talk. We're just all shit. We already know what the outcome is.
Sounds like
It's all like that.
not that his phone died.
Yeah.
He didn't get kicked. It's not on that history.
Yeah, I was going to respond to him, but it's open. Who's trying to get in that?
We were talking about chillism, and you were saying I just want to make sure that.
Hold on, I've never even seen Agent. Mike's the one who said
I just want to make sure that movie. I just want to make sure that movie is okay.
Not okay now. Nigga, what the fuck was that?
Bro, you lost bad to bad debates, and I'm feeling concerned. I just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm not okay now. I don't know why I didn't was loud.
Go on.
So, some street brand banger.
Can't even hear you.
Yeah, let's say
that's some weird ass fucking shit.
Yeah, that's pretty bad that he attributed that to was Eric, bro.
Yeah, it was Eric and Mike who said it because I've never fucking seen Agent. It was when I actually said, if you remember, Simone, when I said, low key, the person who's got the cutest voice is Jazzy. Remember, that's all I said. Yeah. The fuck?
Well, I agree. There's a lot of something else like that. So that's for sure.
Yeah, Red Rum just had a birthday, so, in his old age, he could make these types of mistakes.
So I think with the George Floyd situation, it's so frustrating because not Huey, I'm always just thinking about Huey because he has a great mind. Of Samoa,
Hell no, I don't got They got roasted yesterday with your buddies.
No, I don't believe it. No. Oh wait, no, I was gonna say Huey. Huey had mentioned it.
Samoa was the great model.
No, Huey had mentioned earlier why we don't do these people deserve to die. What we're looking at is what was the crime, if any, committed onto these people, right? Like the deserve to die, a subjective, just entirely egotistical, vain, just it's such a crazy, unquantifiable metric. How can anyone hold on? Well, I mean, maybe not for you, but for a Christian that believes that everybody, even someone who has overdosed or has taken lethal amounts or even a lot, nobody deserves to die, okay? I'm sorry that you feel otherwise. I don't feel criminals
No, like you're using a different meaning to that.
I don't think, this is like, does he want to? No. You said does he deserve entitled to, or if he wants, did he consent?
Listen to my question.
That's even worse because that's total who gives a fuck, right? Who gives a shit about what society thinks somebody should? No, all you're talking about is just exposed this earlier. When someone do they deserve to die? No, and especially not under the law. You are innocent until proven guilty. George Floyd didn't even commit a crime. The cashier accidentally thought that it was died over nothing. He died over a mistake that some fucked up person made, okay? Now, this is the whole situation. Did he want to die? Simone, do you think George Floyd wanted to die?
I can't think of one.
I just want a yes or no, and then I'm
No, my belief.
I'm gonna hold my mic for a second because I'm gonna talk, but I just want
You're not gonna
yes
get
or no.
my reason.
I want to quote what you do, okay?
Okay, well then I reclaim my time.
Well, you don't have a time.
Yes, I do. Because I was so I wanted to get my shit
Just
off.
let me answer the question.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Just
Because
let me, for the audience, right? Because I don't want you to misrepresent my position and attribute something that I don't actually hold, right? Like, that's pretty dishonest. I'm saying that if he decided to conceal his relationship with his drug dealer by hiding all the drugs in his mouth and then swallowing them, then it kind of changes the whole scenario on how we kind of evaluate this, right?
no, it doesn't. Only you would, Simone. Do you know why? Because listen, it doesn't fucking matter. That is a circumstance that he had with his drug dealer. That's none of your fucking business. But people believe that it is for some odd reason. You feel that you should interfere with other people's lives. George Floyd wasn't hurting anybody. If he did take some drugs, right, that he doesn't, you don't think that that's a good thing. You don't think that he should be doing it, right? You think that he's committing some ultimate bigger crime into society. No, he's not. It's a consensual basis. He buys drugs, someone sells it to him. That's a transaction. If he decides to put him in his mouth, okay, that's a bad decision. Okay, that's a bad decision. Sure, that's a bad decision. But he did it because he was under the threat of violent force coercion. He was scared. You heard him while he was in that fucking vehicle. I'm scared. Before he even came out, they were pushing him, pressing him. I'm scared. Last time I couldn't breathe. I'm scared. He was saying that shit. He was scared. Okay, and the worst part is he didn't fucking even commit no fucking crime. He didn't deserve to die. In any capacity. I don't give a shit. You're not gonna tell me that somebody who takes drugs deserves to die. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Okay? Nobody deserves to die. People make bad decisions, and we all know that. We all know that we get depressive states. We all know that we have bad circumstances. We all know that we have lows and highs. It's the whole journey of life. What we have to assess is whether somebody else committed a circumstance or created a circumstance for which George Floyd.
So like, if this wasn't a vacuum and this is like one off, I can be like, hey. If this wasn't a vacuum and this is like one off, I can be like, hey, Bima, I think you have a point here. People make mistakes. But because we actually have the body cam footage where he fucking did the same exact thing and got admitted to the hospital from overdosing, in another police stop, swallowing all the fucking pills, you can say that this is a pattern of the guys, but he got a different one, and that's his consequence. So there you go.
Yeah, but that's different than saying that he deserves to die, right? Because in the other circumstance, in the same case, he's met by external forces, right, pressuring him about shit that he's minding his own business. Same scenario. He's hurting anybody. He's doing drugs. Yeah, he's hurting himself. But guess what? All us nasty, disgusting, fat Americans, we're hurting ourselves. But even you skinny Americans, Tofi, thin on the outside, fat on the inside, fucking chronic liver disease, drinking yourselves to death. We all have our addictions. We all have our problems. Okay? We don't look at people like that. That's not what police are supposed to do. Police are supposed to serve and protect. They could have gone to him no problem. They shouldn't have created and manufactured an incident which caused him to have a fucking cardiac arrest and then die of asphyxiation or whichever coroner report they decided to accept. And the worst part is he didn't commit a crime. Now, if he committed a crime, I would have a different opinion about that, because then I do believe that if he had, committed an actual crime, then yeah, detaining and physical force to detain him would have been justified. But this was just he died for nothing. He didn't even do anything, and he's dead. And everybody's like, let the guy.
Alright, I got some important, muy importante information for you. Okay, so while we're on this subject, right, I've always been interested in the equivocation or the equivalence, right? In his blood, fentanyl content, right? And so I looked it up, and it was 11 nanograms /ml. could be considered a fatal dose in some contexts, but it depends on your, what do you call it, tolerance, right? However, when you look at people who take fentanyl for medical reasons like cancer, right? Start out like with patches, right? 25 micrograms patch, right? So take them for severe problems other than cancer, like severe back problems, right? That is just chronic pain that you can't get rid of, right? And they go up from there. 50 micrograms, right? Is for okay, so a person that takes 50, now listen to this, 50 micrograms patch is a patch that is a 3-day patch, right? And this 25 microgram is also a 3-day patch, right? And I was wondering, so this person, how does that equal to what Mr. Floyd had in his system, right? In his blood, right? So it translates to, we're looking at patches, right? If you're using it for medical use, at one time, 8 to 9, 50 microgram patches on your body at once, at one time. That is absolutely unheard of. So, when you ask me, did he want to die? I don't think so. I don't think anyone wants to die, right? And I don't think he did. However, I think he knew the risks, because and he also had methamphetamine in his blood too. However, when you are taking these high-level drugs for medical or as recreational use, right? And you decide to pop them in your mouth at once, you do know the risks and what could happen. You do. Everyone does, right? So that's a hard, like, yeah, he knew the risks, right? That's an absolute respiratory suppressant, right? Even though the medical examiner expert they had said it was because of showing all this, on his neck and all that, I still argued that 8 to 9 patches on this dude at once, right? I'm having a hard time believing that it didn't suppress his ability to breathe. But go ahead,
Knowledge, Monica, and then Nathan, please.
Oh, my God. Go ahead.
No. The point I asked, go ahead, Monica.
Sorry. So I was fussed because I said, did Alton Metcalf deserve to die? And then we spent an hour talking about if George Floyd deserved to die. I don't think innocent people deserve to die. I think sometimes they die. The police autopsy report I saw said heart attack for George Floyd. And even though there might have been some contributing factors, like COVID, the drugs, the pressure on one side of his neck, it seems to me there was reasonable doubt that Derek Chauvin should likely not be in jail. When you look at the crime scene photos for Austin Metcalf, there was more than one tent. I don't think Smo got that right, but there were other tents. the fact that that Carmela was talking to her friend underneath the Memorial High School tent is valuable information. And it actually is good that it kind of lends to it not being premeditated. And that's good. We'll see. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just one more sentence. I was trying to tell the board that don't jump on the bandwagon when that goes. Ray said that just because someone uses word doesn't mean that you have to escalate with physical force. Therefore, Austin Metcalf was wrongfully killed. Therefore, Carmelo Anthony to be charged with murder. If you read any of the statements, you'll see that Austin Metcalf was the one who responded or who reacted back at Carmelo Anthony because he used words. So he showed his black ass and a big ass pinky toe yelled. And
there was 4 people talking. Norm said something, Free said something, and I was speaking to something. And what I was doing my regular, trying to clean up where the term escalation is appropriately applied, ignore the sequence of events, right? So when Free's talking and Norm's talking, they have different threats than what I'm talking about, right? But just to point this out to Monica, and this is a little weird for Monica, right? So we started off by me looking at her graph, right? And I'm like, oh shit, your comp is off. It's generally describing what normally happens or a typical track meet or whatever this is, because it doesn't have the up-to-date information, right? So I say, Centennial doesn't actually have the 10, so let's just spot that one, right? Then I say, specifically to the video, the reporters that are in the courtroom, when describing what the video is, there's 5 different frames, right? And in the frame that they're talking about, where the forensic person is doing his testimony, right? They're starting to highlight the gray sweater guy, which they're calling Carmelo Anthony, right? And when he comes to the tent, it's the only tent there. There's no other tents that are around the area. What she did was mistakenly think that I'm saying that there was no other tent in the stadium, which is totally weird. So I'm only offering an analysis from journalists that are in the courtroom. I don't know what she's doing.
Samoa, the picture I sent you with the I don't remember that school team's name, but there was 2 tents next to the memorial that I sent you. What?
We're talking about the testimony of the video of the timeline. Maybe tents were erected a little bit later or whenever the hell they took the damn picture. It doesn't go against anything that the reporters are reporting that they see in the video.
If there's a crime scene, they're not going to put up tents near the crime scene.
Monica. When the thing happens, right, it takes a while police and everybody are being dispatched to the area to declare it.
Look, I'm going to see what you see, because obviously I don't, and I'm missing something. So I'll look it up. Moa. If I'm wrong, I stand a correction. I always do.
Monica, I'm just pointing out that just, I forget the name of the newspaper. When they're releasing their reporter, that's all we can go off of. We see what.
So I'm genuinely confused. I'm not being contrary or obstinate.
Have you seen the video that they're seeing?
I don't know. I need to see their video to see if it matches what I saw.
If I'm telling you right now that the reporters are saying that this is the first time that they've seen the video in the trial, then I'm probably betting that we haven't seen it yet.
What video are you referring to? Are you talking about the one on the tent?
There's 5 frames, the way that they're describing it, and then they circle him when he walks into the stadium, and the glob of people, and then after the stabbing, how he runs out of the stadium. So they're using the sequence to move to 5 different frames, and they got this forensic guy, right? I'm saying I've never seen this video. It's not in circulation for me to be.
Okay, that was happening, yeah.
Right. And I do remember now that I'm talking about it, that there were certain networks or certain media sources that were able to view it, but in a skiff or something.
Yeah, Newsweek saw it.
I remember there was something
Some of it.
far away. It was like an ugly video, like you can't really see shit.
Yeah, very blurry.
Yeah. Who was allegedly showing this video in the courtroom? The state
Prosecution, yeah.
prosecution.
Yeah, so the guy on Newsweek, and I got a link to him too.
Yeah.
It seems like it, yeah. But that's the thing about it, which I'm trying to get people to kind of make up on the self-defense was like it's like people buying into the conspiracies of all this other shit in order to try to justify this case. It's like this is a hard case for this guy. You know, like just bringing a knife alone makes it bad, but let alone being in the area.
Was it a knife or like a tool for a trap?
Oh, the knife, yeah. I'm saying people say that's another thing to another conspiracy. No, it's a real knife. It was not no track tool or no shit like that. It was an actual knife. Yes, it's on a police report. Yeah, they found the knife the same day. Also, Schultz.
Not a knife.
No, actual knife, a black knife. It was a knife with a black handle. It's in the police report. Yeah, look at Officer Schultz. He recovered the knife. And they covered it with tarp because it started raining.
And for some reason, like, look, I don't think that guy should have been killed, but I can see why. I can see a justification. Just as a big fucking bully, and he found out, right? He fucked around, tried to pick on something smaller. He tried to get involved with something he didn't have to. He's not a cop. He ain't shit. I don't think it had. And I don't think the kid wanted him. I think he just wanted to fucking be like, fuck you, man. You're gonna fucking do this to me. And fucking ran away. Nathan, you there?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's probably a matter of embarrassment. He probably felt embarrassed to challenge.
I can see he goes through.
Well, no, here's why he did it. So it seemed like you're not familiar with it. It's like, hey, welcome back, AK motherfucker. I want to go shoot you. Yeah, I can trace you. I can just get it. So, you're in the Matrix too, nigga. I got you, you're in the Matrix. So, so this is what happened. This is on page 4 of the police report. So, Metcalf at some point addressed has to believe that Tim. We don't know how he did it. We don't know how it's not the essence of you. So, yeah, he was under their team's 10, right? Now, the idea for him to respond, so he said, punch me. After he said it, so the touch was there, then he says, punch me. And when he says, punch me, he started reaching around in his bag, which is searching for the knife. So while he's saying that, Metcalf just grabs him and tries to move him according to the police report, and then he takes the knife out and punches him in his heart.
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, there was something in the police report that said that. You notice how he said he grabbed him and tried to move him. He didn't say the motherfucker shoved him or pushed him. He didn't put no neck in. You know what I mean? To me, look, the white guy walked up to him, and he tried to be the enforcer. And the kid stood his ground, like basically, like I'm paraphrasing, like nah, fuck you, get away, don't fucking touch me, bitch, like no. Yeah, he started fucking.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, so imagine this, Mike. Imagine you at a bar and you talk to a bunch of girls.
I don't think the kid. I don't think this justified death, but I do believe the big fucking white boy was probably a usual bully in life. So much to the point where this is my look, you can dispute it. This is my intuition, and I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. This fucking pig is used to being a fucking bully towards people and trying to tell people what to do. He walked around. That was always the way he got away with certain things, and he tried to fucking punk somebody. And guess what? This kid fucking was a fucking bitch, and he fucking swung back, right? I'm a human being. I don't feel the fucking confidence, the arrogance, the authority to walk up to a person and say leave, and then like try to remove it. I'm like, are you kidding? Like, what kind of person does that? Especially if it was a smaller person. That's a bully. Those are indications of somebody that feels comfortable, that has gotten away with stuff like that before. And he's around his friends, so he has all that motivation. He has all that confidence, right? And he's going to be the guy. I fucking got rid of, you know what, bro? Sorry, man. Like, you fucking fucked with the wrong one this time. And the kid's probably going to go to jail. But the other kid could have lived if he just fucking minded his own business. Or if he fucking went and told somebody
that actually had authority to do something, but he's just a weirdo. That's it. Fuck those kids, bro. I love those kids.
Yeah, so
Fuck those kids. Fuck those kids. Fuck those kids. How am I? Fuck them. Fuck
I don't care. I don't feel bad.
Alright, real quick. Yo, who's disobeying? Okay. Now, real quick, we're gonna do a mini Q, guys. So we're gonna quickly say Monica Dima out of 90 seconds apiece. We're going to Q. Real quick, Mike. I just wanted to.
Can I go after everyone else? Because I know they're gonna come after me. So
It's gonna be popcorn after that. But like I just want to point your attention to something. If you read, if you're driving, but if you read Monica's PTR, that's like an alleged tweet from Austin, right? It's basically, I can read it to you. It says, "Faith that God got me, and my work will pay off." And like I think like the point of like these tweets that are surfacing are to show that he was a good Christian boy in Austin. The kid got stabbed, right? Now, my theory is, if he was a Christian, he should have done the Christian thing and welcomed Carmelo into the tent and said, "How are you, my brother in Christ?" And did all of that shit. I don't think Jesus, from what you know of Jesus, I don't think Jesus would have kicked Carmelo off the tent and even tried to kick Carmelo off. So I just wanted to give you something to think when it's your turn to go. Okay, so right now, we've got free. Somebody might think you free Monica Dima. Wait, hold on. It's a QEQ, so it's only 4 at a time and then popcorn. 90 seconds a piece.
wait, let me get
90 seconds each too.
Alright, go ahead. What?
Okay. Free Monica
Dima. Yes. All right, so real quickly too, so I won't forget because it's fresh on me. So, Huey, we don't know what type of Christian he is. When you talk about these Christians, you know, these Calvinists. Let's say some game for boss.
Add 30 seconds to the timer.
Thank you. So, we don't know what type of Christian he is. He could have been a Calvinist.
You know how many new Q goes? It's nice and short and it shouldn't be too long. At the same time, though, anybody who cuts too long is one of the speakers off have sins. Just to keep it clean. Alright, go ahead.
Thank you. You guys know pretty fast. So we don't know what type of Christian he is. He could have been Calvinist or these other type of Christians like West Baptist Church where they don't take shit. They definitely will address you, especially if you're in the space. Especially these Hebrew Israelites on this app. They're very aggressive, so they will tell you straight fuck up to not be on their property, and they consider themselves Christ-like. So again, I think we're being a little uncharitable to the idea of him being a Christian in general, let alone what type of Christian he is. Next point, I think Mike and I hope we're not doing this interpreting more than bad faith. I don't think it's too much to ask someone to remove themselves from your area. I think is the way you should do it because, of course, you want to be courteous, but at the same time, just to do it in themselves is not a bad thing, especially coming from my demographic, which people hate to talk about. We don't play that shit. Black people don't play shit. You ain't know a black person call you, so they push you in their space. We will tell you get the fuck off stuff, and we don't necessarily do it in a nice way. So the irony of this is that this boy can't particularly ask him anything, let alone in whatever capacity we want to interpret in the word spirit. But I don't think it's too much for him to just address him and be courteous to ask him that. And like I said, well, let's say worst case scenario, he did do it in a bad spirit. I don't think, which I think we both agree on, that it's not warranted for him to respond with a knife. And I hope he was taking consideration what I was saying that he was searching around for his knife to stab him, which is really fucked up. Lastly, to AK, this I'll be super brief. You said, thank you. You said that you guys pick something to happen. Black people, there's a fuck up. It doesn't have to look at the facts and since I know that you have your bias, it makes me seem like I'm biased. And that's not the case.
people a little bit of information about the situation, and then he knows everything about it. Well, he's a big farm boy captain. Of course, he's a white boy and he's a bully. He tried to lynch that poor, skinny black kid. He wasn't doing nothing. Like, we sure? We sure. Because today is the first day of the trial, from what I understand. And there's a lot of evidence that I'm learning that I didn't know about. So instead of pronouncing the victim, the dead guy that died in his brother's arms bleeding out, how about we check it? How about we make sure we write about this stuff? How about we don't have to have an opinion on every goddamn thing? How about we don't know and be comfortable in not knowing? And then instead of making stuff as personally, from what I've gathered, Hello was 13 or 14 when the family moved from Baton Rouge, Louisiana to Texas for a better life, away from the urban environment. And then there's photos online we should consider. But I actually hope that Carmelo is innocent. Be nice to think that people aren't targeting white boys for death. Wouldn't that be a treat? Thank you for the mic time.
Who's on me?
Bima and then AK.
Be master of yourself. Go ahead. Bima better.
No, it's hard, bro. I say Bentley.
She's not black enough for that.
I don't know. Dang.
What about BMW?
So this is I agree with the
That's Bima.
let's see. We gotta get some evidence. There are definitely some things that are still going to make me change my mind. There's definitely things that I can imagine they're gonna change these. I think there were 3. I had thought about them, and I was like, there's 3 things, and if they come out, I think I can change my mind on Carmelo not being not guilty. But I have to also remind everybody, and I want to know if this is true because I've only been able to gather this from evidence. Is it true that both Carmelo and Austin were captains of their football teams? Both of them. So you're talking about 2 captains of 2 rivalry schools, not just 2 players, but 2 football captains. We're not really looking into the psychology of that and understanding, and that could go 2 ways. That could go in Carmelo's favor, and that could go in Austin's favor. I really, really want to know what the exchange was, and I'm really excited to know that Hunter's going to be able to give his side of what was said, but then Carmelo's also going to be able to give his side. So we can actually see what actually was said, what actually were they saying. I really hope he testifies. I don't know if he's going to, but I think that's huge.
Is it my go?
AK.
Alright, thanks. So, I just want to give my opinion. Monica, people want to talk about it, right? It's a politics case. It's going to happen. So, but I agree with you. Oh, now I sound low. What about now?
Much better, thank you.
Alright. I'm at my kids' school. What up, Joey? Yeah. So when it comes to the Metcalf shit, right? I feel like Metcalf didn't deserve to die in the way he did, right? I also, part of me is like, he fucked around and found out. I'm sorry to say, but I tell my kids not to bother people, right? Now, we got, like Monica said, we don't know the facts, so we don't really know if he was being bothered or bothering Carmelo. But from face value, it looks like he he told him to get out from underneath the tent. You could act like that's him being a nice guy. Free said you would have done the same thing. No. Like it's raining, motherfuckers under the tent. As far as how many tents, it's according to what time of the event it was, how many people put up their tents. But all in all, it started raining, motherfucker going to your tent. It's fucking to get out the rain, right? Especially in these track events, people shake tents all the time. Rain comes out of nowhere. It's the same thing with soccer, right? At the end of the day, when the kid reacts the way he did, I'm all for proportional reaction, whatever the fucking term is. Proportional force. I'm for that, right? I'm gonna tell my kid, somebody do something to you, try to react in a certain way, right? Don't just jump to the most deadly force, right? And I think that's everybody. I think to me it's really clear cut. It's two kids that lost their life in this case. What you said, who's that good? What did you say? All right. I think that it's two kids that lost their life in a sense. Right? One lost their life for real, the other one is most likely going to be locked up. If not, he's going to be, in the eyes of the law, he's going to be a problem. Right? It's going to be attention, controversy surrounding him. Right? So we should look at it as stupid. And that's what it boils down to. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky.
You fucking guys are all liars. But don't look. The kid's guilty of something. Okay? If I was a juror, it'd be at least manslaughter because you can't fucking just kill people, right? So that's the thing. But I just don't feel bad for the guy that died. And I don't know why I feel that way. Because he seems like a fucking bully. He seems like somebody that let this be known to all and do his fucking life way. Let's wait for the evidence. Shut the fuck up. Evidence my fucking nuts. You have a position right now. Okay? Can something change it? Yes. Guess what? It hasn't come yet. As far as it is right now, someone died. Right? And someone died because someone tried to be a fucking punk ass bitch bully. So all the bullies in the fucking world, be afraid. Because hopefully there's more people like that. I fucking hate bullies, and this guy fucking found out. So fuck the guy that died. No, yours is. Let's not look, but look. Let's not have a position, but have a position. That's what the fuck you said. I saw pictures, but I don't have a position. You don't know shit. You're just sneaking up.
I don't know shit. That's what you think. That's what you think. That I view the world through a racial lens. I view the world through a racial lens.
It's so weird.
Because you just said it. You mentioned it, Mike. You're just supporting your bullshit point. What a reductive caveman you are. You fucking asshole. Of course. Fuck Charlie Kirk too. It's nothing new. I know you don't. You probably got beat up by a guy like you when you were a kid. You probably projected. That's right. Because zero conflict resolution skills is the way to navigate the world.
You know what? He died to teach his brother a fucking lesson. There it is.
Alright, this is what I'm like. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. But I hope no one ever treats you like you treat other people, Mike.
The way I've been treated. I know these kind of people.
Because it sucks.
I remember these fucking kids in school.
You just said that I
was never fucking big in my life. I know
my life a good reason because of race. That's bullshit.
I know them. I know how they react. I fucking know them. What the fuck you talking about? I fucking know them. I hope. It's too late. It's already happened.
Is there anybody else?
All right. Okay. Real quick, guys. A conversation. It don't need to go this way. Opinion's opinion. We ain't got to take these opinions fucking personally. And as far as I know, nobody in this room is related to the niggas. So, let's just keep, enjoy the...
Didn't want to be a thug for street credit and essentials. That's fine.
Okay, hold on.
You're not hurting me, Mike. All I said was,
heard from Casey. He's new to the space as well as new to the conversation. Let's make some way for him. What's good, Casey?
Make some noise, but I be in here every now and then. You know what I'm saying? I be in here every now and then. You know, it's funny because I grew up both. I grew up with mom and dad's side. Like, mom, he fucked around and he found out. But the other side too is like, you don't know Carmelo's story. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, the fuck is his story gonna change anything? My man killed somebody because he tried to press him. And I understand too from a world perspective. I agree with I forgot to speak before, but you gotta teach your kids like you can't try to be that enforcer type unless you really. But in this instance, it was you. So you can't try to press people and try to bully people and do certain things. And unfortunately, in this situation, this is where it ended up. It could have just been another, and I'm sure there's plenty of these situations out there. It's just this case in particular became a nationwide case, but bro, like you can't be moving like that. Like you can't press people. You can't try to be an enforcer if you know who you're dealing with. And at the same time, just because somebody presses you doesn't fucking mean you kill them. You know? So it's like, wait, you think you wanted to kill him? It's not about whether you wanted to kill him or not. It's not after you stabbing somebody. Intent doesn't matter. It's not that intent doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, okay, I'll go this far. I'll bring it back, right? Because obviously intent matters. But why are you stabbing people? Listen, bro, why are niggas getting bullied? You know people kill themselves over getting bullied. You know that.
Are there in the United States of America? 330 million. Oh, 330 million. Okay, so I'm going to say that I have to. You're saying that nobody else thought that there might be a chance that the senators might fairly review the evidence. The people who introduced the article, a formal vote for impeachment inquiry, per the Justice Department, per people like Neil Gorsuch, it ups the seriousness of the subpoena. It allows Congress extra power. And they didn't take it seriously enough to take that vote and get the extra power. That's exactly right. They weren't serious about it. William Neal, you're the only person in the United States of America who was serious about it. None of the people involved in the process were serious about it. We just saw the evidence of it presented by Marshall. None of them. They didn't believe that they were going to get a conviction. They were just trying to score political points and embarrass. You know, just like they tried to embarrass Clinton. For the blue-stained dress. Okay.
The number of people that are more disillusioned with our form of government, and that is a number that has increased year after year. So I think we do have to take a step back. If we had good leadership, which is something that El Normo would, and they would have shepherded everyone in, and we would have all been like united, and we would have felt like, yes, this is something that can be understood based on the credentials of the man that we're looking at, like character. That isn't.
He is the healthiest president in the history of the United States. You ain't lying. No.
It's not too heavy. You just drink too much Diet Coke.
Sorry, am I getting interrupted?
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Well, if I'm going to get interrupted, maybe I shouldn't speak.
Okay, well, that's the answer you're going to take. Fine. Dr. Francine, followed by Old Raj. Dr. Francine. I didn't realize your hand was up. You didn't realize you were on the stage.
No, I had no idea that I was on the stage. And here's what I believe anybody was saying. And I guess my comment is we aren't going to fix anything if we can't even talk to each other in a fairly decent tone of voice.
Okay, I'll help you with that. I apologize, and I'll help you with that. Marshall and I were correct, and William was wrong. That's all you need to know.
Usually.
I mean, I'm just trying to codify it for you because you listen. But had you been able
that are threatening us right now, and that they're not the only things are not oil reserving to jobs and people and electric power connections. It's another huge issue. And if you want me to tell you whether Donald Trump will win in the midterms, I think the unfortunate thing is we are stuck with him. You know, he's not on the ballot, so no one's going to get rid of him. And we're stuck with him. And you can see why I didn't raise my hand. I usually try to have something of substance.
That was fine. You know something. It's doing something to all that. Especially when you decided you agreed with Marshall and me. Those are words in your mouth, of course.
Marshall usually, Gary, you have been on laughing gas for the last 2 days.
I know, and you know what? I at least, if the rest of you come along and chuckle along with me, that's great. If you can trust me like John did yesterday, well, that's your problem.
Would that be why she married Billy Joel?
He's not taller than me. He's not. She towers over Billy.
So it wasn't height. I was.
Could have been another measurement. It could have been another measurement. I don't know. I'm not saying. Could have been another measurement, but it was not right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Free. It's a very serious conversation we're having here, ladies and gentlemen.
You have totally relieved me of my dignity.
No.
Yesterday, too. What's the deal? You find everything funny.
Not everything, but, you know, I think that we're under so much. Well, we just make fun of everybody. We make fun of the Republicans. We make fun of the Democrats. And even more so, we make fun of one another.
Oh, my goodness. Someone in the chat just wrote, I wish the world would end. Hurry up, God, and harvest your children.
Oh, listen, you can always leave the room. You know, listen, you can end this world by leaving the room. Don't worry about it. You always have an out from the world of the critical thinking forum. Don't worry about it. What? That's what I'm saying. You can leave the critical thinking forum. For sure.
Yeah, no, the group chat is on.
I don't know why I thought it's not supposed to be on, but I can't seem to be able to control this environment like I did before. Maybe it's because I'm too busy wisecracking and I don't know how to set up really one.
Pay attention, Jerry.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Oh my God, you sound like my mother. Thank you.
Of course, I'm a Jewish mother.
There you go. Old Raj, you're up.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon. Hey, Gary. Hey, Marshall. I came in late, so I don't know if I have the breadth of the whole topic. Gas prices are low. Gas prices are definitely up. I'm going to make a prediction, not too eventful, but the Dems will control the House. It'll be a tie, or Republicans will hold on to the Senate, and I'm assuming there will be some new impeachment hearings that'll come up. I would like to see it specifically pertaining to the emoluments clause, which he breaks every day in the Constitution. And I'd say right now that's all I got, because I don't know the genesis of anything else y'all are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. We're going to Meryl, followed by Andrew.
I missed almost the entire show so far. I came in when you guys were talking about the difference between you and Billy Joel. So I think that's a little off topic, right?
Uptown girl. See, I got it.
Okay. Okay. What are gas prices? Okay, Armstrong's low, gas prices high. So is this about midterms? Is that what it's about? Is that what you're asking about? What we think about what's going to happen?
It could be, sure.
In the middle, leaning a little left or a little right. And do not go far left at all. Don't go anywhere near the left. And just talk about the economy. And maybe don't even mention impeachment. I think that the Democrats have a chance at the House. I don't know, maybe the Senate. I don't know, but maybe the House. But I think Marsha would agree. Marsha will agree with me. They've got to stay on the right message. Is that where, am I close? Is that what we're talking about?
When we're not talking about Christy Brinkley and being crashing and burning when I tried to steal her away from Billy Joel, yeah.
He lost her anyways.
And straight was not to me.
Well,
it doesn't matter if she didn't lose her to me.
Just look at your head. You still have more hair than he does. Okay?
That's true.
That's for you. Yeah, that's a big deal. Okay, so is that what you're talking about? Do we think that?
Yeah, that could be what we're talking about. I've lost the train of thought of the whole thing myself. We're talking about all these things coming together. It's like a perfect storm of problems. And how is the president dealing with them? How is the world dealing with them? How are we all individually dealing with them?
Well, individually, I can't speak. I can only speak about myself and the people I talk to. And it's very interesting. I talked to one of my family members who says that she and her husband do not want to talk anymore to people that are like-minded, that are just like them. Because it's depressing, because you're all talking about the same thing, you're all agreeing, and you wind up going, oh, gee. And maybe it's not to talk about, maybe to see if there's somebody else that thinks differently, and maybe I get you riled up. And I think that, look, the Trump lovers are the Trump lovers. That's that. But I do
and the
think
Trump
that
haters are the Trump haters. Right? Yeah. The Trump haters are the Trump haters, too.
But I don't think that everybody should just say haters. If we criticize them a lot, we can find something decent to say. That's not hating. I didn't give him an E yesterday. I wanted to, but I didn't.
Okay, tell me one good thing about Donald Trump.
One good thing about him. Well, I told you that I thought what he did with Bibi in June. I thought that was good. I thought that was a wake-up call. I thought that
the initial attack on Iran.
Right, and they didn't know. They couldn't know for certain how successful it would be because that's only been tested on computers and things like that. But it was excellent. It was executed perfectly, and I think that woke people up. And I don't think that was bad. I think that was okay. I think this is a good decision that he made. I think that he did good to want to open up the border and to close the borders. I don't like how he executed it, but I'm not angry with him about it. He has personality defects, and they're closing in on him, and he's having when I read about this, is like what they call a narcissistic breakdown or a fallout. You've got somebody who's used to thinking that he's the best person in the whole wide world, and nothing he does is wrong. He's the best, the smartest. And he took those 4 cognitive tests, which I didn't need for. But anyways, and now everything is coming down, and he's not the best, and people are unhappy. And I don't think that he can handle that. I don't think he can handle that at all. And he's trying to hang on in different ways. I think you hear his speaking the other day, what he was supposed to be talking. I don't know who he was supposed to be talking to, but all of a sudden he's talking about all the wars that he wanted. Oh, he was rapping the CNN reporter. I thought that was disgusting. He's telling the CNN reporter she's full of crap, and she's ugly, and she doesn't smile. Oh, she's beautiful, but doesn't smile. And then starts talking all about how great he is. So that's somebody who's just.
I think we all agree there's a personality defect there when he does these kinds of things. Even his greatest supporters would agree with you on that, I think.
And they're staying up all night. And having no control. I said this the other day. We look at this and we think, oh my God, he's crazy. What we should be saying is, oh my God, he's telling us he's telling the truth. We know him. We know what this man thinks. Maybe that's not a bad thing after all, to know what he thinks. Instead of always going and saying, well, he probably didn't really mean that. Maybe he did. Maybe this is in the middle of the night this is what he thinks, and this is what, and that's it. So now we know him. We know everything there is to know about him, and it's pretty bad, that stuff. I just think it's pretty bad. And the cognitive tests, which, by the way, I hope that he doesn't mention Joe Biden anymore, because Joe Biden is dying, so I think that is, let's give him some respect here. But Trump is Trump. And I do believe if the Democrats keep it together, that Joe, don't just listen to the old Democrats, Chuck Schumer guy. And I happen to be very interested in what Rahm Emanuel has to say, because he won't take crap from anybody, pardon me. And I hope, and I think he can direct them to stay on message. I think he can. And he's not going to say bad things about Israel. He can't, he just won't. And so I think that he can be a good voice for the Democrats, not necessarily the candidate, but I do think that he'd be a good person to help keep them on message. Is Marshall still there? Does he agree?
Who was the candidate?
No, I would say not the candidate. But that I think that his message, not go all the way to the left, and then he's not going to, he's going to help them stay on message. He's going to remind them. It's the
The more the message is Trump's a Nazi and he's shitty, the more people are going to go like, okay, what else do you have to offer me? You've been saying that for 10 years, and he's still president, so what's the point, right? If they focus on the economy, at least special election results show that if they focus on affordability, they tend to win. I think does the Democrats a disservice, right? If the National Party and the candidates choose to wed themselves and do themselves a disservice, then they will lose the election to Republicans who shouldn't be in office.
And I think that you can get the young people that you lost. You know what? Nobody gave you anything. You're not doing much better. You know, you don't have that $100,000 job that you wanted right out of college. So it is, I think that if they do this right, they'll get the young people back, younger voters, I think, because they are very much affected. And I don't think they should keep talking about impeachment. I hate that. I don't care whether we want to impeach him or not. You just don't run on that.
Thank you, Bill. We're going to Andrew, followed by Pirate Ferry.
Good afternoon, Gary. Won the Memorial Cup first time since 2003. That's the junior championships between my city was quite happy, proud of the Kitchener Rangers. Anyway, to the point of the room. Gas prices high. Food probably could be in jeopardy, perhaps. Other goods, services, months we're talking. Even if it were all to be reopened tomorrow, it would be months for this to filter back. In terms of gerrymandering, I think that bodes ill for the Democratic possibilities. It may backfire. Someone suggested that. I don't know. It'll be a wait and see thing. The thing that I think many people might be concerned about too is whether or not some of these ICE agents may be stationed at your booths, which can serve as a very
Explain that they're not going to do that with the cards.
Well, who knows? And that's something that if you look at it abroad, you wouldn't see in any of the purple democracies that I'm aware of, but maybe Hungary one, I don't know. But and Poland perhaps during bad times. But these are concerning issues for sure. But I don't know that it matters much to the average person. I suppose, I think the problem is more systemic than that. I've always been of the view that, when you put a politician in place, are they going to make my life better? It's not likely it's involved in your politics. I think that skews results. They may say one thing while they're on the stump humping.
Run it down because you can't accept it. But if they write you an individual contribution check of $5,000, you can take that. I agree with you on the special interest in particular like PACs and super PACs, right? PACs do have to list where their money comes from, so you know who donated to what. A super PAC, however, you don't have to list your donors, so we don't know who's influencing American elections when PACs did that. And I think, to your point, that is greatly distorting of the actual process.
It's distorting of the process, and it's distorting the result. So when that person is in office, or those people are in office, the decisions that they make, the laws that they pass or that they don't pass, are influenced by that. And I think that's where it really becomes evident and most destructive.
Thank you, Andrew. Pirate Fury, followed by Stephanie.
Thanks, Gary. How's my volume?
Loud and clear. How's mine?
I'm very good. I just wanted to say, number one, I'm a huge Billy Joel fan also. Number two, I got an alert on my phone that Trump accepted our invitation to Game 3 of the NBA Finals in New York.
So we will see him in public.
That should be entertaining. And speaking of entertaining, you mentioned Joe Biden pardoning Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden activated his Twitter, and I would definitely recommend you going and checking out some of his tweets. It's definitely worth the price of admission.
More comedy, thank you. By the way, yesterday in front of Madison Square Garden, while the Knicks were playing in San Antonio, there was, of course, this big watch party outside the Garden. Now, I don't know whether it really was officially a watch party or not, but there were a gazillion people out there cheering, and it was an exciting game and everything. But somebody came out with the dancing robots, and the robots dancing and dancing and dancing, and one of New York's finest walks up to the robot and slaps the cuffs on him. You're under arrest. It was hilarious. And he just did it, on a spur of the moment. So it was pretty funny to see. Don't worry, folks. No robots were harmed during the filming of the arrest. Stephanie, followed by Armies.
I am out watching. I accidentally pressed I don't know how I got up here, but I'm up here. So I have to say, I don't think it's only about, it's not just about petroleum, it's the fertilizer, farmers in the United States and other parts of the world are getting it out here. And then gas prices, I think that I agree with Andrew. I don't think it's going to be
Stephanie, you got some problems with your modulation there. It's very muffled and low.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
What?
Okay, sorry. Anyway, gas prices, I think, even if the war ends tomorrow, or the non-war, whatever they seem to call it, I don't think we'll see gas prices come down quickly at all. I agree with Andrew. And I was saying earlier that I think it's more about, it's not just about oil. I think it's about fertilizers and farmers and supply chain all along the line, everything that petroleum feeds. And midterms. Well, I'm in California. We're still waiting for the results of our vote. I understand we're going to get a big vote drop tomorrow night. So hopefully a lot of some of these elections will be finalized. I'm thinking we probably will take the midterms. I think there's a lot of flack sitting. There was in the news today what Trump is going to reopen 14 coal mines or something like that, an enormous amount of coal mines, and he's doing other bad environmental things, reversing decades of U.S. progress in terms of environmental health, in terms of protecting the oceans, protecting our air, protecting our water. I mean, as far as I understand, the research has stopped on looking at plastics and PFAS in our water, and
all the studies on that to help us be healthier people. So I think besides that, and if the economy doesn't fix or get fixed, we are in for a flip on the midterms. In one race in California, in the Central Valley, that I've been involved in, against a many-term Republican congressperson who was running in this primary against a progressive Dem and a conservative Dem. And so far, the incumbent Republican is first, but the progressive Dem is second. This is in the Central Valley, red Central Valley. The conservative Dem came in low, and she was endorsed by the DCCC and other prominent left-wing endorsed her, other prominent Republicans endorsed her, and conservative Democrats endorsed her, and she is coming in third. So I'm not thinking this is going to be, necessarily indication of progressive sweep or anything, but I do think it's an indication of if the Dems play it smart, to take it. And I don't know if they have the discipline to play it smart, but I think if they do, they can take it. So, and I agree with whoever it was that listens to Rahm Emanuel. I listen to him too, and I think he's very right on most of the time. I think he wants to run for president, but I don't know if he can make it either.
I don't know, but he certainly is right about focusing on kitchen table issues for Democrats.
Yeah.
Like a big, unless you're in a super blue or super red state where you are in a district that you can afford to talk about stuff that's not the 1, 2, or 3 on people's agendas, then talking about how terrible Trump is and all that kind of stuff doesn't tend to win the day in competitive districts.
Yeah, I mean, what the studies show is that when you get into the voting booth or you're voting on your ballot at your kitchen table, that your emotion is really driving your vote, and secondarily, issues. So those two things have a kind of a complicated interplay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that Rahm Emanuel is emotionally, he doesn't resonate super strong,
No, he's got instincts like a hawk, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
The pool is not really big.
Yeah, but he's right on the issues, and so policy-wise, I don't know. I don't think he could probably swing it because of the emotional piece. But you can just look at the candidates around for California governor. It just plays it right out there. Katie Porter, emotional issues. Okay, we just can't deal with that, even if she has great policy. Becerra was, he's easy he can emotionally handle his personality. Steyer is more of a firebrand, more strident. And then Steve, the Republican, he is easy too. He's easy to listen to. He's articulate. He's kind of easygoing. So emotionally, people resonate with him. But anyway, I think it's entertaining at the least. Not always fun to live it out, but entertaining from that.
I agree with that. It's not always fun to be in the middle of it, Stephanie. Sometimes it's really competitive.
Yeah, it's painful. I mean, a lot of this stuff is really painful in real life. So, but I think that there's mounting bad things that are happening under the Trump administration. The list is getting longer and longer, and I think it's going to damage them in the midterms and probably next 2 years from now. Although I'm not going to make that assumption. I'm ready to keep fighting. Anyway.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mace, I think you're going to get the last word today, buddy.
Alrighty. I wanted to talk about the oil reserves. And I can talk from experience because I worked for 4 of the big oil companies in the U.S. in an IT department. And my ex-wife did all the accounting for Enron, Chevron, and many others. So I will say this, that technically we don't need oil. We have I'm talking about the U.S., right? The U.S. has massive oil reserves. The problem is that we've always taken the position of why use our own oil if we can just buy somebody else's and use theirs, right?
It's not just that, it's the kind of oil that comes out of the ground too. Some of the oil has to be refined to a greater degree, and so it's not super useful in the United States.
Prices go up, and it has a direct result or connected with the wars that we participate in. I see reality where it's all about certain individuals, right? Just making money at our expense. And when I say our expense, I'm talking about the American citizens, right? So we're paying high oil prices, gas prices at the pump, simply because somebody at the top, including Trump, they don't think for a second that Trump is not getting a piece of the pie there. And I guess all presidents have to
All companies are slipping the guy a check.
Yeah, absolutely. It's called
lobbying. What evidence do you have for that?
It's called lobbying. I will tell you,
that's not bribery. That's covered under the First Amendment, applying to government for redress.
I didn't say it was bribery.
Yes, but you said he got a check. If you give a guy a check,
that doesn't mean bribery.
My point is, Exxon is not sending Donald Trump a check personally. They pay taxes to the U.S. government, but they're not sending checks to Donald Trump.
The only way that his argument would hold water, and I have no idea what the president or his family members or his associates' investments are, is if he is manipulating the oil prices and they're getting advance notice of it and investing or de-investing based on that. But that would be speculative as well. I don't think anybody has been able to show that, at least not to my knowledge. How about yours, Armaze?
Well, I will tell you this. A lot of stuff that our government does is not going to be publicly known, right? We should know that. We can't be, what's the word I'm looking for? We can't be ignorant to the fact that, or pretend that stuff like that does not go on. And
stuff like that may go on, but you made a direct accusation, and if you make the accusation, it's incumbent upon you to back it up with facts. And I'm giving you a third time to come up with some facts.
I don't have any facts at this moment.
And why would you say stuff like that? You do this a lot. I don't understand.
Just because I don't have the fact in front of me.
Yes, it means it's not true. That's exactly what it means. It means you're giving your opinion about it, and your opinion, while you're allowed to have it, is only valuable when matched with fact when you make declaratory statements about the way politics work. Like, you need to have facts for this stuff, bro. You can't just open your mouth and say that kind of stuff and expect people like me and Gary not to ask you where you got the information. And then when you say, I don't have the information, it's incumbent upon us then to say, okay, well, that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah.
And kind of, no, freedom of speech is about the government limiting your speech, not my opinion of your speech.
I don't believe that. I'm going to disagree.
Well, read the First Amendment. The First Amendment says the government shall make no rule abridging speech. It doesn't say that in private conversations, I think it has to be factual.
That Gary doesn't have the right to kick him off the stage. Go sue me for kicking you off the stage. I'd like to see you win on that one. Marcia makes a good point, and it's important that people recognize this. You do have a tendency to make declarative statements without information, and then you claim, watch it, it's true, I just don't have the information. President of Mexico's position on nuclear weapons, you have been proven wrong. Yeah. So all we're asking all we're asking is that when we invite you to the stage, which we will continue to do, you're a good folks. We are Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So till 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Probably won't be mayor if haven't figured that out yet.
I don't even know. I know that it is. Y'all make it
But
better.
we can
I don't
hope.
know how many counts this
We
thing
can
got.
pray. We can strategize.
No, we're making a bet on the verdict.
It's very rare.
You remember when we did the verdict?
Oh my God.
Sentencing and the verdict for Diddy, right? We parsed it out to like what counts and who was more right. All right, so the bet's on the indictment right now, right?
On the murder.
Murder.
You want to do it on the murder? Yeah, let's do it on the murder.
Well,
I don't care about it. Yeah, we do it on the murder.
So if he takes the plea, he'll lose. Because it would have to be a murder or not, right?
No, but the plea deal, because I'm making my bet because white people are racist. So the plea deal would have nothing to do with racist white people.
It's only now.
So you want him for stupid murder?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna be shot. I'm taking
right. Yeah, but what I'm saying is but what I'm saying is if the dude is instructed to add like a lesser count, right? Let's say some sort of like an assault or whatever the hell they do. I don't know what the crux is, but like let's say they do that. What's your dream job? Excuse me. I'm just thinking deal and I'm out of here. Like no time, no jail, no nothing, right? Oh, he's not getting Alright, but technically, I mean, you just heard him accept that, so it doesn't matter. But technically, when you take a deal, it is a statement that said, like, right, guilty of a lesser, not guilty of it.
Right. No, listen, I'm with you. I don't think they're gonna offer him anything.
They don't bust down the charge all the time. You know, they give you the lesser.
Like the what is it? The feminist shit.
For real, sure. Really? Excuse me, why can't race have something to do with it?
Well, what you show us the evidence. Stop making no story.
Okay, I'm gonna go inside each of these teenagers' minds and pull it out. But no, like there's things. I get what you're saying. In the actual case, you're looking for him saying the N-word or black kids, like white boy. That's evidence of race in the case, right?
Well, yeah, you need some evidence or else there's no race.
You can't just make it up. That's what you're looking for, right? No, that's like what you're saying to me. You're saying to me that if I don't present to you evidence, right, then there's no possible way that race could have been a factor, and that's just not true, right?
Not true. No, that's not what I'm saying.
So okay.
The law is
if I don't give you, let me just ask you, Norma, I'm just entertaining this. If I don't give you any evidence, does that mean that no race was involved in the case, in the situation?
That means that there is
no just answer me yes or no, and then I will listen to you. Just for me.
Okay.
You
notice that Derek Chauvin was not accused of anything having to do with race. Did you notice that? You know why? Because there's no evidence that Derek Chauvin's murder had anything to do with race.
Okay, you know what we're talking about when we bring up race? We're talking about the system, right? You're talking about, hold on a second, let me get to you. You're talking about the lawyers and the prosecutor bringing up race in the case. We're not saying that that's going to happen. We're critiquing the system and trying to make an educated guess about what the outcome will be based on the past and the present state of the system. When you hear us bring up race and you want us to stop doing that, that's fucking far-fetched.
I didn't say stop doing it. I just say,
hold on. That's far-fetched for older niggas like us to do when a case like
you're going to have to learn.
What's the
stop relying on that.
Sure. It's a factor. What's going on? You're so scared of it that we can't even.
No, I'm not afraid of it.
You use anti-Semitism as a crutch.
My bad, bro. Because I realized that he's so scared of race that he won't even acknowledge it as a factor in a volatile case like this.
He's a dishonest cockroach. He's a dishonest cockroach.
You're making up another story. I'm afraid race is going to play a part in this case.
Show me the evidence of that.
The evidence is that there's race in the world and they may be in the jury.
Right. And then maybe
Exactly.
Maybe concrete is race.
Yes, maybe. That's how that works, dummy.
Right.
What an idiot. Define it. Define it, you dummy. Define evidence, dummy.
Garbage.
Define evidence, you dummy.
Yes.
You fucking nitwit. You fucking brain dead fucking
There's nothing, maggot.
weirdo.
So,
Define it. Define evidence. Define evidence.
Right.
Define evidence. Define it. Define it. Define it. Use your own words. Use your words, dum dum.
I know. Okay.
Use your words. You've been using the term this whole conversation. What does it mean? What does evidence mean, El Normo? What does evidence mean, El Normo? Evidence mean, El Normo. What does evidence mean, El Normo? Dum dum dum. What does evidence mean? What evidence mean, El Normo? El Normo. El Normo. Oh, he doesn't believe the question. El Normo.
With that? Okay. Okay. Show us where.
El Normo. What is define evidence? Define evidence. El Normo. You can't keep moving forward until you define evidence. Define evidence. Here, I'll read it for you, dum dum. I'll read it for you. Here goes define evidence.
Hey, can we have some order and then arguments instead of insults? Can you address the arguments and not the ad hominem?
Define evidence. Right. No, define evidence. Define evidence. Do you want to help him out? Do you want to define evidence? Ben, do you want to define evidence? Do you have the definition, Ben? What does evidence mean, Ben? Oh, do you know what evidence means? Do you know how the term is used? What is evidence, Ben? Ben, what is evidence? Do you have a definition?
Look it up.
Do you have a definition? Do you have a definition?
Yes, it's in the dictionary. If you
Yeah,
want,
why don't you use it in your own words, El Normo? Are you too stupid to say what evidence is, El Normo?
well, everybody.
Are you too stupid to put it in your own words?
Do you not know what it means?
Are you too stupid to put it in your own words, El Normo? Are you scared to say what evidence is, El Normo?
Well,
how do you qualify something as evidence? How does something qualify as evidence, El Normo? Are you too stupid to put it in your own words?
Why do you
Put it in your own words, El Normo. Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid man.
Why?
Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid man.
Only got 3 syllables.
Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid man. Go ahead. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
So I think
you're using terms that you don't know. Is that what's happening?
Of racism.
You're using it again. What is evidence?
If you disagree,
what is evidence, El Normo? El Normo, what's evidence? El Normo.
I challenge you.
El Normo.
The evidence of racism. I'm ready. Go.
El Normo, what's evidence?
Show us the evidence.
El Normo, what is evidence?
Why do you ask?
Because you don't know what it is.
Okay.
You keep saying that it doesn't exist, but yeah, I don't think you know what it is. Yes.
You know what it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell us.
It is facts or information that would increase the probability of a proposition being true.
What?
Do you know what that is?
So where's the evidence?
Do you know what that is?
Racism?
Facts or information
Evidence of racism
that would increase the probability of a proposition being true.
Great. So where's the evidence of racism in this case? Show us.
What do you think would be the evidence, you stupid man?
You're the one who made the claim.
With the fact that there are different race involved, you dum-dum? Would that be evidence of race being a factor, you dummy?
Absolutely not.
Why not? Why is that not a factor? Why would race being involved not be a possible factor in race being the motivation?
Because racism implies bias, and you show no bias.
No, I didn't say racism, dum-dum. I said race. Race. Oh, so you're changing the goalposts. Is that it?
Not at all, no.
Is race a factor, you dummy?
Yes, you mad.
Is race a factor? He said yes. Thank you. We're done. Thank you. Is race a factor, yes or no?
Show us the evidence.
Is race a factor, yes or no?
Show us the evidence.
Is race a factor, yes or no?
You'll have to show me the evidence.
Oh, okay, cool. So you don't know what evidence is. That's why you keep saying that. What is evidence, El Normo? What is evidence, El Normo?
Both schools have both races.
What is evidence, El Normo? You obviously don't know what race evidence is, you fucking idiot. Thank you.
I think you've proven pretty decisive racism.
What is evidence? What is evidence? What is evidence?
Evidence is fact. You got any?
And what else? What else? I know when I said the whole definition. You want me to say it again? Exactly. Race is not race, dum-dum.
Oh, so there's no racism. Good. We're making Chris learn something.
Two different concepts, dum-dum. So is race a factor? Is race a factor? Is race a factor, you dummy?
In what way?
Is race a factor, yes or no?
How is race a factor?
Is race in people's decision making?
Show us.
Is it or not?
What people?
In people who appeal to race, obviously.
Well, who's appealing to race in this case?
Human beings. Human beings appeal to it. Oh, you don't appeal to race?
Who in this case?
You appeal to race?
No.
Do you appeal to race?
No.
You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. You're a cockroach liar.
No,
you're a cockroach liar.
You're a
You
liar.
have no
Is people racial bias. There's not going to be any proof that.
Oh, so you're making it up then?
Because people.
Let's say the kid was white. You think he'd be convicted of murder?
Do you mean if both of them were white?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have had his better shits on others.
So would he be convicted of murder?
I don't think he would.
I think he would.
If not, they said, oh, this was a mistake.
I think he would. No. Because in ethnicities, I mean, the kid would have been around them before. So to say that because of that, I think it's more so because they were maybe rivals and they escalated. Once again, back to the college exposure. The every white person has to black person that they're taking back. If you're part of a minority of a town, I think these are fair questions to ask. In terms of like how race is interested in
Exposure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, couldn't the inverse be true though? Being a minority in an area where you are the minimum, like you could expect an air of entitlement. Oh well, nothing's gonna happen to me. Yeah, I mean, seriously, you have that.
Absolutely not in this country. I don't think there's a civil contract for the minority, right? It's racist over the majority. I know you're not thinking that. When it comes to this, I think that.
But even though even if I granted you that could be the inverse could be true, that just shows that race would be a factor necessarily, right? Like race isn't something that we import to more when looking at the case. It's a good question to ask though, right? Like it could be the case that he was entitled because he was a minority and maybe he felt like some kind of protected status or privilege type thing. But I just don't necessarily. It doesn't make as much sense to me given the like context or how the way the story pans out. That doesn't seem like entitlement to me. But I mean,
we don't have the evidence. What I'm arguing is, I think the verdict would be a racial verdict. I think it's right.
I'm going to claim that race is always a part of every single case when it comes to picking the jury. What do you guys think?
Wait, hold on. You have, like, you have, what I would want is like psychological statistical analysis that I could present as a study on how people make decisions and how they influence more so than like dealing with intuition and experience. You get what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
And I'm wondering if you have, which one are you operating on if that is your true position? And I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I don't know if you're.
Am I breaking up or is it?
Which one is a scientific study or a combination of both?
I think though you're breaking up. I just heard scientific study or a combination of both, but I can't.
Where have you been, girl?
I based this on just.
Bob was in my room. I was like, where the fuck is she? Bob was in my room. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They were talking. He was saying again that his grandmother is the only Persian one. I was like, where's Marcus?
So So Daniel was telling Abby that the picture he has in his profile is his mom. No, it's Fatima. That's Fatima, yeah. No, it's Daniel, why are you saying that's your mom? That's Fatima. See the picture before that? Oh no, I can't see that one.
I just want to welcome back everybody to Find Islam in the Bible, Megatron's favorite way to spend his day, which is with you. And,
Here we go.
and Abby witnessed earlier Tuna Boy. He made death threats against me.
Well, they're taking a shower with that ankle bracelet you got there. Yeah, Ram.
The projection alert system has been activated.
Is that like, do you put soap around it and shit, dude? Like when you're in the shower with that?
With what?
Nothing. He has a pretty little bracelet on his ankle.
Really?
Again, the projection alert system has been activated.
Yeah, I'm going to be brought back down to humanity. Just speak to this guy, Ayan, and he'll make you feel like less.
Yeah, I know him for a long time.
I didn't ask you that, Abby.
I know how he is.
But I'm just saying, I didn't ask you.
Okay, abuse me. Promote abuse.
No, I didn't want to abuse you. I'm just saying, I didn't ask you.
Oh, wow. I didn't know you can sing.
She's gone to heaven, so I've got to be good. So I can see my baby
No, I think he's fighting with you. I'm joking.
You could bring
I swear she follows me. I don't think her.
You could bring her in here, and I would be so nice to her, I promise.
No, I want her to be here.
Yeah.
Because you don't
because she's gonna do something, and I'm gonna get the blame.
No, I would protect you.
Oh, it's okay though. I don't care, but yeah.
But I really like you.
Thank you. I like you too.
I want you to sit in my face.
You went in on your smart jobs.
What year? What?
You went in on her so hard, it's like sobs.
In Fatima?
She went after Fatima so.
No, it wasn't that bad.
I can't go in on somebody who's anorexic, you know.
I'm anorexic too.
I was told not to do that anymore, so. I won't make fun of people who are anorexic. I mean, Fatima is anorexic. I won't make fun of her. I promise.
She probably doesn't care. She limits me, doesn't care.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I just don't think we should talk about food in front of her because it's probably really sensitive. And I feel like
Maybe she'll get hungry and she'll eat more.
Oh, that's true. Maybe she'll eat and, like, do you think she's bulimic? Like, she'll eat and she'll just, like, throw it out?
No, she's anorexic.
I totally trust
She doesn't eat at all.
I hate her, I don't like her.
Don't fucking rob a bank with this fucking chick.
Me?
With me?
Yeah, Abby. Don't ever fucking rob a bank with this chick.
Yes.
Why? Spend all her money and put you in jail and take yours.
She confessed.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you would confess.
No shit.
I would confess.
You would take the money and then say sorry.
No, I would not. I would just give the money back to bank.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I found so much money on so many times I found money and I will just give it back to, or tell the neighbors like, hey, did you lose money?
Well, no, if it's your neighbor's money, yeah.
I mean, where else would I find money? I don't go somewhere else.
Isn't it crazy how much vacuuming can make a difference?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
100%.
I mean, we always vacuum every day.
You vacuum every day?
Yes.
That's wild.
So do I.
You do?
You have to when you have
Yes.
But we don't even have animals, you know?
Yeah, I don't have animals.
Yeah, but I even more like once in the morning or maybe once in the evening.
You guys have too much time on your hands.
How many vacuum cleaners do you have?
I have 3 of them.
I have 3. I have 1 for every floor.
I have
We have 2. I have iRobot.
Yeah, I have a robot too.
I have a good.
The shark, I have the.
Yeah, even I have shark.
I have all of them.
Me too. Don't have to show off.
I'm not trying to show off. I'm just
But
saying.
you can. For me, these are like very important things.
Yeah, they're essential because I don't have carpets. I can't have carpet in my house. Fuck the carpet.
I think I have, but I don't have like it's not carpet.
Yeah, I have carpets, but not I have carpet floors.
I can't do carpets. I see carpet and I'm just like, oh.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
I like bush though.
The fucking odor that comes
It's
out
horrible.
of these things.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You guys don't put like baking soda on it and stuff?
No. As shine, it has to be super shiny all the time.
Yeah, but like put it on it, but like it becomes so
I use, you know what I have, Metron? That is like this little green thing. You know that machine that's super high suction?
Yeah.
So and the carpets, and I also use it I use it sometimes on the mattresses.
Oh yeah.
And like it sucks it out like so much. There's not much dirt, like at all.
It's the dust mites that build up.
America has a certain kind of dust. You don't find, especially where I live, because there's desert on one side and there's beach on the other side. It's a kind of light white dust.
Yo, I have two covers over my mattress.
Yeah,
the first
too.
one is from the bottom coming up, and then the one on the top that goes over the one on the bottom.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah. So both are waterproof, right?
No. Those are for my kids. The kids have a war. That's uncomfortable to sleep on.
No, they're not. You don't know the newer ones they're making.
What are you doing with your bed that you need a waterproof one? I don't even want to know.
Because it should be just very immaculate.
No,
it's not. It's not water. It's dust-proof, waterproof. This little ticks, whatever. What are those called? Bed mites. I've never seen bed mites, but it's has
dust mites. The dust mites. Yeah.
What are dust mites?
Oh my God! Look it up.
They're like little
microscopic mites. They eat
stem cells.
How
do they look?
They eat the flakes that come off your skin.
Oh my God! You're bloody kidding me? This can't be real.
Bro. Yes.
I mean, they are innocent, but like, you have to change your.
You have bugs all things like that every day, all day.
Oh my God! Where are they?
They live under your skin. They live in your eyes. They live in Yes.
Oh my God! I can't do it.
Hello? Hello?
I can't do this anymore. I can't live.
Hello?
You'll be fine. You have lived so far, so.
Just take your skin off. It would be an issue.
It's unbelievable. They can't be on.
Many of you.
And then your eyelashes. And then your eyelashes.
Many of you are already altruistic parasites.
Ethan was talking in Andrew's room that went upstairs.
Yeah, Ethan. Yeah.
I'm gonna show you what he looks like.
You know,
He's on YouTube, so it's not like I'm doxing him or anything.
You know what he looks like. In fact, they had like put in money to get him. I think he had.
Oh, is he the one? He's the one that was debating.
Yeah, the very.
Yes, the one that talks about the bride. Remember the bride one? The bride thing?
Yeah.
They were around for that.
That's why there is no dementia in Israel. If you're a Christian and still don't know that the reversal of memory loss is in the Bible, read the scripture. So it's kind of like clickbait age. I don't know. People I think are maybe justifiably really skeptical.
I always thought that.
So the final apparition she had scheduled on the first visit. In 3 months, I'm going to make everyone believe. I'm going to perform a sign that will make everyone believe. So on October 13th, around midday, which is when the schedule is for all of these apparitions at this location, which is the Kitover. But okay, so then we keep going, and basically, we have what happens in September, and now this is when we're starting to deal with crowds in the tens of thousands that are together. And so the apparitions play out as they had before.
Total creep mode.
Oh my god.
Wow, that's amazing. Did you see how many views he got? It's fucking amazing. He's at 100,000 views.
Yeah, that's not on his channel, bro.
3.4 thousand likes. I know, but it's still pretty impressive. Ethan Muse. But yeah, that's what he looks
That's
like.
crazy.
I mean, honestly, with all the videos combined of Tom Rabbits, I probably make up like 10,000 views.
Well, anyways, I mean,
Is that right?
you could take this 5-hour dialogue with him and just do like a key extracts, and then you're like, wow, okay, great, we got the top 10 here, and then you're done with it. But Andrew will still keep coming here for the rest of his life until Mark Benioff decides to shut down this Parasite app. Oh, I'm about to go enjoy my best life.
I need information. I don't need you complaining. I need information from you. Yeah, stop projecting. I need information. I want to learn something.
The projection alert system has been activated.
Conversations you don't care about.
Well, see, I believe that, essentially, you're wasting your time. I think you can confirm it if you were to be more aware of how you spend your time. But because I film all of my time, I'm well aware of how I spend my time.
Bro, you look at yourself. You have a TikTok where you're just fixing your face, you're looking into the camera, and you're doing absolutely nothing. Do you understand how, like, when I see you doing this, I'm like, he must be either peaking from his, what would I say, your controlled substance, your benzos. You're peaking on your benzos, and you want to share your peak moments of ecstasy when you're jittery and you feel like you have this tickling sensation that's going up your ass, and then what you're doing is you're recording for everybody to see. That's exactly what's going on. I've been there too, Ian. I've been there. No offense. Maybe a younger man. Because you're like the old one.
It would make a lot more sense if, like, I would do a live stream video with no fucking viewers. A little bit weird. Sorry. Are you doing a performance of yourself? Are you archiving them for them to later be discovered? Maybe after your death they'll find it, be heralded, as a great comedic genius. But right now we're just left to question your sanity as you sit there and perform.
The projection alert system has been activated.
Honestly, like, I would have nothing to say to this guy if he didn't come in and was just telling us this bullshit. He's just projecting. Like, there's no way. I don't want to complain about John. Like, John, do you, bro? Like, I took off the granny porn.
I told him 1,000 times, listen, you should animate it.
I took off the granny porn.
I told him 1,000 times, this animated fucking thing. And dude, there's times where it's funny and you get some reactions out of people, and you should just fucking, like, just chop it up, dude, and fucking make, like, a cartoon out of it, dude, and sell it to, like, Cartoon Network. They'll probably take it. Just gets, fucking, it's Clown House, dude. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Bro, I'm blowing low to fucking 70, 80-year-old saggy fucking women online. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have my you know what I'm saying, John? I get it. It's cool. Not like I really do that. I'm just saying, everyone has their thing. I could care less how you just spend your time. But you need to come in here and tell us that you're spending so much better time than us, but you're on the same fucking app, recording yourself doing the same shit we're doing. Ringing bells, playing your harmonica, sitting there breathing, doing breathing techniques. I mean, give me a fucking break, John. Go, at least do something. Fly a kite. Do me a favor, you know what would be talented? Open your fucking window and fly a kite from your fucking window.
while you're streaming. That's fucking talent. Like, give me something.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Megatron here. I do think it doesn't take much talent to plug in a cell phone and point it at yourself, you know, and just multiply that by like 10 or whatever revenue you have. But there is a liability for documenting yourself in this way, because eventually you're just going to forget that you're now videoing yourself, and who knows what you could be engaging in. And you seem like the type that, you know, wants to do some of your behavior, you know, behind closed doors, so to say. Because I can imagine that you have a drum, 55-gallon drum somewhere in that fucking creepy house of yours. Do you need to get help, John?
I just want to dedicate this song to all the losers on Clubhouse that won't shut the fuck up. Never had one lesson. Amen. 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 Ooh. Welcome back to Barth's miserable existence here on Clubhouse. We are live streaming from the bunker, listening to Barth and Narjas and Zabu and Nero and Regal do their thing, which is patterning. Let's start the show. Take it away, Daniel.
John, that doesn't help. You need to touch some grass. Maybe you'll get some ass. Because, like, this is no good for your mental health.
The projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated. See, the craziest thing is like we're investing all this money in these data centers, and the whole world is pretty much video at this point. So I'm actually just ahead of the curve. You guys are still using a fucking retard app. You should be on other platforms, but you're not. I'm here extracting you, harvesting you. I am House Harkonnen, here to harvest and extract the spice from your meager existences.
You're watching too many movies over there.
Oh my God. I gotta see this. Can you see what he's looking at? He's looking at.
It's like he can only hold the tip because there's nothing to hold. So he's just using his it's disgusting.
Oh no. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, master.
You don't like my little pan flute? Your projection alert system has been activated. Your projection alert system has been activated. Welcome back. to Barth's clubhouse pattern known as "Let's get a fucking Muslim up." See, the thing is, when you guys say to me, "Hey, check out this video I made," and I click the link, I'll say, "Oh, awesome, you're creative now." But if you just create things to throw it in a mop bucket and then flush it down the toilet, which is what Clown House is, honestly, you're semi-retarded. And the truth is, you're never going to make any money doing this.
Like the fucking Cheech and Chong audio record tracks, or
at least they made money.
The Jerkin Boys.
Yeah, they made money.
Dude, and then you have like the whole fucking, prank fucking thing going on with the fucking the like thing, and everybody's doing this blood sport debate shit on TikTok and fucking YouTube and everything else, and it's oversaturated now that it's boring. That it would actually be a breath of fresh air to see something that you could splice together creatively. And have some sort of a representative, whatever the case may be, to put the face to the voice to, and have it a little animated and wacky.
Yeah.
And you can even put yourself in there too, and it would be cool, dude. You know what I mean? Like that's an angle somebody didn't go with yet. If you get what I'm saying.
Well, I know people can't do.
In the patience to fucking sit there and edit it yourself, or
I don't know.
Have the creativity for
Projection alert detection system has been activated. So what I'm trying to say is that when you have an inflatable,
I don't really want to fucking. I'm tired of Andrew and everybody else and whatever the fuck. Like, talk about something positive, dude. What the fuck? Because I'm not gonna hang out on here if it's fucking negative every day.
Yeah, try reading a book, fat ass. The point is, homeless people, when you try to give them a tent, guess what? They reject it every time. I'm like, how do you not want a free tent? You're homeless. And they go, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. I go, why don't you want a free tent? You're homeless. And they go, no, I'm good. And I'm like, well, your legs are puffy because, yikes, that's called diabetes. And, the pus flowing out of the lower bottom part of your legs onto your second chair, yikes, that's indication of a health problem. What would it be like if you just had your own bathroom or your own bed to sleep on, a place to take a shower and sleep and maybe heal a little bit? That'd be nice, right? Instead of being homeless, sitting on a chair, rejecting a tent, pus dripping out the bottom of your cankles. Hello?
Yeah, Regal, we're up one mind when it comes to what John needs to do to improve. He needs an editor. He just spent the time editing and you animated it. I think it would be a sensation. Absolutely. But there's so much just garbage that he dumps out there. And it's not good.
You can't have the good without the bad. It's impossible. It's yin and yang, black and white.
Why don't you edit them so that it's where you can have a storyline or a story arc of different characters? And if you're just dumping it out there, dude.
Yeah, it's just dumping. Dumping! What do you think of creating content for like Viacom or something? Or news? Like, don't you understand that this is just a live stream in an office listening to conversations? And I'm sitting here wondering, why am I listening to this? But then I also ask myself, why are these people talking about this for hours on a Tuesday at 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning? Don't they have anything better to do? I guess not.
Too many Deadpool comics. What are you, the character in the story here, and you're the only one allowed to break the fourth wall or something in John's world?
streaming, and he just starts doing these absurd things. Like, I think that would be a hit. You just completely forget that you're being recorded, and just do what you normally do. Well, that'll get people's attention. What do you think? What do you think, John?
Well, I've just refreshed my beverage, and I am getting very far in Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness. We're on page 84. And it turns out that this book proves my theory about clown world and R-word syndrome. And until people on this app decide, you know what, I'm going to shut the fuck up and stop automatically talking all the time and responding in gibberish, basically. And maybe I'll try to read a book for 15 minutes a day on this app. Oh my God. I would come to your room and listen to you reading a book. I would come to your room and listen to you reading a book.
So if you imagine being John and not having medical benefits, so nervous. Like I would be a nervous wreck on a daily basis, not being medicated.
Ooh. Okay, Bar. Here we go again.
Yeah.
Another exciting
I wonder if
episode.
anyone in his life knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I'm sitting at a desk with like 15 cell phones pointed at himself, broadcasting into the ether. I mean, no one's listening.
Nobody.
I mean, unless this is just traveling. He has.
Nobody's listening.
Like
I'm cutting down all these trees and there's nobody here.
Strike a distant civilization that he'll be a success. I mean, that's about how low the probability is that he will be successful or whatever he stood.
Hello?
But as far as his medication, yeah, if you were medicated, I think you would have a better chance. And I think this explains why he is as nervous as he is. He doesn't have that sort of He's just sinking. Bro, you're sinking. Now he's posting the live stream.
Projection alert system detected.
Let's look how he's doing.
Projection alert.
Alright, let's look at some. That's how I copy this. Oh, fuck. Okay, good. That's how I copy this. Alright. I'm gonna. Oh my God, the guy is just so mentally ill. John Piper's live streaming a black screen. It's not even, there's nothing, no noise. It says John Kitover, Chicago Mayoral Campaign 2027 podcast, news, philosophy, psychology, politics, culture, yoga.
Mm-hmm.
It has one view. I'm the only person viewing it. And it has links to his personality. He's the mayor. And it has links to the mayor that was like convicted, was alleged of fucking election fraud publicly. And by the way, let me pin that link up there. Fucking doozy. So you just type his name.
It's a doozy!
Degrees tomorrow. 90. Wow.
Let's talk about the weather, baby.
Yo, fuck that. That's gonna be terrible. Alright, this is the document that pretty much shows that John was involved in election fraud. And where there's smoke, there is certainly fire. There we go. Let's have a little read here.
Board of Elections begins candidate removals. Congressman Darren LaHood will not have a primary challenge
free
as the
tonight.
Republican John Kitover was removed from the ballot. Kitover was found to have only 266 signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud.
Let's get invited to drinks.
State's attorney. So, John, I think that maybe you should be spending your time in a better way than committing election fraud and just smearing shit on your reputation. Can someone invite John up? Don't let me do it.
Yeah, I just want to say that Illinois.com is not a credible news website. The founder of that piece of shit website, his name is Finkston. He's a Republican operative working on behalf of the Darren LaHood campaign to besmirch my good name. I committed no fraud. There's been no investigation. There's been no arrest. There's been no charges other than a news blur by a big fat turd with a huge herpes sore right in the middle of his lip. That is who published this. It's all a lie. The lawyer who represented Darren LaHood is a punk who wore a Bears hat to the trial. And on top of that, I accused Darren LaHood of committing fraud 1,000 times. He only accused me of it once in a third-party news source, so he's a classy guy. But why would he ruin his 10-year career in Congress by even mentioning my name? It just makes no sense. So this was just a way to besmirch me, defame me, because the truth is I actually got over 100 votes in the actual election. People hate my opponent, Darren LaHood. He has created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. Because every year we create $2 trillion in debt. He's been there 10 years. That's over $20 trillion in debt. He lied to everybody about the COVID-19 vaccinations. He took millions of dollars from Pfizer Big Pharma. He owns law firms throughout the country with his father. They're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And, it's just politics. And until you actually enter the fray and put your name on a ballot or a petition, you will have no idea what you are talking about, sir. It is a game. I committed no fraud. My soul is crystal clear as Jesus' heart. Amen.
Yeah, but John, when you type your name into Google, it's on there. So the bottom line is that people are going to get the wrong impression if this is a type of libel, and you can have it removed easily. So the question now remains, why aren't you having it removed?
Well, I requested Google remove it from the search results. They said no. I haven't contacted the publisher. He's reporting. No, you don't understand where the actual news source came from. It came from Darren LaHood's attorney, who gave a speech at the Election Commission, and he was quoting my website, quoting my YouTube. It's on video, and then he took that video clip of that lawyer defaming me and put it into a little paragraph on his website. That's it. And I don't care if some fucking fat pig who ain't gonna make it a couple more years because he's a disgusting fat pig. I don't care if his website's gonna go away. It's a know-nothing website. I'm not worried about it gets you very high shitting on the biggest pieces of shit. Because you think I like coming here and making fun of Megatron, who's got a wife and kids and no pension, no retirement. He's gonna be indebted the rest of his life, probably croak out, never get to enjoy a good life of retirement. I'm just trying to say that.
It says you have 266 valid signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud. And the board this is the allegation, the board even voted to forward the petitions to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So that's a claim that can be proven or disproven by contacting the board.
You know what's so
So we
funny
can see if that's true.
is
Was he candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board even voted for the petitions? Okay, so the board did it.
under the recommendation of Darren LaHood's lawyer.
John, the board decided to forward it.
I know. And here I am talking to you. I guess their forward to the Attorney General here in Illinois resulted in no merit. You know, because honestly, if there was intent or there was actual operations, it's not there, my friend. I didn't commit any election fraud. And the irony is, the people who are accusing me of this, they just recently accused a governor candidate of the same bullshit. It's just politics, bro. They put this shit in the news to try to defame you, to prevent voters from flipping on the pre-elected politicians. Try to do something with your life instead of analyzing a little defamation of John Kitover on the internet. I sit here and record you guys for months now. Sometimes I create recording studios dedicated just to your room, just to record you independently of other rooms throughout the whole day. That's a lot of work. You know, you never go to my YouTube and actually go through the lives and say, Jesus Christ, this guy's got 100,000 Clubhouse rooms live on YouTube. That's a lot of work. You know, oh my God, I really enjoy his work. He's a great artist. He puts out so much content. It's unbelievable. Magnanimous.
Well, how can we do? So is the objective to have a or is the objective just to create an archive of these conversations unedited? I don't see the vision of it. I don't get what can you help me out, just understand a little bit more of your vision of it? So the idea is just having if you go to John's channel, you have on offer like hundreds of different conversations. Is that the idea? But they don't have, no one's viewing it then. No one's viewing them, man. Is that problematic for you, or is that part of the... I presume you want people viewing it, John.
No, it's not problematic because I'm actually did it. Now, I challenged both of their petitions. They audited my petitions. You saw that I had over 200 plus confirmed signatures, but they did not audit my opponent's signatures. And he only had 1,600 plus signatures. He wasn't expecting anybody to challenge him. And guess what they did? They rejected my challenge and did not audit his petitions. And guess why? Because he probably didn't have the required number of signatures, which is 1,550, to actually get people that they know the candidate. He's been there 10 years. They have favored candidates. They persecute and prosecute. There's no chance to actually get into politics. You will not realize the vote is rigged. Your average citizen cannot get on the ballot because lawyers and judges control who goes on. And really, our democracy or our representative republic, it's a joke. And you might be a part of it. Hello?
No, hold on. We're not all doing what you're doing. We're not just you literally just sit there watching yourself. So you're claiming that we're all here doing what we're doing. No, like I have a whole life. What are you talking about? I'm like cooking and working out and doing my chores. I'm addressing emails. I'm not just sitting there fucking watching myself. What a fucking loser.
Do you know anyone in here? Honestly. And also, John, so 266 of them were valid. How many did you submit? So that we can see how many of them were rejected. Did you submit at least 2,000? That means of the 2,000 submissions, only 266 were valid.
No, that's not true. You've never actually reviewed the audit. I have the audit paperwork. Hundreds of signatures were determined to be out of district. This has to do with the redistricting in those towns. It's such a scam, my friend. Plus, 250 confirmed signatures out of 1,600 is actually pretty good for a first run when they just automated.
You submitted 1,600 signatures.
Yeah, and I didn't actually get to contest their contestations. So, listen, we've litigated this.
166 were considered valid. Really? And you don't think that that's suspicious?
My friend, 266 guaranteed confirmed voters signed for me. Hundreds more that lived across the street that were out of district were negated for being on my petition. The point of the matter is that I was audited. My opponent was not, despite my legal challenge. So there's a double standard. I'm exposing political corruption. Do you have any idea what the government is getting away with every single month? Every single year? You don't care. You're just a fucking car insurance salesman who sits here and talks shit to Muslims all day. Who the fuck are you? I'm a public, politician. I'm a musician and a magician. Who the fuck are you? Hello?
I'm not putting myself out there like that. I'm not running for public office. There's a difference. I think that there should be some degree of scrutiny applied in this instance. Though there's 266 valid, you say that the remaining of that 1,600 total.
If you wanted to talk to the employee that I had generate the signatures, you could do that. Listen, courtroom Daniel, you've already litigated this a gazillion times against me. It's pathetic.
Please, I want to ask a specific question. How many, so you say that you submitted 1,600, 266 were valid. How many of them were not out of district? They were just fake signatures. They just weren't, there was no person attached to them.
Well, I didn't generate any of these signatures, so that question is a great question. But you'd actually have to look at the audit paperwork, because when they audit your petitions, what they do is they scan it in, they give you a PDF, and then there's a secondary sheet, which is what you're challenging specifically on that petition. So I have the audit sheet. It's like 300 pages long. Do you want to see it? And you can actually review what they put together in the audit. Is that how you want to take this? Is that how interested you are?
In the audit, how many signatures were fake?
It doesn't state that. You'd have to review the paperwork and actually see what was challenged.
Why did the 1,400 were rejected?
Every single signature was individually scrutinized against the database.
John, you couldn't all be out of district. What were the other reasons why these signatures were rejected?
Well, you've never actually challenged a petition. You probably don't even sign petitions, so you wouldn't know. That's why you have to ask a subject matter expert like Politician John.
They pay college students to collect signatures. I know exactly what you do.
All right, well then great. I'm happy you know. So happy you know. That's right. You've probably done it yourself, so you can get yourself a Subway sandwich in an afternoon. I'm very relaxed. This conversation is already a redundancy, and unfortunately, yeah. Go ahead. I'm moving myself to the audience. I'm sick of this conversation with you. Have a great day.
What the hell is your problem? What the fuck is his problem? He has 1,600 signatures. 266 were valid. And then he claims the remaining 1,300 or 1,400 signatures were out of district, which I find that very difficult to believe. What kind of a blunder would you make that you're having people sign signatures for your congressional run that aren't in your fucking district? The whole point is that they're in the district. That's just a lie. So presumably, a good deal of these are fucking just fakes, fake signatures. Not even attached to anybody. And you could get in trouble for this shit, man. It's not just a joke, and that's the whole point I'm trying to make to you. It's yucks on here and you can have fun. But what you did was something you crossed. You weren't using proper judgment. You crossed a line that you shouldn't have done, being a lunatic. So you don't have something on your record like this. You did something stupid. I want to make sure that you know that so you don't do it again. It's not just a joke, dude. What you did wasn't just a joke anymore. Like, you fucked up. And I've notarized the forms. I've even notarized congressional applications. So what they do is they pay people, homeless people, they'll go to low. Someone that has a job is obviously not going to be going around collecting signatures. So a typical petition will have like 10 or 15 signatures on it. Those are just one at a time. And they pay these people, I think it's $5 for each signature that they got. And of course, these people go and because they want the money and don't want to do the work of getting signatures, they just write in there big names and shit. You can even see it. The signature is the same handwriting on the same petition. And there's a lot of money involved in this, and that's why when John was fucking around in there, that's why they actually took action against him. Because it cost them a ton of money to get these signatures. Now I'm going to have to contact the board, the Illinois Board of Elections, and get some of the publicly available information. Let me see if I can find any. If we can find any contact information. Illinois State Board of Elections.
He's still going at it.
I'm just in here testing club deck. Whatever. Oh, that's it.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, but he's just testing iCloud Deck.
I've never used it. I should try it.
You'd have a lot better. It would definitely work better for what you're trying to do.
Do you like it, Joe?
I mean, I don't know. Like is subjective.
Do you?
Isn't it crazy though that it's not a Clubhouse product? It's like, what?
That is weird.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
No, I just hear you. Your voice. Are you playing something? If you're playing something, I can't hear it.
Yeah, I'm playing off YouTube. I wonder I gotta figure out how they get the YouTube clips.
Well, how did you play it before? What was playing? Oh, that was just on the soundboard.
Yeah, they just have those already built in.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a lot of features. I admitted it. You've used Club Deck before, right?
No.
Oh, really?
Nope. I just get a new burner phone when I need one.
Oh. Gosh, I only used it like a few times for my laptop.
Let me ask AI.
What should be the room title tonight? Is Carmelo Anthony a murderer, or is he innocent of self-defense by sticking a knife in somebody's chest? Hello?
Yeah, no.
Did you get a new job, or are you still looking for a job?
Yeah, I'm still looking.
Damn, you'll be ready to retire by the time you start working.
What'd you say?
You'll be ready to retire by the time you start working.
You're telling me. You're telling me, sir.
Why don't you just come on Clubhouse and do tarot cards or psychic readings or natal charts?
Come on, who are you talking to?
Or prayer circle. I don't know. There's so many ways to make money on the internet. You just have to be, you have to have fun with it and be creative. But even Kalshi, I mean, you could do Kalshi analysis. I mean, you need to get people to buy you a cup of coffee and find value in what you're creating.
Yeah, people. Do you know how much money people make on TikTok?
I mean, on all platforms. Like, you could be a fucking Facebook publisher. There's just people out there that are really good with aggregating content.
Yeah.
But there's so much competition. I mean, the thing is, like, if you want to get into the mortgage industry or financial services, like, fuck, like, you should have an Instagram. In Illinois, there's the Illinois State Bankers Association, and they have a periodical. So it's like, that's whatever number in is bullshit. So he can actually get you a mortgage.
Yeah, he wanted me to sign up for one of his classes.
Oh God.
And then when you are, it's $10,000. And then when you're done, you get like all these leads and stuff like that.
Yeah, right. It's very difficult business, but it is a business.
Yeah, for sure.
Why don't you just look for a state, or federal job, or how's your career search going? Are you experimenting, or are you just specific?
No, I'm I essentially have gotten to the point where I've been applying for everything now because I'm not too good for any job now. I need income.
Do you have a casino by your house?
What?
Is there
30 minutes?
Well, that's doable. Why don't you look at their website and look at a dealer position, and you could deal blackjack, be a cocktail waitress, or just deal cards.
I've applied to waitress there many times at all three of the casinos, and I never got a call, and I had experience. I did bartend for 10 years. And then,
We'll try to follow them because they post the days when they do interviews, and then they'll send you to their like casino operations school, and they'll actually like teach you how to be a dealer.
Yeah, my dad he worked at Chrysler, but then he did like he got his like dealer certifications because when he was retired, he wanted to like just deal, blackjack or whatever. And so I like a 2-week course.
Well, you could also. What about the post office?
Yeah, I can try that. It's really hard to get in there, but I can try. It doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah, I interviewed with the Social Security Administration once, and as I was leaving Los Angeles to my mom's house in Colorado, they called me. They're like, "We got you the position." I was like, I'm moving. I'm in the process. I am not coming back, but I thank you for the offer." And it was a federal position, which is like they're never, unless there's a riff, it's not going away, or you can come back. But those federal positions are like gravy because those positions just never end.
My friend works for the postal service. Like she's the one that delivers mail and stuff.
Yeah, my mom did it 30 years. It's hard work. That's what I say. If you were smart, you could find a way on your cell phone.
I literally just applied to go on the district, like the district of where my daughter's like school district, to see if there's any job openings, and I just applied to be a bus driver. They have to get your chauffeur's license. I'm like, anything. But yeah, the postal office, I should look into that. That's a good idea.
What about realtor? Do you have a realtor's office near you?
Yeah.
That's definitely a thing you could do because basically it's just admin work and showings. You don't have to know shit. It's just open this door, process this paperwork. Congrats. You just process the transaction and here's your commission. There's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. You could pass that realtor's exam. It's written for children.
I know, I'm like, that exam I heard is really, really hard. And
It
I've
is
worked
not.
in the industry for so long.
It's not hard. You will pass it. You will pass it. It is not that hard. Just trust me. The questions are like common sense questions. You can pass that test. But that's if you want to work in a realtor's office. Your love life and your job is like geographic proximity. So look in your immediate area and look, maybe you could, there's just so many options, but anyways, good luck. Don't retire before you start working.
I appreciate that.
And I got to restart my computer for what I just installed.
Okay.
So then I'll come back and test again. But I'll get this set up. So give me just a minute. I got to end this here.
Okay.
Good evening, Dr. Heronstone.
Heron will do.
Those who know do not say so. It's like everything is. Those who know do not say so. It's like everything is a projection. All communication is projection, but if you're aware of it, that's the spice. So when people are projecting, I like to say the projection alert detection system has been activated. The projection alert detection system has been, and hopefully they see that they're projecting on you, but many times they do not.
Almost never. Can you recall one instance when it ever worked?
Yeah, I mean, I guess with myself, but not with other people.
Yeah, it does work with yourself. It works great with yourself.
It's just so obvious, though. I mean, that's why Alan Watts and other books, they say a sage never criticizes anyone, because if a sage is going around pretending to be a sage and he starts ad hominem other people and criticizing people, well, that just won't work. You can't be a sage.
It's not about criticizing people, but you sure as hell can criticize their behavior.
Yes and no. I mean, Ayn Rand and objective ethics would say, yes, make moral pronouncements, but a sage flying in the sky isn't going to bother criticizing this or that. That's the point.
Well, who cares about a sage flying in the sky?
Well, I mean, you know, Alan Watts and D.T. Suzuki, they say enlightenment is just like ordinary life, except 2 inches off the ground. And so, well, you got these retards that say they're doing yogic flying. And maybe they're right. Maybe they really are.
Well, the thing is, see, I just don't understand why you spend so much of your energy and intellectual stuff on issues like this. Who cares? Why
it's not issues like this. It all has to do with your room title. Because what you're doing is, it seems to me like you're unaware of what you're even doing.
Is that what it seems like to you?
Yeah, it seems to me like you're projecting that your own brain is fucked up onto other people, and you're unaware of that. Is that projection about your projection or my projection?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say it again.
Is that my projection about your projection or my projection about my projection?
You know, I don't really care. You figure that out.
Well, it's not up to me to figure out. It's up to the viewers, the listeners, because you know I'm gonna jump in a.
Listeners here. It's just you and me and a robot.
What are you talking about? You're live on 30 different YouTubes. 300 people are watching this conversation right now, all across the world. We got little.
Because you're on that right now. That's it. So you brought me into your thing. So now a bunch of people are listening to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's one huge network. And
so you're saying there are other people on here live right now listening to this?
On multiple platforms, on multiple accounts.
How many people would you imagine are actually listening?
Wait, let me total it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0? How many zeros till you get to 0? Oh, we got a 1. We got one.
Listen, you and I are here. That's enough.
This is a joke, meaning that, like, you know, this app, I think this app will shut down, personally, because
of course it'll shut down. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, exactly. But I went to the town hall, and they had a town hall here 2 days ago, and the people running this app are just so clueless.
Listen, I don't want to even hear about it. I know that. I've been here for, I don't know, 5, 6 years, whatever. I've been around since the beginning. I don't want to hear about how lame they are. I know they are. I'm disconnected from that bullshit. I come here, start my room, and that's my interaction
Well, what's great is it really won't matter if the app shuts down because there's just other replacements out there for what you're doing.
Well, I haven't found a better one yet, but
You're not using X Spaces?
I've heard about it and I've gone there. I haven't seen exactly. This satisfies me for now. No, if I have to, that's certainly one place I'll check out.
What other thing I wanted to tell you was on Amazon I bought a memory foam meditation cushion, which is ergonomic, memory foam. So it supports your legs and your sacral and all that. It supports it perfectly, ergonomically with the memory foam. So that is exciting, because the sleeping leg syndrome and the pain of sitting, now you can ergonomically sit into memory foam and offer a much better experience.
You're talking about for meditation?
Yeah.
What posture do you use? I mean, are you sitting with a full lotus or half lotus or just cross-legged?
Just cross-legged. Just cross-legged.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why you need special stuff. That doesn't work very well.
Well, I have other meditation cushions that if I sit there, I've been getting
You don't need a cushion if you know how to sit.
I know, but it's like a ritual practice of using a specific tool to,
Listen, I'm not going to criticize this. I don't even do any, real meditation anymore. I mean, where I sit and do it properly. It's been ages.
Well, I have found that the best meditation is just chanting books, like Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching or Bhagavad Gita or Dhammapada.
Yeah, the best for you. Yeah, what works for you. That's good. Yeah.
Well, what I don't think people are aware of is that, the concept of meditation is just focused attention. So when you chant a book, you have to focus your attention to do that. So it puts you in a very focused state of mind, unlike, these casual conversation state of minds. It's very unique. It's transcendental.
Idea about meditation that's completely different than my whole approach to meditation. And I don't know. You come here with all these statements that are so broad, and you're really talking about your own personal experience. You're not talking about the way the world is. You're talking about the way you like to do things, which is perfectly valid. But
yeah.
You put it out there like this is the way the world is.
Well, I'm just saying that I record myself doing it, so hopefully other people can also experience my joy and maybe imitate what I'm doing.
What are you doing?
Reading books.
Well, good luck.
It's futile, but because I know on YouTube, have you ever seen what is it called, Audiovox or what do they call it? Anyways, there's just YouTube channels that are dedicated to recording books that are out of copyright. And LibriVox. Have you heard of LibriVox? It's a nonprofit.
Yeah. You can listen. There are plenty of recordings, and you can get recordings of just about every book probably nowadays. It's trivial. Use AI to generate it.
Yeah, that was one thing I was talking about yesterday. Is just photographing a page from a book and then doing photo to audio.
Yeah.
I haven't figured that
out. That's all
one
trivial these days. It's easy.
I did take a photo of a page from a book and said, create me a political flyer based off of this page. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's good for all sorts of shit like that.
Yeah. Anyways, I got a hot bubble bath percolating, and
bubble bath?
Yeah, bubble bath. A bubble bath. I was listening to Alan Watts yesterday, and God, he was saying something so remarkable and just so it seems like he's here right now, giving the analysis of the situation accurately back then. It's just remarkable. The guy was like next level intelligence.
I would, have you ever used that app Meetup?
Oh yeah, I've done a lot of that over the years.
I always thought about just creating an Alan Watts Meetup where you just play.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably find some interesting people, and you'll probably attract some people if you do that.
Yeah.
That would be a good thing to do.
Yeah, that's always on my to-do list because I just.
Well, so that's easy to do. Take it off your to-do list. Do it tomorrow.
Well, I don't know if I would use Meetup. I guess I would. I guess I could.
If you want to have physical meetups, that's the place that's there to set that kind of shit up. That's what it's for.
I actually wouldn't do a meetup. I would organize it, but make it a virtual event where people can come to the Zoom and listen to an
okay.
lecture.
Well, that way too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a friend of mine does that. I like meetups for actual meetups, though.
The best.
But no, it works good online. Yeah.
The other meetup group idea I had was just an SEO meetup group to meet with other creatives in your city, because if you can network with other web publishers and you're trying to optimize your business for keywords, networking with those webmasters to give you juice in a reciprocal way would be beneficial for your business too.
Well, it's always good to know people who have skills that are valuable.
But I was on eBay and I type in, like Alan Watts antique book, Alan Watts recordings, Alan Watts tapes. And so I just recently bought a lecture for $60, 4-tape part series. And that's kind of a cool artistic idea, is to like buy old kind of antique Enlightenment material like that. It's not really antique, but then just republishing it. Using AI, creating a new image of the book, of the tapes, and then republishing it. It's a lot of fun. And
yeah, and it's good if you can get out, if you can find people to buy it and put it in their hands so they can read it or listen to it or whatever. Yeah, that would be great.
Well, I'm not trying to sell it because I don't think I would have that right. It's probably underneath the copyright of his son, but.
Well, Alan Watts stuff is, sure. Yeah. So then what can you do with it?
It's just for social media, what do they call that? Self-promotion.
Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, it's like clout chasing, basically. You're trying to get likes and subscribers by republishing content, but anyways, it's all off of tapes. Like I'm going on eBay and I'm buying tape collections, like actual cassette tapes of classical music, classic rock, jazz, and then
you're doing what with these things? You're actually going out and buying this stuff?
Yeah, I'm buying it.
Your garage or something?
No, just storing it in my house.
What do you intend to do with it?
To clone it, to rebrand it, to republish it.
But electronically, you're not going to actually sell the cassette. You're
Correct.
Turn the cassettes into MP3s or something, right?
Yeah, YouTube videos.
Well, okay. These are video cassettes, you mean, or what?
Audio cassette tapes.
Okay, yeah. So they're MP3s or whatever you want to make out of them. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the publishing business to try to make money, hopefully within the, terms of service and guidelines and not violate copyright law. Because YouTube lets you publish stuff up to 15 seconds or up to 1 minute of copyrighted material. You have 59 seconds. So you can monetize copyrighted material, but only up to 59 seconds.
Really? Okay, so 1 minute you can use anything as long. What if you have like different? Is that just for one clip? But what if you had 10 1-minute segments and they were published?
Yeah, it works. Anything over 60 seconds is a violation, and they automatically delete
it. If you
it.
have multiple things under 60 seconds, you can do that.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, that's good news. That's a challenge. What can you do with 1 minute of copyrighted material?
It's not a challenge because the average attention span is 0.03 seconds.
Well, nobody gives a shit about the average attention span. They're not worth talking to. Fuck them.
No, it's not about talking to them. It's really called, I have a book on film and picture theory. And so I've published over 100,000 videos on YouTube. And so the game is, how do I create content that the algorithm and thus users are hypnotized by and don't click away? And then the algorithm keeps showing it more and more because it's looking at the data and saying, okay, this is.
So write him a message.
I told him the other day, I was like, part of your problem is that you're talking too much. Going back to.
That went over real well.
Oh, no, he agreed with me. I said, the solution is to just read a book for 15 minutes on this stupid app and stop engaging with people. Because it's basically they're hypnotizing you, and then your emotional response system is being activated by the conversation, and it gives you more inflammation. You have to try to control your environment to control your body, and what you're listening to is it actually has medical ramifications in your biological central nervous system. So. You are your own worst enemy if you are suffering with pain. But coming here and engaging in vigorous political debate with people that, you don't like talking about this shit. You like talking more about what's interesting or what's enlightening or anything to do with maybe those types of topics, so to speak, linguistics, language, communication. But this app is ideologically polarized, and it causes people, in my opinion, to be neurotic, psychotic.
They wouldn't subject themselves to this bullshit here if they weren't neurotic to begin with.
Yeah, but I think it just amplifies.
The person would get in most of these rooms in 5 seconds. They'd realize it's a madhouse, and they'd leave.
I will.
Stay in one of those rooms is either stay because they want to study the people there, or they're just as crazy as them.
So I'm wondering, what businesses have you found to be rewarding and not taxing on, activity?
I'm not interested in business. I don't give a shit about business. Yeah.
That's a business.
Transformation is
Script in English, but it's talking about the guru being the highest form of enlightenment, and how the guru, abolishes and banishes this God and that, this and that, but it's trying to emphasize what a guru is. So I look at it as like a business in a way, because Ram Dass, Alan Watts, Eckhart Tolle, even Oprah, and so many other people, they're really espousing self-help and personal development material, which is all interesting and highly valuable. And in fact, it's far more valuable than 99% of the bullshit that people encounter in the media content space. So when you say it's not business, and I say it is a business because it's a publishing industry,
marketing. You know.
It's also, I think, the world is changing too. People are couldn't have done any other time in history. People are ready for it. It's the time is now. And you're so not quite ready. Time for change.
Writing process like?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he said last time they was on a panel, and this was an actual conversation.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear him when he came in here before. I wasn't here. Okay, I'm sorry.
So they had, much like Dahida, when he did his famous speech at the Johns Hopkins conference in, I believe it was 73 or
Figure 76 in signature event context is very important. I said, that much like Derrida, they published proceedings from the conference.
That's wonderful.
That was wonderful.
Question from like the analogy of the book. If someone has a great quality of taste but can only afford McDonald's, what do you do then?
Oh, that was good. That was a nice book club.
I don't know. But I would say, my favorite the recitation before eating.
Oh, me too. It's so beautiful. Let me look it up. I forget when I was in Tibet.
And they'll do, watch this analogy, like Chopped. Y'all know the show Chopped on Food Network? Skittles, egg yolks, poppets, and so make an entree. So you take what you have and you make do. Take the French fries, open it up, take out the potatoes. Guess what you have there? You have potatoes there for you to make your Gruyere mash. Now you couldn't afford Gruyere mash or potatoes, but you can afford a little bit of Gruyere. Right? You got the potatoes. You can take your beef. Take your little beef. Right? Get some butter, a little mustard on there, piece of bacon. Put it under bread, bacon, beef Wellington. It's called improvisation, innovation, renovation. It's called the Black experience in America. What have Black people done other than making brilliant things out of things they weren't allowed to have or couldn't afford? I'm dead ass serious. So that's what you do. And that's what many people do with their partners. Look at Rhombus's wife. I'm sure she didn't want to have a 50-year-old man who didn't clean up after himself. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a 50-year-old man who has a dog with children, but he doesn't take care of the dog. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a man who sits out in the garage with the car running. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a man who's 50 years old who charges their neighbors so they have to see while getting mail and at dinner parties, etc., charging the neighbors for shoveling. But she made do. So when she showed up at the McDonald's, she wanted something from the circle. But all she got was an Arch Deluxe and a Diet Coke. So she made do.
Do you guys feel like the author gives men advice in regards to them dating as opposed of like informing women to have standards?
Like, is it advice towards the men dating women, or is it the advice towards the women?
So like, you know, like with the women, it's like obviously if you don't want a happy meal, just have standards of where you would like to eat and what you want and what your needs are. But when it comes to the men dating these women, is there much advice around how they approach the dating scene?
Because when they were discussing about the tangibles that the guy has, and if he doesn't have tangibles, then what he can gain on the market. So I do feel like it does, but not as much as for women. So I will say that. So although it's geared towards women, there's a
guy, he understands that he is dealing with someone who is serious and takes and is taking their engagement and the dating serious, and that will give him a sense of the type of woman he's choosing.
But then wouldn't that be contradicting in the sense of a man could have the quality but not have the finances to match at that point? But then as a woman, the book informing you to have standards, you could overlook someone's quality because they just don't have the money to give you.
But what does the money have to do with it? That was only one part. The money is not the central part. And in fact, he started off by saying, and correct me, Johnny, if I'm misreading this or just listening to you, but I thought there was one part where he talks about, someone may be in need, and it said that the man's finances may not be at the place. Like I'm not sure. I'm not understanding why we're focused on the.
menu though, because the menu highlights finances in terms of its analogy.
Not all the way. That was one part of it. That wasn't the central part. Am I misunderstanding? I thought that the analogy, even of the restaurants, McDonald's and Ruth's Chris, was not to say about necessarily the money part, but the quality of the meal. You're not gonna get a filet mignon, medium rare, from McDonald's. I thought that's what it was about. I didn't think it was just about the money. I'm just that I'm not centered on the money, but maybe other people were.
I'm listening because I wasn't here. I wasn't listening at the very start, so I've come into it during the menu and the interface.
Can we go back to that part, Johnny, if you don't mind?
To the finance, can we read that again?
Yes, because was that a short part?
No, it's only like a page and a half. Always a funny thing. Finances could come first for some people. You place finances.
Jamal the AI. And you use the black AI, Jamal.
Then the last thing they may be thinking about is the finances. The more stable a male or female is, the more valuable they become in the dating scene. It then transfers from a need to a want. Many daters may be happy that the person has his or her own place, which could actually be the benchmark for some people. The guy who is going in from a want may not give a damn about the finances, whereas the guy who is in need, the finances are going to be according to where he is at in his own life. He may feel like if he has his own car or place, he deems himself as doing something. But will she? If they are in a need category, then
time to take a bath.
May start as a number one on the list. It depends on the man or woman you're with and where they are at. Finances are important, such as asking, does the person even have a 401k plan? Those things begin to matter as you get higher up the scale and the type of man or woman you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a man that wants that co-partner or someone on his same level, then those guys may still consider finances low on the menu. If you have a guy who can provide for himself and you as the woman have a small job to just contribute, then he really is not going to trip about that. Sometimes when the man has money, there are women who feel like a job is not necessary for them because he is bringing in the money. She feels like her only job is to give him a blow job. If the man is able to handle the finances, then that's just what it is. So in case such as this, finances just become less of an issue. That rich guy really wouldn't care about whether or not that chick has a PhD or making 70 grand a year. He has loot. Now the average man will be the one that wants someone on his level. But even the average guy will decide that the pussy is more important to him. If you make him chase the pussy, then he wants you. He wants you, and he is an engineer, then ladies, your financial situation really doesn't matter as much.
That's it. So what I gathered is financial stability in a relationship is transactional. Am I wrong in understanding that?
It might say that. I don't know. This is the
hardest for me to get because I'm not a woman. And notwithstanding my food stamps and being unemployed and a slave, I don't really think about it for various reasons. But I think I disagree. Was that Jamal or Asia at the end? Janice, were you reading at the end, Jamal or Asia?
About the finances?
About the rich guy.
Yeah, that was Jamal.
Yeah, so this I think this is wrong actually.
So,
I actually think this is.
so in the current times that we live in, statistics have highlighted that when we look at predominantly black women tend to be the breadwinner. PhD, it doesn't matter if the guy had money. But if the guy didn't have money and she had money, would he be?
To be honest with you, it makes me very uncomfortable, and I'm going to ask you to refrain from using those words in that accent.
Don't worry, man. I'm about to be in the middle of a sentence right now.
I literally just threw my phone across the room. This is insane.
Believe me, man, and it's crazy. It's crazy.
This is insane.
It's made my day. Oh my God. Hold on. I don't know. We're not deciding. I'm really going to think about this because even though I think she's here, Kimberly Foster used to talk about this. I think she is in here. Just so people know. Let me. I mean, so due respect. I know everybody on Clubhouse is rich. Nobody, no black people. There's like 10 of us that have money, and I'm not one of them. Nobody has any money. There's no bread. Black lady making $75,000, $80,000, and her husband has a job, so his job making $30,000. There's no money. That's not money. And sometimes I feel like the money conversation is covering up something else, and I don't know what it is. I was watching clips from a show called Tonight's Conversation, and I don't know if you all know that's a group of people who go around giving dating and marriage advice, even though none of them are dating and none of them are married. And just because they look very good and can buck and jive, people go and they're young and attractive and black. People will go and spend anywhere, as I look today, from $65 a seat to $600 a seat. And they have people come and ask questions, sort of like Clubhouse in person, not close in person. And some of the stories there suggest to me that the money thing is not the actual thing. Let me give you an example. Sorry for being hard, but I just watched it today. There was a woman who said that, I've seen this on the show, this is just anecdotes, but this is dating, so. There's a woman who said and I've seen this at least 7 times, watching these clips in the past couple of weeks. Their husband pays for everything. They don't know how much the bill costs. They don't know how much the rent or mortgage costs. They don't know where the Wi-Fi. They don't know anything. And it's not enough. It's not enough. One lady said her husband pays for everything and she makes more money than he does. And it's not enough. And so sometimes I feel like the conversations around finance is a pretext or a screen for something else. Why I disagree with Jamal, not Jamal here, but Jamal in the book. Wealthy men, unless they're psychopaths like Elon Musk, they're not looking for a woman to match them financially. And I think a lot of times sociologically, when people think class, they think finance, not what class is. It's about a set of shared beliefs, creeds, sentiments, etc. So you may be worth, I know somebody that's very, very, very rich. his wife is? She was a concert pianist. She didn't make no money playing piano. She made no money playing piano. He wasn't going to find a woman. You know, the odds of him finding anybody as rich as he ended up being was 0%. But he cared that she was a concert pianist. That has all kinds of meanings culturally, socially, educationally. And I actually think that's where I disagree with the author. They want educated women, smart women. That's not this whole thing about men not caring, like high achieving men not caring about the woman they marry, is not true. This is not true. That was what I was saying. Anyway, you guys can hear that.
So, but if financial stability is transactional, would it still be the same for a woman that is a high earner then?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
Meaning that, like,
financial stability is transactional.
he was talking I could be wrong in how I'm paraphrasing, I'll put that out there, but it was not about, you know, if he was earning a lot, then her only thing would be to give a blowjob, right? That's what it was saying. So if she was the one that was earning and had the financial stability for both of them, would he be the one that's eating? In the author's analogy.
Oh, I think I kind of know what you mean. Probably so, but that's where I disagree with the author. I don't think that if the man has the financial wherewithal, her only job is the blowjob. I think maybe when they're young, that's probably true for like athletes, but that's still very small. That's the kind of selection bias. You know, it's a very small subset. But I think, quote unquote, whether Kevin Samuels on high value men, I think Kevin Samuels is using him as an example, and I'm cheating, he's calling out some calling misogynist for citing. I think he was totally wrong. He was totally wrong. One of the first crashes I had on this app, that lady, they called Miss Nicole and her crew before they broke up. We're trying to tell people about what high value blacks did. And they were like, oh, high value blacks go to the cigar bar or they hang out this on. So I was like, no, they don't. They don't hang out with high value blacks. I don't know, fucking cigar bar. Are you insane? Then I started mentioning places on the Outer Banks. I mentioned places in the Hamptons. I mentioned places that she hadn't heard of any of them. And so I think when people project, especially blacks, when they project, I say, what schools did they go to? What organizations? She had no idea. It's because they project on, because their idea of a rich person or a high value person is like an athlete or an actor. Got some birds. They're dumb. Respectfully, not all of them, but they're generally dumb birds. They want ass. They want racially ambiguous, fat but not too fat, ass, titty, thighs. Some we're finding out want big balls and vagina. After all that, some do want that. That's a 43-year-old man. And you want a woman to raise your children. And all she could do is give sloppy top. Well, you know that's not the case, because where do most high value men and black and otherwise meet their spouses? In graduate school, in college, in residency. One of my brothers met his wife, they got several kids now. Met her in residency. So they're fucking her in the break room. They got the ding off in the motherfucking break room. They got kids. So that's people just don't understand. And no one will guess what he did. So, well-respected surgeon, and she's an anesthesiologist, and they make millions of dollars, and the kids are this, and they're what. He was cracking it from here to kingdom come. Took another round, just like Fat Joe and Breezy said. So that's where I disagree with the author on it. I like the book, but I disagree with the author. And how they don't, it's not just giving a blowjob. And that's why the whole transactional thing, I'm talking a lot, then I'll end here. I also will say that I think working class women want respect and calm from the chaos of the world. If the man makes a little bit less, if the man makes a little bit more, I think it's true for working class Negroes as well. I think all this discourse around finances and we can get K Dusty in here. Well,
$53,000 a year, and the woman makes $51,000 a year. So yeah, she makes more. So I think all that is online stuff for the birds. I've talked way too much. I'm now at this point avoiding the work I'm trying to do, which is not an expert work. It's a slave work.
Do we feel like the author had a target audience in mind when writing it?
Yeah, niggas. but actually, let me refine that. But of a certain age, though, I don't think it's for 23, 24. I think it's for early 30s through 50. I think that's the main demographic.
Like older single men that are online dating still.
Yeah.
Or maybe for the first time.
Yeah. That's what I think. Yeah, exactly.
Anybody else from book club that has questions?
I missed most of the reading, Auntie. You didn't ping me, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
It didn't sound like this had anything on chapter.
I mean,
but I missed
we
the
read
math,
the 4
so.
categories. You did miss the math. We did through the categories, but I think what was one of the most appealing parts of tonight's reading was his analogy in the love menu section. We got to the love menu section, and he good examples of how women should value themselves and compare it to the different types of restaurants and whether you're an appetizer, an entree, a dessert. So I can really appreciate that. I'm sorry you missed it.
Ironically enough, I think my favorite section was the love score part. Even though, the silly moment of it being 40, I do think that having the categories that you value, being able to rate how you value them and evaluate how you value them, and then in looking at a potential partner, especially for a long-term partnership, being able to evaluate where they sit with that and see if there's alignment there, I think that is very important. So that was a very nice section.
Like halfway into this, I wondered if the author ended up finding love.
I mean, they've all been married, so yes.
Before the book or after the book?
Before, for sure. I don't know his relationship status currently, but I'm assuming he talks to the lady.
Or was the marriage before the book? Did the marriage inspire the book, or did divorce inspire the book? That's a good question. Do you know?
Can I please come off mute? I love this discussion is man, you don't know how I never had this experience with the book. It was published 2018, and I've never had a group read the book like this. And it is very insightful in a lot of ways on how the ladies have taken it. It is for women. It's for Black women. And man, you have been right on point with a lot of things that you've said. I think that the love number for me, the personal grading system, and that's why I was saying that you really have to be honest with yourself, because you're really kind of assessing self first. So you know if you're just a 25, and then because of it being 40, the 40 really doesn't matter, because if you're a 25 or a 30 or whatever you are, you're not going to be all 10s, or you're not being honest with yourself. But whatever your number works out to be,
you want to find somebody that goes out to about that number. You know, we're not all 40s across the board. You know, I think I was like a 25 or 27. I don't know. So it wasn't 10 straight across the board. And then when you evaluate yourself, then it's a fun time for you, or you could do it secretly. Evaluate your partner, because your potential partner you want them to be kind of equal. That's where you're getting to the equally yoked part of it, because you're using the actual formula to figure out if you're equally yoked. Somebody said something about spirituality. The spirituality, there again, it's all based on you. And then when you get because
we've been doing it for about a week or so. It's nice. I've enjoyed it. Spinoza put a thing in the chat. It'd be interesting if you Miss Asia. Is she still living in Miss Asia?
She is living. I was thinking about calling her. Yes. She's married. I think she might be married now.
That'd be nice. It'd be interesting if you guys updated it, because post-pandemic, post-manosphere, a lot of it feels ancient. But because it feels ancient, but watch this. Because it feels ancient, it feels new. So it feels real. Yeah, well, because the madness. Anywhere from a rad cultural moment to something that has fueled people in the Negro division of the CIA. I swear, because when I watched this tonight's conversation, I watched one tonight where a woman got up and said she was a young woman, and she was maybe 20. I said married. Oh my God, it was like 1995 again. I was back in Baltimore. She had gotten married, and she had brain cancer. And she was now 24, so she was married, young girl, she had brain cancer. And her husband was also a young man. These are all Negroes. He was there every day. He took care of her. He nursed her through the convalescence. He wiped her ass. He wiped her ass and did all the things that they say black men would not do. Only a white man who reads Sonny Morrison would do. He did all the things. Her question was, when was he going to plan more romantic dates so she could feel like he thought she was valuable? I picked my computer up, I threw it out the window, and then I took my gun and shot myself. There's no way you can tell me that is not a government agent that is putting that in the atmosphere. You don't think that you're valued because he doesn't plan spontaneous beach dates, but you wiped your funky ass while you were going? Like, what are we doing here? She didn't work. He paid all the. So all this is to say, it'd be interesting if you updated this through to the moment.
I think that
illness just causes insecurities in people, though, like their ill health and them being weaker and their independence. Not that I'm saying that he's right on everything in him not planning spontaneous dates, but maybe her sense of self, her individuality outside of her illness.
Look, I want to just say this. The mindset of the book in 2018, I think the times have actually caught up with where the mindset was, and the feeling of it being a little bit old is actually good, because it does validate it. This is not AI generated. This is not something that someone just created from AI. This was created from 8, maybe 10 hours of interviews that were live recorded interviews that were given to me. And after we did the interviews, then we just transcribed it into the book. And so, like I said, I think that it's something for Black women, and I think that Black women can get a lot out of it. And I hear Black women discussing it and getting something out of it because it was for them. If you look at that book cover, the book cover says a lot too, and I had that put together the way that I did because I saw that in my mind. Whereas you see the educated business Black woman with the briefcase, and you see the hood dude with the condoms and the Tim boots and the wife beater. And so, yes, and so if you look at the cover of the book, I'm saying a lot with that cover. I'm telling you, this was for professional Black women, and it was written with Black women in mind. And so to see you guys really kind of feel what I was putting out there, it just really makes me feel good. And I just thank you guys. I'm so humbled by it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Was the book inspired prior to you being married or post divorcee?
I was divorced. This book came to me. I have, like I said, my experience is I've been a millionaire. I've lost money, and because I've taken a Can I have the right to explain where all this came from?
Yes, we're talking to the author, Brooklyn, not Jamal.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Brooklyn, and I love you. But the reason why I wrote the book, I homeless, and I had just lost my business, and I was sleeping in my, and I started to get on the internet, and I said to myself, I said, I gotta find a woman because I'm in a tight spot. So I was in that need. I was the dude in that need position that I talk about in the book. And so as I started to talk to women online, I started to come to my mind. I was like, man, I gotta write a book. These women don't. And then I just had a list of things that I seen a lot of women responding in a negative way with online. And so when I met Asia, me and her, she was talking about stuff that she was having problems with because she was making, Asia's a PhD, so she was making a lot of money, and she didn't have nobody to write a book. And so that came from that. So I was single when I wrote this book, and I was homeless when I wrote this book. I was divorced. I've had 2 wives, and I was divorced. This didn't come from a result of being divorced. This came in, and I was blessed with the idea to do this. And when it came to me, it just came to me, and 9 months later, and it was just something that, I just manifested into my life. And so once I manifested it, what I'm doing next with this book. And I'm really excited to share it with you guys, but I'm not, I'm not there yet. It's about 12 weeks. And it's just a really exciting experience, but it had nothing to do with me being married at all.
I was going to say, sorry, I'm stuttering. It seems like a paradox, right? Because the book is very inspirational in encouraging women to have standards. But when, men are not in a place and having it all, where does that leave them in the dating world?
Well, the woman, I think, who
a lot of women don't understand that they are the actual barometer for the way men act. And that's why I think the book was so important, because it's important for when you set your value, and that's where you keep seeing that trend all throughout the book about value, understanding your value, value in your vagina, value in your pussy. This is all throughout the book. And the reason why it's like that is because women can make men do right. Because a man is like driven off of, that men are driven off of this vagina, this pussy. They're driven off of it. And now you get guys in here to lie. They might say, oh no, I'm a player. You hear them in here on all the time. But the truth is, when you start to place a higher value on the vagina, men will act right. You can force them to act right. But the problem right now in this day and age is women have basically taken the bar, and you don't even have to Salisbury flop anymore, like in the book. You're not meant to jump at all. Value if you place.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand what that means.
Can you explain the lay down part?
Yeah, they just like.
When I say lay down, I'm just saying there's no obstacle. It should be the effort that a man gets to be able to get to you. You follow me? And if you don't make that man jump, you don't make him work for it. You're just a happy meal. You feel me?
What do you mean?
Now there are some.
Well,
you didn't hear the. I love you, Jim. Well, you didn't hear the reading of the love menu. They understand what I'm saying, but you didn't hear it in the book. But it's talking about the love menu, and so you're just it's really cheap. It's real easy. You can you might just be a entree. I mean, not an entree, but a appetizer. You follow me? And so you want to see yourself on the menu as a full course meal, right? That's where you ideally want to. And you just don't get a full course meal for McDonald's. You follow me?
But don't people have 3 full course meals or multiple full course meals a day?
I mean, that's not where this analogy is. You didn't hear it. So I don't.
Okay, yeah, I'm late to class. You're right, bro.
You're late because you're kind of not on it. But yeah, that's the point of what I'm saying to the women is that there is a value inherent, and when you move like men shape the hell up, and they shape up fast because think about the 20s. Men was wearing suits, 3-piece suits. Why do you think men were dressed like that? And why do you think they had those Daffy Duck shoes and those 3-piece suits that they would wear every day with a top hat? They weren't doing that because they wanted to look like that. That was what the women required. That's what your great-great-grandmother required. He had to be clean. He had to be sharp. His shoes had to be shined. He had to come at a woman at a certain level to even get anywhere. She held up a standard. It was a high bar. He had to do it. If he didn't do it, then he couldn't get close to it. And that's the most important thing out of this book that I keep pushing. And as you guys read it, you see it. You see what I'm saying. I know you are because you said it. I heard it a couple of times.
Can I ask a question, Mom? So you're pushing the line of a woman needs to establish.
Not today. I'm not going there with you tonight because this is something. Hold on. This is something that has nothing to do with. I don't want to answer it. You accept that answer?
Well,
I don't want to answer it. I don't want to answer it. This is not about
my clubhouse. You're not talking to Totem Pole tonight.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
Separate
respect
set
that.
of virtues, separate set of morals.
That's right. Whole different,
Yeah,
whole different.
we're talking to the author tonight, Jimmy.
Right. You're not talking to Totem Pole.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. But anyways, the point of the book is what it is, and I think the women are getting it. I think they're getting the gist of it.
So can I just interject one thing? Can I just interject one thing to the room? Johnny, when I did my rooms and we read books, people who were not there for the reading did not get to engage in the Q&A.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's true. That should be right because you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you don't know what we're talking about.
But see, let me explain where that doesn't apply. That's a valid attempt. I
It
get
wasn't just you.
But
It wasn't just you.
It's not just me. I get it. But
You're not the only one. There's a few of them that haven't. You didn't hear the book. You didn't hear the reading.
Jamal,
You didn't hear the reading.
Jamal.
I just been drinking.
Please remember, sir, we heard a great portion of the book in the woods, so I am familiar with the book. You forgot?
I don't know what you heard.
So I am familiar with it.
I wasn't present. I don't think I was present.
We heard the love menu. We heard about the bro.
When did you guys read it? I know.
You were ask me, you were there.
I don't think I was. Out of my mind. I was never there. I never heard who was reading it.
I forget who was reading. I think Penny.
Okay, so even if it was there, the angle and lens that we are evaluating and processing this book is probably different from what y'all did in the woods.
Well, that's
We
the
were having
assumption.
a
I
very
can't
good,
go along with that.
we were having a very good conversation. I really hate this. I'm sorry. I really hate it. Jamal, I don't really know you like that. I don't really engage, but it takes a lot I write all the time. And the fact that you were able to do this, no matter what the content and people think the content is, and they could disagree with the content, I am really impressed that you were able to do this.
Thank you.
And I hope that when you do the second part of it, that you actually think about the whole process, not just the writing of the book and posting it, but you think about how to really get it in front of the right people and have these conversations with people who are actually reading the book in the wild.
Right. Well, I really appreciate you saying that, and I appreciate all of you ladies tonight, and the listeners too that have listened to us. It means a lot to me, and this is not just me. I'm really a serious businessman too, and like I said, I've suffered my losses, and as you know me, black women, and because I love black women, and because I love black love, and I want black people to be at their best, and that's really what it's all about. And so, any questions that you have on anything that you read, I'm willing to answer if you have a question. If not, I really appreciate you, and I just thank you. I'm so humbled. You don't know how humble. First Lady, yes, Addie, Denise, I love you. Wow, you have made this sound like gold. And I just want to thank you so much, Janice, because you have read this thing and made it sound so beautiful in the way that you read it. And First Lady, and Van, they told me that you came up with the idea to do it. And I just want to say thank you to Van, Ambassador. Ambassador, you have been pushing this book more than anybody on the app. And I just want to thank you. You've actually bought the book for one of your girlfriends, I think, Ambassador, and I appreciate you. We've had conversations, quiet ones, and I just appreciate the ones
real quick,
that supported me.
I hate to cut you off, but I gotta run. First, let me know what time you want to do it. I know tomorrow's game night, and I got something to go to as well. But maybe Saturday or Sunday we do another another pages, just let me know.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, you going. Okay. All right. Good night.
Well, yeah, this has just been very real, and I love you guys. I really appreciate you. I can't wait to introduce y'all to what my next level that I take this to, because it's going to be really big. And so, I've invested money for 2 years into what I'm doing, I'm weeks away from being done with it and bringing everything to the public. And it's all built around the book. And so, this book has meant a lot to me. Like I said, I started to do this when I was homeless in my car, and I was really broken, but I was blessed because I got an idea, and now I get an idea, I acted on it, and I brought it to life and manifested it. And I'm doing the same thing as we speak now. And so I just wanted to go back to a couple chapters in regards to, this virtuous woman who kept her cell phone so nice and clean and waited. How did you end up letting it go? But, think about it. Don't answer it tonight. Yeah, that one. Wow. Oh man, wow. We'll save that one, but hey, yeah, that's what I said. Think about it. You guys, you know what? People really took to that first chapter. I've gotten a lot of really positive responses from this on some other interviews, and people have said different things about it, and I really am so glad that it resonates with you, and it all makes sense too. You know what I mean? And ladies, you do need to put face protector plates on it. Put a protector plate on. Don't just be a community phone. If you know, you know. I'll land right here.
Is the book club over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and this follows up, but it comes up with the day. So, it's 8:45 my time. So, really think something is afoot with this dating stuff, because I watch these videos and I see Manosphere and I see the Blackistan people. What are those people called? Divestors. Something, it feels coordinated somewhere. And I can't believe a person said she didn't feel valued because her husband didn't do spontaneous dates when he nursed her back from brain cancer and wiped her shitty ass constantly. I can't believe that it's not coordinated. When somebody makes more money than her husband, she doesn't pay a bill. I can't believe it's not coordinated when a woman says she's wondering if her husband still loves her because her boyfriend certainly does. I watched all of this just today. People should watch that show, Tonight's Conversation. People should watch that show. I just can't believe it. Somebody at the CIA is paying for the extra tickets. I now believe that these movements are, in fact, part of some sort of coordinated effort with the weed stores, a kind of MK Ultra for the 21st century. You cannot tell me that there are black women who honestly believe that their husband doesn't care for them because all he does is take care of everything and only plans 60% of the spontaneous dates. I literally saw that. Used to be able to use it. You like you used to be able to use it. You can't do any of that stuff. But what you can do is no reason. A Christian, but he blames women. How can you be a Christian and not blame the men of the community? How can you be a Christian and not blame the men of the community from a Christian lens? Doesn't make any sense. You have one, not herpes simplex, but women, black women have higher, the highest herpes rate, but never deals with the physiology and biology of herpes transmission. What is getting in his mind? It's got to be the government. It's got to be the government first. That's what I think. When I go back and watch the old Donahues and stuff in the 80s, they didn't talk like that. In verses, obviously the rhetoric, the diction will be different. They didn't talk like that. Something's got to be off. Everybody knows that it is much harder for a man to contract herpes through intercourse than it is for a woman. Who's spreading it around? It's not men. You think you're spreading herpes around from scissoring? Come on, man. Something is going on. It's the government. I really do. I know this sounds so spiritual. Have you seen that show, First Lady? Tonight's Conversation? Have you seen that show? She might not be here.
Cool.
Have you guys seen that show?
I have. It's metaphor. Trip Fontaine, Kitty Rose, Cheyenne Bryan is on there sometimes.
Yeah. You can't tell me that it is not the men, the U.S. government, the Russian government, or some government, or government adjacent entities that boost people like Cheyenne Bryan. Now all of a sudden we're supposed to care about Cheyenne Bryan with them plump titties and peanut butter skin? And I should play some of these clips. The tickets for tonight's conversation, I said it before, they run. Anybody can interrupt me at this point. They range from $64 to $599. Who is paying $600 to listen to a bunch of single, attractive blacks give advice to people who've been married for 10 years? And the closest they got to marriage is when they stumbled upon a ceremony while they were trying to get to the bar at a hotel. They were standing.
It is so funny to me that Ben is mentioning this and asking this question, because I remember when my aunt asked me about that program because there were tickets and she wanted to go and asked me if I wanted to go because she found that very tall young man with the glasses attractive and so smart, and she asked me if I wanted to go, and I said, oh no madam. I don't really know how to describe it outside of I see why people like that content. I'm not in an auditorium to listen to listener letters, shout out the read, for what, an hour, 2 hours? That's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like the way it works, well, a couple things. People want to panel the CIA or FBI implanting people. That's what it feels like. And this all feels very intentional. And when you watch these clips, it is
people with chronic illnesses to have like severe depression and low sense of identity to where it causes a strain in their relationship.
All the clips are crazy. Even the ones that involve men. There was one where the guy had literally cheated on the girl a bunch of times, and he was like, she was the perfect woman, she had a great career, this and that, blah blah blah, da 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 da. So then they said, well, is she here? She was like, they were like, yeah. She came up, and then somebody else came up to date her. So it's like literally clips. find one.
Sorry, I missed a lot of that.
Like either people complain about good relationships or have bad relationships and then get into new relationships within the span of the show.
Hey, we can't go to the club. You mean to tell me that our third spaces are now tonight's conversations and not the club? If you had said that our third spaces were now the strip club, I would grimace. But you know, sometimes they have good wings. They might have all right pasta. You know, they might have a drink special, the music hitting. Depending on what market you're in, you might hear like new music as it breaks before it gets national. But tonight's conversation,
I think
where you get to meet the cast and take pictures and stuff as well.
You do. I think that's what you do.
No, you know what? It really is like a meet and greet, and sometimes they have like multiple shows a day.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. Okay, I found a clip of a woman who's.
Hold on, before you go to the clip, real quick, just so you guys know, Lance Bass is now doing it with them.
You mean Goss? Lance Goss? Black actor?
Lance Goss. Sorry. He's now doing it with them. Next week, they'll be in Phoenix. They'll be in this weekend, they're in Fort Worth. And they'll be in Austin. I'm sorry. This week, they're in out there in the West Coast. Phoenix, LA, Las Vegas next week. But I wanted to say, I went to the website. Watch this. You can buy tickets with Afterpay. Ticket types comparison. Okay. For the VIP uncut, front row seating, this is what you get for $600. Merchandise, you get priority merchandise. You get a swag bag and a concierge service to help you through your seat. Let me go back.
You have fell out of love with your husband for not providing and have fallen back in love with your ex, who is currently having a baby, but is willing to risk it all.
I'm gonna be quick. Be on the way. That's crazy.
No, let me correct it. That is not why I'm leaving my husband. What I left him for was because he was not able to provide for me. This was something that has been going on for a year and a half. Never able to provide.
That's a season.
So yes, I married him because he was able to provide. He was there to secure. He was able.
Out of here. Okay. You said a year and a half. That's a season. You ain't even giving him a chance to overcome whatever he was going through. You're supposed to help him through that. You know what I'm saying?
How long? Okay, I understand that.
Till death do you part. Till death do you part. Till death do you part.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you would be doing him a huge service by leaving him. Because you're horrible to have even married him. Not as a person, I don't know you as who love you and who you love.
Let me just add this point. If you love someone based on conditions, when they do not meet those conditions, you are going to try to find a way out. If God loved us based on conditions, you have to make a decision to love someone. You may have moments to where you fall out of love, but you gotta make that decision every day. We talking about it may be some situational stuff. Poor people choose to get married. Make sure that you are not a conditional lover because it is doomed to fail. That's the wrong foundation to create to begin with.
My biggest concern is not necessarily her, but it's that ripple effect their relationship can make happen. Because if she decides to go back to the ex, she's affecting her husband. She's affecting her ex. She's affecting her ex's baby mom who was pregnant with this guy's kid, and she's affecting that child. So your poor decision making is going to affect 5 other lives.
Okay, that was the end of the clip.
It reminds me of Clubhouse so much. I think that's also part of the reason why I was never very interested in that shit on TikTok. Because after If you were on season 1 relationship rooms, even season 2, the hot era, season 2 of this app I think was by far one of the best seasons, best time by far none. But if you were on, season 2 of this app with the relationship rooms, like, you've heard these conversations, you've heard the conviction and the Christ and the this and the that. Like, in 2026, y'all all sound crazy. She sound crazy for offering that situation up, and y'all all sound crazy to entertain that shit. My God. Did you have another clip?
Yes. I have one of the guys.
Hold on, let me go back. We got to keep it equal. God bless. God bless.
When your wife, she here, and all the people I'm talking about, respects and appreciates her friends more than she does her husband who pays the bills for her.
Please define for me respect.
If I call her and she on the phone with one of those friends that's back there, my point is, she don't respect my energy and effort to stay in our relationship, stay in our marriage, and stay with our children, stay with her. She respects their opinions, their thoughts, their...
Paying attention to how you're even referring to your wife right now. Like I'm paying attention to the fact that you wanted to humiliate your wife in front of thousands of people also. So what is it that you do inside of the house that will make it to where she can actually respect you? Just because you pay bills and things like that doesn't mean that you will be able to give that level of respect. Hold on. Because if you say you pay bills, but if I'm coming to you about a concern, if I'm coming to you about something I'm breathing, something you hurt me on, something that I feel abandoned on, will you give me the aspects to prove that you give me a level of emotional security? Do we actually have a partnership? Because just because you're married does not mean that you have entered into an actual partnership. Are we truly aligned? Because I hear you and I understand that a wife is supposed to respect you, but a husband is supposed to love a wife as well. So how are you loving your wife? Because a lot of times her lack of respect of you is a reflection of your lack of love for her, your broken love. So that's my question to you. What are you actually doing that will allow her to come up to that level to where she can respect you as the head of household?
And this is to the men in the room. We gotta stop reducing ourselves to a paycheck and paying a bill. You added that as if that replaces you being a person. All right, let's talk after the show.
That was insane. That was literally insanity. I cannot. What?
Y'all can't tell me that as a font or wellspring of rhetoric and discourse, and then it unfolds and evolves. You can't tell me that this is not a coordinated. That man says she makes the money, he manages it out. Mr. Paul, sound like he was 50 years old. Y'all can't tell me that's not the government.
Almost crashed,
It's absolutely insane. Why is a younger man's head doing that?
She be on there?
Yeah, she does the panel from time to time. That's how much money they make. They probably pay her 5 figures. She probably does 2 or 3, every quarter or whatever. They probably pay her $20,000 every night. She probably show up getting $5,000 or $10,000. They make serious money on that thing. They're making serious money. And nobody can tell me.
I was gonna say, this is an example of how people are learning how to do relationships. They're basing their relationships, not everybody, of course, but a lot of people, especially people in the single market, they are really taking this advice and operating from the standpoint of the people that are giving this advice. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is. But then, why do smart people, I'm going to continue placing blame. Why are smart people then jumping on the bandwagon who say they're in it for the community, but it's a money grab? But I'm going to go ahead and say his name and his wife. Mark Lamont Hill and his wife. Have y'all seen that show before?
No. Are they on YouTube?
Maybe on his channel. It's a mess.
What they be talking about?
It's an absolute mess. They're doing their version of relationship content. Talking about their relationship. They're old.
Relationship
They have
content.
PhDs. Money. You can't use them as a model. She's like, I heard the other day, she's like, it was a little different for me. I didn't start my PhD till my mid to late 30s. So, hey, the cash apps is rolling in.
I think it's tonight's conversation. That's an older crowd. That's not young people. I'm talking about Mark Lamont Hill and his wife. That's what I'm saying. They're like, I think they're looking for a very specific locks. But yeah, he went through a similar clique one time, and he might be. I don't think he's MAGA because I saw him at an event like about a year ago. But he used to be on a similar clique when he first got married. So I don't know if it's like, these black men who were kind of out there, professional black men who were kind of like known in their like circles, who then found someone who want to like share. They figured it might be a grift, but they figure out a way that they could spotlight how they did it. But he stopped it. I think relatively soon. But that's how I feel with Mark Lamont Hill because he started doing that thing like a long time ago when he left Black News Network.
Seen the one with the wife. He did the new version with her. I forget her name. I forget when we started. I'm watching one now. This is tonight's conversation. She wants advice because her partner gets upset when she asks her baby daddy for help and not with the kids for her personally. This can't be real life.
Relationship.
What do I do? She said, what do I do? Hold on, I'll tell you what she said. She said, my partner gets upset. I would say my current partner gets upset when I call my kids help with certain things. And they say, just for the kids. And she said, no. And now she's saying that the new dad, the old is assessing them get more money than the young. So not only is she calling on the dad for help, the baby's dad for help, behind his back, he knows about it. And then my question becomes on the other end, why is the new partner okay with that and staying there? You wanna know why? He ain't got nowhere else to go. And this is the sad part. The baby daddy is also paying for the new boyfriend. Because the baby daddy is probably paying rent and for food that the new guy comes in. And that's what he's upset about. Where's the self-respect? Why are black relationship combos constantly about resources for basic human survival? It just sounds like people need roommates and sex. Just use your roommates and having sex. Don't call them your partner or your boyfriend. Imagine being a man living in a house like this, and the baby's daddy is paying the rent where you're in, and you fall asleep at dinner. These men have no self-respect. I've never lived in a house that somebody else is paying rent or mortgage on, ever. The hurricanes sent me this the other day. This is PTR. I don't know if this was sent me the other day. This man.
Oh, with the high waters.
Yeah. He said he worked at a plant and he was a personal trainer. 5 of the 8 women popped right after. He also shared that he doesn't want a lady who doesn't smoke weed in his fitness blanket.
Is that pop the balloon?
Yeah. I mean that's a silly one, but it's part of the same psyop. I'm sorry, you know, what? And then once it's set in motion, just pass it down to the kids. And then we get grown ass men in here saying, well, I'll take care of my kids because I didn't see that growing up, so I don't know what to do. You don't know you're supposed to take care of your kids. You need to see a model of parenting to be a parent. I'll never understand that. You haven't seen a movie, read a book, you don't know what. Or do the opposite. If you had bad parenting, you would know good parenting is the opposite of what your daddy and mommy did. I can talk about this shit forever. Like, this isn't real. Between this and the weed, I'm convinced it's government.
Wait, what about the weed?
Oh, I think that black people who, for 300 and some years in British North America turned United States, believe that all of a sudden the government is allowing them to smoke weed through their regulations, and they're doing it and not realizing that the government is putting something in that fucking weed is insane to me. So one day, I'm getting arrested. I'll tell you a story. I was in Denver. I went to a dispensary. There was a brother in there from New York. In the middle of this transaction, he flipped out. He flipped out because he thought it was entrapment. He couldn't believe that he was being treated like it was Starbucks. Because he'd been jacked up for so long for having a little bit of weed. Now there was a white boy in skinny jeans and a Hawaiian shirt with a man bun and wire rim glasses asking him if he wanted the sativa indica blend.
That's actually a real person in Denver selling weed.
True. Yeah. The guy, all of a sudden he was like, what? Who's in here? What's going on? Like, he flipped out, and his lady had to, like, he couldn't believe it. He was like, what's going on? What's going on? So we stopped going to the weed dealer where Mr. Rick was growing in the basement. Now you go to the government-regulated weed place.
So you moved into conspiracy theories. Oof.
I mean, we know of MK Ultra, that's been declassified, where they poisoned, LSD, tortured, kidnapped, raped others for 20 years. CIA. Paul Roberson's family believed they did it to him. Well, all of a sudden the U.S. got talking. We believe that the Negro's been treated poorly. None of that stuff seems weird to people. And when we was kids, you turned on the TV, you saw theologians, black preachers on TV, and black thinkers. And now you turn on the TV, you see Carlos King interviewing Lisa Ray. Nobody thinks that's people think that's just normal. People think Carlos King is normal, loving all the loving hands. Y'all think that's normal? Just the natural evolution and development of black entertainment, black popular culture. We went from George Jefferson's brother-in-law explaining to Lionel what an Uncle Tom was and how Uncle Tom's strategic figures made it possible for revolutionaries. We went from that popular culture to baddies. I don't see peculiar in a lot of it. It seems like the natural evolution, the natural development of popular cultural productions. We went from James.
Why does this all stuff from Detroit?
We went from James getting a trade, or Florida getting his job because they wanted to double up on affirmative action. Double up. We went from that cultural productions now, which include Rashida and Kurt, people in their mid-50s, on a reality show, although he dressed like he's 22, but looked like he's ready to get Social Security. That seemed normal to people.
I mean, I think it was a progression in how we got here.
Break it down.
I'm just saying, I mean, you have all these acceptance of, bad behavior continuously growing and growing, and now we're here. So,
I agree with that.
for instance, when it came down to the whole cheating thing, people started making songs about it. And then in the message, what was the message? The message is, okay, I'm leaving. Remember Lemonade? We had that. But then if we go back, we had Jodeci. It's been a continuous progression that got us here. And then when it comes down to how many people want to be popular, how social media has developed, everybody wants to be seen. So all of that is
wherever. That we found, that a lot of this stuff that he either knows about or doesn't know about, whose intent is to destroy black brains. Remember when we were growing up, the Negro College Fund? They had that United Negro College Fund. It was a brain, is a terrible thing. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. I replaced drugs and just put popular culture in it. Have you ever seen Zeus Network?
Yeah. No, I have not. But I've heard about
that man is terrible. That man is terrible.
He could allegedly be engaged himself personally in sex trafficking.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, or I read it somewhere. Yeah.
But just like with McDonald's, when they first came up with fast food, their vision wasn't what it is today. And a lot of times people get into this, stardom business or whatever you want to call it, influencing, and like I don't know if you watched Tyra Banks, Top Model, little documentary kind of thing. Yeah. So what her vision was became what their vision was, and they kind of collaborated, and then it got completely out of control. I don't think what actually happened at the end was her thoughts in the beginning. So when you say that possibly, a Russian or whoever is behind it, absolutely. Because they're the ones that's behind the scenes pulling the strings and saying what they want to produce or how they want to produce it. Carlos King is just the plug. He's yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nobody thinks that this Cheyenne, nobody has thought, like, she just popped up on my thing. She looks like, in this picture right here that popped up, a Reese's peanut butter.
What do you mean?
She looks just like a Reese's peanut butter.
Like you want to eat that thing? What's going on?
Hello? Oh, I thought we were talking about she was brown and light. I don't know.
That's exactly what it does. And you want to eat it. If I had a peanut allergy, it looks so good. You want to have it every day. You can't tell me that there's not somebody, and it's not just the magic of the algorithm, that there's not somebody or somebody's doing the thing. Now, I'm not saying, I see what Mr. saying, Jim, Mr. I'm not saying like it was better than it was. What I'm saying was there were more options. And what I'm saying was you had a bigger panoply, or even in the silly stuff, it was meaningful from time to time. People don't, I know I'm good at my thing, I hate to do it, but y'all don't think that it's peculiar that Chandra Rhimes and Kenya Burris are the two most successful?
No, I think it's a reason why they are not. Yeah, it's
Well, let's talk about it.
No, I haven't thought deeply about it.
Let's talk about it.
I really don't know.
It was really, I really
Willie Boy impression, and I appreciate it. Thank you for saying.
Willie Boy.
But I would like to. You never heard of Willie Boy?
Over here.
Yeah, that's his catch.
Nobody can tell me that those television makers, I'm not saying they did it themselves. There's nobody.
Wait a minute. So you were just focusing on the women. Because Tyler Perry isn't up there?
No, Kenya Burris is a man.
Oh.
Blackish and mixed dish, so it's a man. And then he got a massive.
He did Top Model too.
Yeah, he got a massive Netflix deal in his money. What I shot out 2 days ago was more interesting than anything he's produced.
That's insane.
Have y'all seen his work on Netflix?
No, not. I mean, maybe I have. I don't know. You said Blackish. What else?
He did Blackish, Mixed This,
I never watched any of those.
You said Black AF?
Never. Also
And
never.
his stuff, I actually find his to be, in a way, almost more insidious because they are positioned in a way of being pro-black and black folk. To be fair to Shonda Rhimes, she doesn't really do that. She's just like love stories with great men who just all happen to be white. It's just coincidence. It's just coincidence. All the black men are terrible. It's just coincidence, which is fine. But I don't know, man. You would think it's a coincidence that the top talent is Kevin Hart, and now Kevin Hart is doing y'all are too woke, and I'm not black, but I'm rich shtick in the era of Donald Trump. That's just a coincidence. What? That's what he said in that. See his responses to the roast.
First Lady playing for us. I don't remember him saying that in the clip.
Oh no, he didn't say it. No. That's the tenor. That's the.
He did.
That's basically the argument he's making.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, you remember on the part where we talked about this kind of not directly, but he kind of hinted at it at first.
Yeah. Oh, what y'all don't want people to speak? Who says the people shouldn't be allowed to speak? But he's been hanging out with Republicans now, conservatives. Kevin Hart's going to turn into the Bill Maher of Negroes.
Well, the funny part was he said he went and handpicked the people, the racists.
Yeah. Hey boy, what's going on down there? Hey, come here, man. They about to lynch so and so. Don't worry about it, y'all. Y'all okay? I picked my lynchers. As long as I get to pick the people who's gonna lynch me, it's okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tom.
So are you saying that Kevin is a sellout?
I'm saying he's clearly some sort of plan from somebody. Now, when the weirdo guy said it on Club Shay Shay a couple years ago, people thought he was big. And here we are. He's like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Everything that Cat Williams said was going to come to pass has come to pass. He's just like the Honorable. Maybe you have to be a weird sounding 4'11" nigga to see the future. Because that's the same thing that happened with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the same thing that happened with Cat Williams.
Kevin Hart was so gentle in his treatment of Cat Williams in that interview. Like, he wouldn't even rock the boat with him. Almost like he was scared of the prophet.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like.
Wait, but gave me something to think about. I have a question about Carlos King. So what else does he do? Because I already know him from like the Huntsville. You know, what's that show? Love.
He does Love and Marriage, Huntsville. He also
does.
He started
Detroit
Detroit.
And I knew he was on the original producing staff of Real Housewives of Atlanta, but like, okay, so Huntsville, Atlanta, what else?
Yeah, he's got a few cities, but he also does like just like content, like messy content. So people will come on and he'll interview them. That's kind of his thing. But his main shows are the Love and Marriage and Detroit.
Okay.
He did Hollywood Divas too. That one didn't last that long.
Oh, okay. I didn't know who did that. Who does the Zeus Network? Who did the Pastors of LA?
Well, the Zeus Network is Lemmy.
Yeah, but who produced that show? Do you know? The Pastors of LA. You know, with Noel Jones and and the dude that had the Glock.
It came back. What was his name? The one with the fro.
Yeah.
I know exactly who you're talking about too.
Yeah, because they were doing the whole marriage thing. Because Noel Jones, they dragged him because he wasn't married. Remember? And what's his name? The singer. Start with a D. In the hair. Yeah, Dietrich Haddon. Yeah, remember they used to dog him and Noel because Bishop Jones because I don't know that man, so I don't know why I said Noel. Bishop Jones because Bishop Jones was not married and he had a girlfriend, Loretta, but he wouldn't marry her. They dragged him for filth on the show, the little man with the afro, and then they did the same thing to Dietrich Haddon because he was like he was like I don't know, kind of worldly. I don't know.
Ron. His name was Ron.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that show was kind of crazy. And kind of like I don't know, the relationship stuff kind of fits that.
You know what? Lemmy did that show.
Oh, divorce, and he was kind of like speaking to that. But yeah, it was all about this sort of shaming them because their relationships the shaming was crazy. The shaming.
Well, Bishop Jones, he ended up marrying Loretta.
I know. And that became the spinoff.
It was
after they dragged him. Yeah.
Make an honest woman out of her.
Yes, exactly. That's what it was. They shamed him into marrying her. Not saying that he shouldn't have married her. I'm just saying that one. And remember, okay, I wish I could remember their name. I'll go Google it in a second. But we reported that house. People have reported that house, but no one has done anything. That other politically correct, and it keeps showing up. Anyway, the little guy with the afro, the short bishop who was like a gang member or a drug dealer back in the day, and he came on a reunion with his gun, and he said that he would not fly in coach, and that if there was one seat left, that his wife would have to sit in coach so he could be in first class. I was like, what the? That's who they had on there. So maybe that's all. Maybe I'm right about that dude from Zeus. What's his name? Lemuel? What's his name?
Yeah.
Lemmy?
Yeah.
Okay.
They call him Lemmy Pepper. But they might be onto something because both Lemmy and Carlos Fink are from Detroit.
They are?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What's the solution? Hello? Are you saying hello to the room?
Yeah, y'all didn't hear me?
I heard you say hello.
Oh, I was talking for a long time. That was God. That was what God. Repeat it. That's what God. See, this is what God do. I was just saying, when they did the reunion for the Real Housewives, the Real Pastors of LA, or the Pastors of LA, or whatever the show was called, Lemuel came out and he looked very geeky, and he came out at the end to kind of promote the Zeus Network. And now when you look at his pictures, he's very like I felt like at the time when he was doing that interview at the reunion that he kind of had cross eyes a little bit. No offense to anybody who has cross eyes, but now if you look at his pictures, he's been like someone is fixing him up. He's got a different look. Oh, he's had maybe a few surgeries, truth be told.
Yeah, I was about to say that money is fixing a lot.
It's a damn shame. Y'all can see the whole reunion episode of what I'm talking about on the Pastors of LA online. Let me look up to see what that man's name was.
Did they do that other church? Because it was another church reality show that came on for like this season, and they were out of Detroit. You know what I'm talking about, TC? It was like, I don't know the name of it. It was like about the church families, and is it the murder? One of the girls come from like the church family that be singing with the singing sisters.
Oh, the Cheers. They had their own.
Yeah, the Cheers. No, it wasn't with. No, because I remember this distinctly because I actually watched this reality show.
It said Real Pastors of Detroit. They said it's what it was.
Was that it? That might have been it. Because I remember one of the girls, she come from the family with the sisters sing together, but she was married to a nigga in jail. I remember that distinctly. That's what made me watch it.
This was a series that was focused on. It's called Preachers of Detroit. Preachers of Detroit. And it's with Charles H. Ellis III, Bishop Ellis. Y'all know him. That's where what's her name funeral was. Rosa Parks funeral was at his church, I think.
Oh no, but it wasn't about the actual people, the actual like pastors. It was about the kids.
Rita funeral was there too. He had got caught. Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah. Because remember how he touched Ariana's breast in the church? But he just got caught up in a thing not too long ago. Bishop Ellis? Yes. Oh my God, girl. Oh, it was real bad. And he had to admit it. At first people were like, oh no, they didn't believe it. But then when he admitted it, it was like, oh. Let me see what I can find on the internet. Mr. Resnick, did you hear about that? Yeah, I see it. Inappropriate relationship. How old was she? She was very young, and so 22. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that she had posted was a video at his birthday celebration where he invited her to come here. And a lot of the times, you have to pay for very expensive tickets to go to those things. So that's when it was like, oh, maybe there's the truth to what she's saying here. Oh, I remember. So when you Google it, right, it all talks about the Ariana Grande, or what's her name? Ariana Grande? What's her name? Grande? What is it?
Ariana Grande.
Yeah, okay. So it's it's an article in NBC News that I found, and this was short. I was like, oh my God, Ariana did that. They did, and he had her rap
up, like with his arm right around her breast, like you said. But yeah, it's true. The other story, I see it. Oh my God, I see it. TT.
Yeah, and he actually, his uncle had some issues out of Chicago.
Ugh.
Yeah, he had a lot going on. But Mr. Resilience, I actually went to high school with the music director. At that church.
Oh, one more thing. It was his name is Ron Gibson, the pastor in LA that I was thinking about. Ron Gibson.
Yeah. But Kiki is the Kiki who Brickman. I thought you were talking about Kiki. That was one of Dorinda's daughters, who you were talking about.
No, so I'm thinking because it was like the show. It was based around just the kids and the pastors and the gospel singers, and it was like this one flamboyant boy that was one of the preacher's kids. He used to wear his hair like blonde and he dressed real, crazy or whatever. And then it was another girl who her dad, they had like a tumultuous relationship. It was crazy, and all of this was playing out on the show. And then I distinctly remember that the specific girl that I'm talking about, she came from like a famous like gospel singing family with all the sisters. I don't know if this is the Clark sisters or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. So those are the Clark sisters. So Dorinda Clark Cole. So I thought
right. So one of her daughters, was married to a man that was in jail. And it was all on the show. Like, he was in jail while she was on the show. She was like the outcast of the family. But she was living back with her mom. It was crazy. But I remember that show. It was good. It was good and juicy. But it was like one season.
But their aunt, so they had an aunt that actually got kicked out of the group. She ain't got nothing on her.
What, the daughter ain't got nothing on the
aunt? Oh, the daughter ain't got nothing on the aunt. So her aunt actually showed up to her mom's funeral to fight the sisters. She showed up to fight here in Clark cheer at the funeral. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wonder who produced that show. Did Lenny produce that show too? The Detroit people?
Let me see.
I thought that Lenny just came out of nowhere. I didn't know he started off. Because he had a lot of drama too.
So they basically gave his dad like the title of Bishop of Israel. It really makes no sense. I don't understand it, but with the Church of God in Christ.
That's interesting. Well, Lisa, what did you learn tonight about through the book? Lisa wife, whichever one of y'all is on the phone. No one birthday. What did you learn, Lisa wife?
Spend that shit. Spend that shit.
Spend that shit, right? That's what I'm saying.
You know what is the word that you came up with, Lisa? You a man?
Oh, it's this.
Assess. Assess.
Yeah.
When I tell you I literally threw my phone across the room, I went to go grab it, I flipped it, tumbled it upside down. It was gone. I had to go pick it up. I said, I can't believe I had to say that.
That's like your thread that him and Ben got is good. It's the craziest thing in the world, but
Clubhouse right there. I swear it is. Kiki, I just pinged you in a 420. Come on. Oh, I'm just playing. She about to phone around. Listen, back over here. So, you know what, the other day, I was like, I don't know if I'm being accused of being anti-black or they're accused of other people of being anti-black. But somebody's anti-black. In here. Yeah, but I was like, a lot of times people don't understand that the people in the community don't have other places to go. Child, they anti-black as hell, influence women. I don't know. So you know what? Brooklyn, I actually looked it up. So from the point that my parents' store used to be to the nearest store for the people in that neighborhood, it would take them 40 minutes if they didn't have a car to walk. 40 minutes. To a black-owned store? No, just a store, period. Oh, fuck. But think about it. If the bus is not running, then you have to wait. So it's a lot of parameters. It never makes sense, this argument about boycotting shit. It pisses me off every time I hear niggas say it. I just really want to throw everything at the nigga that says it. Because what are we going to do? Stop to that. I think it works in some cases, but I don't villainize the people who can't participate because they don't have the resources or luxury to participate. Some people have the means, and then that's okay. You can go to another place. It's easy. But a person who's walking 40 minutes, and sometimes, a lot of the times, it's little kids going to the store. So we're expecting the little kids to go get the stuff alone in the neighborhood. Some places don't have sidewalks.
That's because, like, when she moved from London, she moved to the South, and I was just trying to tell them, like, bro, they ain't got sidewalks.
Because I drove a lot in London as well, but I would drive more for work because I would go like out of town. But driving is like in the city, in certain like residential places, 20 miles per hour. So what's the point of driving? Mm-hmm. That's what he said. But what's the point of driving? Mm-hmm. That's what he said. This is public transportation here. It's like, I don't know. It's not even. It's hard. It's not accessible. I took this adventure. I was like, you know what? I want to try. I took this adventure. I was like, you know what? I want to try the train. So I took the Amtrak one day to go see my in-laws because I was like, yeah, but I'm talking about like local transit, like it depends on metro. Yeah, it depends because I haven't been to New York, but it depends on where you live. Like if you don't live in a place that has metro trains, right, then it's just there's no trains to catch. That you might have a bus. They may have like a county bus, but outside of that, it's not. And I live in Atlanta. I moved from a major city to another major city, but the transit here it's not comparable to New York at all. Spirits, the Amtrak was cool. I met some cool people on the train. I love Amtrak. That's my favorite way to travel, actually. It was peaceful. I had my laptop sitting back. I had my snacks. It was like a 5-hour train ride. I was looking out the window. It was scary at night, though. What did you take from the book, Brooke? I was being nice, because they were Jamal in the book and the Jamal on Clubhouse. I didn't see the difference. Have you guys ever, like Brooklyn, read Wahida Clark, like The Coldest Winter? Yeah. It reminded me of that. I was like, this.
It's not, and I get what you're saying. It was like one of them ghetto books, like the ghetto tale. But it's different because it's an advice book too. Like he's giving advice. So it's just terrible advice. That's just that. Listen, if that's how men think that women should operate, I don't think that we fuck. We fucked anyway, but that's why we fuck because that's what they think we should do.
But like, Wahida Clark, like the coldest winter, wasn't she kind of like going after people that had money? Like, doesn't it had similar themes, whereas his was more of a self-help tale. It's just like
the coldest winter was about street life. Like it was about hustling and fucking with hustlers. Like I identify with that, but I can't identify with what the fuck Jamal was talking about. Like especially him telling us after all of that day, while he made the book, he was homeless and met a girl, and that shit that threw me off altogether. You giving all of this advice as a poor man, like, and your way to success was through a woman. That's crazy as fuck. But maybe it's me.
Jamal has had many lives, many careers. Trucker, pundit, author, salon owner, weavologist. I'm being serious. He really has had a salon, sold hair. Of course, we know he drives truck. Likes to talk about everything and apparently an author.
I mean, he has a skill to pivot. Like he's pivoted. I guess in his times of being down, so he went from one business idea or job to the next. That's a good survival skill. However, I'm not sure the way that he's giving advice. It may have been better maybe for him to give it from a standpoint of this is what I went through and you don't have to go through this. Why the fuck in this state would you be giving advice to women? In any state, to be honest with you. Why? I mean it's entertainment and entertainment and it's good to hear that perspective because you see what old freaking niggas be thinking about.
He had a co-writer as well, which was a female perspective that shared similar views.
Yeah, we see that every day. His book and the fact that it was written in 2018 also speaks to how we ended up we are like the begin because that was like the beginning of the gender war era. All of that, like that time was when all of the shit started like coming about. It wasn't Kevin Samuels. It was Tommy Sotomayor, whatever that man name is, giving advice. And we are in 2016, almost 10 years later, it's worse. It ain't getting no better with all the advice we've got so far. It's not changed anything. It's made everything even worse than it started off as.
It'll be interesting to see what the next project will be. I hope he took the feedback from the room.
Maybe he's also been on Clubhouse for the past 5 years. So I can't imagine it being more enlightening. Like, this is just me being pessimistic, maybe, but
you've been Mr.
I can't imagine it being any better or more progressive and nothing. Like it's gonna be some bullshit. That's just what it is.
Maybe because I need to like listen to more of the book when they do play it over the weekend. I was just like, so would a man not be valuable if he's in the fixing stage of his life? like I started pinging a lot of questions in my head. So I was like, I know, like the target audience were women, but because it was coming from a man's perspective and then his background context, it was just like you're catering more to women's needs as opposed to women meeting you where you're at.
Jamal was crazy. And it still gives a sense of the things that they say on here, like, regardless of the circumstance of the man, right? You, as a woman, are supposed to bend over backwards while still also being submissive and being obedient. Like, I can't wrap my mind around that. I think I'm too modern day woman. I think I have got feminized or whatever that shit is. What is it? Feminist? I'm a feminist.
Radicalized.
Okay, yeah, I'm radicalized and I'm a feminist because I couldn't even see how any of that makes sense. As an adult woman, I don't understand that shit, to be honest with you.
Oh, and the co-author was his former fiance. And they got in an argument, and she said, well, maybe you should write a book since you're an expert. And that's how he got the book.
Oh, okay. So wait, so Asia was his former fiance? And they ended up breaking up, and now she's married. Because he was like, I think she's married. That's what he said.
He did.
That's a damn shame.
What did 50 Cent say? Like, was it 50 Cent that said? I don't know if it was 50 Cent. I don't think it was him. Someone said, good publicity, bad.
I do not think bending over backwards is being nice to me. I think bending over backwards is from what we've heard in this room tonight. That shit is happening. So miss me, please, and thank you. Dick Nathan. Anything.
Sorry, did you just say Asia was his ex-wife?
Ex-fiance.
Ex-fiance.
Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I missed that.
I wonder if Asia wrote a book.
She needed to. Like, look at what the fuck I missed out on. Silly. Like, it's silly as fuck. And every day I come on this app, and most of the time I'm here and politically correct, but if you scroll through the hallways, and then y'all ever want to scroll through the hallways, relationships is on all of these people. It is so like, I'll go participate sometimes. I'm still fucking all the argument about this shit. Well, all of these answers about the
somebody saying things like they're not exactly I'm not telling you about my opinion, but I'm not telling you about how I feel about things. I'm just saying,
Who's QPS for Exodus? Is he from the war? From the war? Who's QPS for Exodus?
can't say anything.
There's so much happening, so much of this LGBTQ that's getting pushed on society instead of society pushing family values. There's a huge war on gender right now. There's a huge war.
Well, they're trying to deconstruct everything. That's kind of the problem. So you have like the communists who use conflict theory between the classes, and they apply it to like everything from gender to sex or race, whatever. Then you have the postmodernists, mainly out of France, which heavily did the same thing, but it wasn't. It was through a much different lens. But they did deconstruct everything, and these are people from the far left. That's what they do. But I would say, why? It's rather logical. Why do men have to budget, or when it comes to courting a woman or dating, it's actually something you literally have to do if you're sane. I mean, you can't just waste all of your fucking money just chasing women. You can't. If a woman has standards that is above what you actually earn, you can't jeopardize yourself financially and just to appease this woman. I don't think they're getting demasculated. That's the thing. A man, when the scenarios were different, for example, when you could grow up in Canton, Ohio in the 1960s, graduate high school, work at a steel mill, or move to Cleveland and get a factory job at an automobile plant, and you could, at the right age of 19 or 20, be able to get a house, get a car, and take care of a family. Today, the reality is that there are not enough jobs that are high paying enough for a man to be able to do that.
So why is there enough job choosing?
The model, that's because that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Once they opened up and they made it a normative thing for women to go to college and to work. There's now
again, it doesn't hurt to have the income, but again, it's not a big thing. As a man, if I need to find money, I'll find a way to make money. I'll figure it out.
That sounds super Jewish, but that's one of the things you guys are good.
It's not Jewish, it's survival. Listen, we were taught to survive. And money is a survival skill. To survive in society, you need money. It's nothing to do with Jewish. It's either you're lazy and you're driven to succeed.
But would you not say that this is it's not just Jews? I would say, the Lebanese Christians do super well wherever they go.
It's everywhere where there is no Western values. I'm sorry to say, everybody does well where there is no Western values. Wherever there's Western values, there's LGBTQ, there's weak men. It's the 50-50 bullshit. Let's split the bill. All comes from Western values. The splitting of the bills, this fucking men are sitting at home taking care of the children while the wife's at work. Men are using women, it just became a norm in the Western values. It's not a norm, I'm sorry to say, in Eastern Europe. It's not a norm in the Middle East. It's not a norm in Africa.
Yeah, but women also don't have. Women are I'm not going to say subjugated like in Eastern Europe. You probably know way more about Eastern Europe than I, being somebody who's Russian.
We are taught the same way as you would say a Jew. But it has nothing to do with Jew. We were taught to be the protector and the provider. We are known the woman is a nurturer and a caregiver. She is the one that builds the home. She
That's what we were. Okay, but in America, that's what we were taught. That you saw gradually, like the indoctrination that would occur from the 90s. It might have started before that, but you had what was expected of like one of the most popular shows with women back in the late 90s, early 2000s was the fuck do you call that show? It was about a bunch of these single women with like nice corporate jobs. Sex in the City. Yeah. No, these were all like childless, approximately late 30s to early 40s women. And they were basically these women that were, their ideology was basically consumerism, sex, and, I don't know, that's about it. And these were not the traditional women. And I would say like looking back further, like as we move forward from the 1990s till now, what is considered ideal for a woman has gradually moved away from what used to be considered. Part of it was a psychological game, and so if I did not take you out, part of it is that you're gonna think like, oh, I have this like 20 years ago. I would do this like all the fucking time.
No, but it's not that, man. Nowadays, you ask a man, on your first date, how much would you spend? There's an actual budget. There's a budget on, they'll say $50, $100. I wouldn't, for my first date, I would go to a coffee shop with her. So I started thinking about it, okay, why are we dating? Let's start with that. Are you dating to get laid? Is that why you're going on a date? Sure, are you dating to find there's two reasons people they're dating to get laid. Because they're trying to get, correct, we all understand. Or they're dating to find their significant other. Correct? There's only two reasons why we date.
Yeah, and I would say there's one, but like fail stop when it comes, or no, it's not completely fail stop, but like, for example, if your idea is to get married, I would say go to church, go to like.
But listen, hold on. Let me finish what I was going with. So when I asked, what's your budget? They told me it's my first date's a coffee date or this, that. And then I think about it like this. I don't know what you guys did. If I want to go date or I want to get laid, I'm not going to go fucking waste time. If I want to go get laid, I can go get a fucking hooker. Spend the same money I would spend on a date, just get straight to business. Yeah, I don't have to waste any other woman's time. I don't have to take Coco's. I don't have to waste Coco's time. Nobody's time. I don't have to disappoint. I don't need to play this fucking games with people. I'm a little bit older than to play these games. If I'm dating, I'm looking for a significant other. So if I'm looking for a significant other, and then I already have a budget that I'm setting on my first date, and if I already, again, before I get on the house, via text message, via whatever, phone call, FaceTime, I know what women I date with. I'm not going to randomly just go with anybody on a date. This is only blind dates. And even if it's a blind date, by my friends who are setting me up, they know who I am, and whoever they're setting me up is their friend, right? So if they can get along with that person, they can get along with me, then it's where I get match. We have something somehow all in common that we have one mutual friend. And so when I started hearing they're setting budgets, I don't have a budget on a first date. I just go with the fucking flow. You want to go to the craziest restaurant? Let's go to the craziest restaurant. I want to fucking up to Mexico. We'll fly out like I am a retard, but again, the reason why I say this stuff is because this is a potential of my future. This is a potential of the future wife to be. So why am I already fucking from day one of meeting my future wife? I'm putting a budget and a limit on it. I'm already setting myself up for failure by doing such an action to me. I just want to fuck you. So if I want to fuck you, I'll get a hooker. I want to play a game, okay, again, but in my opinion, if we're dating for a reason. Like, I go on dates to find my significant other. If I want to go out, I can go out with my friends. I don't need to go out with strangers to pay for their bills.
I get what you're saying. So you're talking about dating with intention, and I'm somebody who was like a hedonist. I somebody who like slept with a lot of women. You know, like rather you can say it's gross, and it's absolutely unfulfilling. You know, really, it is. It gets so fucking old. And I do. You know, I had friends who could have like definitely gotten more women than me that were they more or less dated with the intention of finding a future wife. And then now that they're married and have kids and all of that stuff. And I do, you know, I don't blame anybody. Like when it comes to my personal life, I don't blame women for where I'm at or the fact that I didn't get married and have kids. You know, I made my own bed. I don't blame women for that. But I don't know. I just like today in America, I do think that there's this very, first of all, it's very toxic on both sides. We can look at the manosphere where they like to say women have these innate traits. They're only good for these things. You cannot trust them. Yada yada yada. Then you have women who say like, oh well, basically, test the shit out of them. Like, how far are they willing to go on the first date? How much are they willing to spoil you? All of this stuff, and then they can get into the same toxic bullshit that that men get into, where it's basically like they have to look a certain way. They have to basically provide whatever they want whenever they want, which is a rather sociopathic view of a healthy relationship. Much like a womanizing person on the manosphere, type of view he would have when it comes to women. And I just like, I don't know, like they're both like super fucked. And I'm gonna be honest. Like I see all of these angry, bitter, and you guys know me. I will say super offensive shit. And at times I would troll and like make fun of women and all of that stuff. But I think everybody here would know that's never been where my heart is at, because I just never cared enough to make, to casually talk about it. But I would say, I almost want all of these people's genes to be washed out of the gene pool because they are such toxic pieces of shit. Like, that's my point of view.
Again, I don't know who hurt you, Pepe. At the end of the day, again, you have your own skeleton.
Who hurt me? I never said somebody hurt me.
Again, Pepe, something happened that you were hurt. Don't tell me I know.
What do you mean?
Because you have your guard up on everything. Are you serious? Out of everything.
Yeah, I say very offensive, and of course a lot of it has been like a show. Back from when I do my rooms, I was like a troll and like this offensive person, but it had to do with politics. It had to do with taboo subjects. But when it comes to relationships, I'm a rather simple person when it comes to relationships. Okay, we all have. For anybody who has brothers, they think to themselves like, "Wow, he's a piece of shit to women or men, or she's a piece of shit to men." And they're not capable of having healthy, loving relationships because they suck.
Listen, I can be a piece of shit to a woman. Don't get me wrong. But I will be a piece of shit to a woman. That which does happen. Yes, I'll act accordingly. But my intention when I am going on that date is I'm looking for my significant other. I'm looking for either a life partner or anything in that matter. And when I start saying, oh, my first date's going to be a coffee date, I already started off wrong. I don't know how to explain it. Like,
why is that starting off wrong? I'm just curious.
Because if it's my wife, right? If I have a wife at home with me, she has my credit card. We have one bill. So whatever she wants to spend or I want to spend, we spend together. But if we are as a one, and I go out with her as one, and we say, you know what, we're going to McDonald's. We are going to be on a budget. That that
limit.
person.
So if you're a guy like just out of college, by this time you'd be 22, 23, and you don't have much. You have student loans. Like if a woman expects like a $700 dinner date, like that is not feasible.
No. Listen, nobody expects nothing. Again, if you're expecting, I'll give it to you. Yes, because that means you already came with expectations. You came with an agenda. Sure, that is wrong. It is my choice, yes. I might be more fortunate. The next guy might be more fortunate than me, and one guy could be less fortunate. But you give what you can. You don't set a budget. If you have that $150, but you said, instead of that, I'm spending that $450, I'm going to go spend that fucking $25 on a coffee. You're already, like, I don't know how to say it, like, fuck.
I can get the appeal to women where it might seem like a low effort.
She doesn't need to know your budget. You can present them. You can go on a nice.
I would never tell a woman like my budget. But like if I just met her. But personally, first of all, like it's pretty easy. I grew up in Scottsdale. It's kind of who the gold diggers are. They're not hard to navigate. And gold diggers are. I don't really have anything, so they're not interested in me. So I'm not really a target of them. So to me, I don't know, and I seriously, it's been years. Like I don't care about dating. I just don't. None of that. I like personally. You're married, you have kids, but like once you're like my age, you don't have kids, you were never married. It's kind of like there's nothing romantic or fairy tale about it anymore. Like you would think when you're a little kid. Like I personally don't care if I'm ever get married or have a serious relationship with a woman. Like I really just don't care. I mean, at the end of the day, I find I'm like a weird person. Like there's like it's not even necessarily because of how attractive they are or any of the shit that manosphere would like to say, but I've never got like attached to women like easily. But like when I did, there was something about them, and I got really attached to them. But I don't. All of these shit tests when it comes between men and women, like what the expectations we have between each other, I just find so fucking toxic and like ape-like that I don't even want to humor them. It's like, and I come maybe from a different perspective. It's just like, oh, you want to form a human connection with somebody, and you're gonna desire each other's companionship to an extent that you kind of don't want to separate. You don't want to be you want to be inseparable. And to me, I just listen to all of this toxic shit, just like putting women putting men down, men putting women down, and it's just like of course they're a younger generation than myself. It doesn't really apply to me. It's just really toxic, and at the same time, it's like really tragic. It really is. Like I do wish. I personally would wish that the younger generation could have it like the people in generations before them. It's really sad.
Listen. I want to get some other people on the stage. We got Boria. We got Go Glow, Serendipity. Welcome to the stage. Sorry it became a cafe show on this one. If anybody wants to contribute or say something, their personal experiences or what they have noticed, guys, more than welcome to speak on this topic. We got people in the audience. If you guys want to come up, speak on this topic, more than welcome. But yeah, the floor is yours, guys. Boria, you're with us.
What's up, Robbie?
What's up, Molly?
Yeah, it's been a long time, man.
A long time, Molly. We're in the same city and we somehow don't ever run into each other, huh?
Yeah.
They say the world is small. I run into people from fucking all across the world. With you living in the same city, I never ran into
some reason.
Dude, and I live like so fucking close to you.
I know. We're spitting distance away, bro. I think we're avoiding each other. Something salty. But what do you
still like? You had so much in your chest, man. I've been listening.
No. Listen, I would love to hear your opinion. Like, how old are you seeing this though?
Yeah. I gave up. Personally, I gave up. I'm not looking for anything, any fucking really ever after or fucking great beyond or, you know. It's not possible, so I gave up.
I'll never give up.
There are like lots of other shits that you've been like, you know. You would think like you would have never been interested in doing them, but when you do them, it's a different story. So.
Or giving up is a good business when you give up. You never give up. As a man, we never give up. We just brush off and we can take it and strategize.
Oh, you said like you're gonna be in about like the same age, right? Either you're gonna fucking marry somebody. Okay. Either you're gonna marry somebody, especially like you have a Russian kind of family as well, right? Jewish roots, Russian family, so you would have known, like your family would be hard on you, like the way that they're hard on me. Like, hey, just fucking marry someone or fucking get your shit together or get settled, but it's not possible. Like, I know myself, I don't want to fucking hurt anybody's daughter, and I would try to not do that kind of crazy, stupid mistake. So.
No, listen, we all get pushed to do things.
I can't tell you anything about this because I don't know shit.
So, again, we all get pushed to get married. Doesn't matter who you are and where you're from. We all want to. Every girl wants to be a mother. I'm sorry to say. At the end of the day, it's in them. It's that nurturing feeling that they have. Joby, I turned off hand raising. Just come up. I don't know why I said shouldn't invite you. Weren't able to come up. Every girl, again, everybody wants to have not a house, a home that we try to have. And I'm just noticing today's society, everything they're doing is more to divide. They're pushing the LGBT plus subscriptions on us instead of family values. And it's weird. It's very weird what's happening here in the West. And there was an interesting statement the gentleman made. He said, it's not a big deal that people aren't getting married. We have a big population anyways. And then he made me think, yeah, we do have a big population. But is this the plan because we have a big population to make us so divisive, to make the woman so independent that they don't need the man being these new playboys, being simps, being fucking, they're ready to live off of women's paychecks.
Dude, if you have morals in your fucking family, you're not gonna be easy to control by the government.
Society
have to be like separate. Families, like they raise manners. They raise like, you know, man-childs, purpose. You know, governments don't want them. They just want you to fucking work. Like, you know, like pay your taxes, be a good guy, do whatever the fuck you want. So, you know.
But it's
here's the society. I fucking made OnlyFans for you. I made Miami for you. I made like.
They incentivize